American detective, master of the quick draw, Western style. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151: The Thorn Figure on the Cross. Mike Smith's home is located in a high-end community in the suburbs. There are villas and manors covering a large area here, and there are security personnel who look very reliable to patrol. Dean noticed that the greenery here is very good, but the main locations are protected by monitoring equipment, which is different from those areas that want privacy and freedom. Harry on the side introduced, the villa community here originally belonged to a superpower research institute, which was specially provided for the families of those research experts to live in. But in the 1980s, because the financial backer of that institute went bankrupt, all the assets were sold by his children and finally bought by the new owner. Hearing this news, Dean frowned. Such important information, why didn't you tell me earlier? Harry looked aggrieved. Man, this is the information Daisy just found. We have only taken over this case for less than a day. Many things take time. You really don't need to make yourself so nervous. Under normal circumstances, other squadrons handle homicides. At least a few days of investigation, a few days of interpersonal relationship investigation, and a few more days of other messes. Even if the murderer is locked, everything goes well. The case-solving cycle is often at least a week or even longer. Not to mention the prosecution and trial stage. When it comes to Dean, everything has changed. Many times, even the intelligence provided by logistics cannot keep up with the speed at which he solves the case, catches or kills the murderer. This is a very different situation in the entire Detective Bureau system. Dean heard Harry's explanation and reacted. He patted Harry's shoulder apologetically. Sorry, man, sometimes I subconsciously look at many things with my own efficiency. In fact, Holtz still has a lot of work to do. For example, the force measurement of the pulley group, the way the murderer moves the bed, the torture template that causes the wound. These are all very valuable information for solving the case. People are not machines. Dean felt that he could not force too much on this. However, in the subsequent selection of new people, he might consider more talents who are more inclined to logistics, so that he can help himself more, instead of letting himself lead them to slowly improve their professional level. After all, the main purpose of joining the Detective Bureau is to strengthen himself, not to help the American people shine and burn himself. The two of them briefly observed the surrounding environment. Dean then passed the security guard's identity verification and came to the villa of Mike Smith family. Under the high wall, only through the opening and closing gate can you see part of the scenery inside: lawn flower beds, fountains that look like little angels, exterior walls surrounded by green vines, a single-family 5-story villa that looks like a Western European castle, and thick and withered dark brown trees around the villa. In general, the first impression of this place on Dean and Harry is that it is old and simple, and the style is somewhat out of tune with the architecture here in America. It feels like my mother is wearing a medieval nun's dress and standing there to help me make Mexican chicken rolls, Harry complained. Dean's heart moved. Yes, the architectural style here does have a very obvious medieval style. According to Holtz, many of the scars on Mike Smith's body were left by various ancient torture instruments invented in the Middle Ages. He had a hunch. He might be able to find some interesting clues inside this villa. The villa is very large. But according to the information obtained, only Mike Smith's autistic son, who is only 12 years old, and the nanny who takes care of his son live here. Because they had contacted each other before coming. Harry called the nanny. Not long after, a middle-aged woman who is 1.85 meters tall, with big shoulders and a big waist, and 2 pigtails, wearing a dark brown linen dress, opened the door for Dean and his friend. Good morning, gentlemen, I am the nanny here, you can call me Anna. Anna seemed to be very talkative and led Dean and his friend to the villa. Harry has always lacked interest in such female warriors and focused his attention on the surrounding environment. Dean glanced at Anna's sturdy limbs and smiled. Ms. Anna, you look a bit like a Norwegian. Yes, I am actually a distant relative of Mr. Mike Smith. 12 years ago, when little Mike was just born, his mother was in poor health, so Mr. Mike Smith asked me to come to America to help take care of his son. Anna had a good first impression of the handsome and tall Dean. She swung her 2 pigtails, and while talking, she turned her head and winked at Dean, with an undisguised flesh bath. Dean's strong heart caused some discomfort. This female warrior was really too strong. Seeing Dean avoiding her gaze, Anna thought that this young-looking detective was shy, and grinned boldly, turned her head again to lead the way, and swung her long pigtails, but hit Harry's face who was too close. Anna looked at Harry with some disgust, grabbed her pigtails, and sped up. She didn't like these black guys. She didn't like them very much. Harry touched his face, facing Anna's undisguised disgust, looking at the back of the female warrior, wanted to say something, his lips moved twice, and he dared not speak out. Discrimination is discrimination. He felt that he couldn't beat the other party. Dean's eyes fixed on the back of Anna's neck, which was covered by a thick braid. At the same time, the image he had just seen appeared in his mind, a thorny figure hanging upside down on a cross. This is a tattoo. Relatives, cross tattoos. Dean took out his mobile phone and secretly sent a message to Daisy, then quietly followed Anna to the lobby of the villa. The decoration here is similar to that of the outside world, giving people a sense of the years of a medieval castle. Harry was clumsy and saw a tall armor with a heavy cross-chain hammer hanging on it. He exclaimed, "Wow, this guy looks really handsome, but can anyone really put on the armor and pick up this heavy chain meteor hammer?" As he said, he also wanted to try the weight of the hammer. This move directly annoyed Anna on the side. She swung her braids and walked quickly to Harry, pressing her carrot fingers on Harry's shoulders. With a pull, she pushed him back and overturned him to the ground. Anger flashed in Harry's eyes. "You are crazy. Listen, even if you are a Los Angeles detective, you have no right to touch these works of art without the owner's permission. You uncultured guy." After Anna finished speaking, she looked at Dean on the side. "Little Mike is reading in the study now. He has severe autism. Apart from me, he hardly communicates with his father. If possible, you can ask me if you have any questions." Dean helped Harry up, whispered a few words in his ear, and let him go out. Then he looked around the hall and exclaimed, "It looks good here. I almost thought I came to the home of a European aristocrat." Anna's attitude towards him and her attitude towards Harry are completely two extremes. She raised her palm that could hold a basketball, covered her mouth and chuckled, "Inspector Dean, most of these are just old imitations. The price of real ancient armor is hard for even Mr. Mike Smith to accept. But as far as I know, Mr. Mike Smith's income is very high, so he can afford a medieval knight's armor." Dean knew about some auction items because of the treasure he had found before. If it does not contain special meaning, the price of the ancient knight's armor that has been preserved is generally tens of thousands of dollars, not as exaggerated as millions of dollars. Anna shook her head. "I don't know how much Mr. Mike Smith earns, but he has a lot of expenses every month. He is not in good health, and he has to spend a lot of money every month to maintain his health." At this point, she seemed to remember something, and an apologetic look appeared on her face. "By the way, Inspector Dean, would you like black tea or coffee?" Dean shook his head. "I'm a little pressed for time. To make a long story short, Ms. Una, I want to know if Mr. Mike Smith has a dedicated family doctor, or where does his medicine come from?" "Sorry, I don't know." Una's face showed embarrassment. "In fact, Mr. Mike Smith rarely comes back here. He seems to have other accommodations outside, and never brings people he knows here. So you don't know anything about Mike Smith's interpersonal relationships?" "Yes." "Then what kind of person do you think Mike Smith is?" This question stumped Una. She looked tangled and embarrassed. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book. Seeing this, Dean reminded, "Mr. Mike Smith has been killed. His death was very tragic, like a revenge killing. But his son, little Mike, is only 12 years old now. We have not found any other relatives of Mr. Mike Smith. You are his only relative. If we can't find out who has a grudge against Mr. Mike Smith, you and little Mike may also be in danger. There is no need to affect the safety of the living because of the privacy and image of a dead person." Anna still shook her head. "I can protect little Mike, but I don't know Mike Smith very well." A relative who has taken care of the child for 12 years said that she was not familiar with the child's father. Anna was obviously perfunctory to Dean. But if she didn't say it, Dean couldn't directly force a confession. He saw that Anna should know some hidden secrets, and she didn't have any feelings for Mike Smith. On the contrary, when she talked about little Mike, her face would unconsciously show tenderness. Dean often saw this expression on his mother Sheila's face. It means, in Anna's opinion, revealing some information about Mike Smith might cause trouble to little Mike, and even this kind of trouble is greater than the threat of murder or enemy to them in Dean's words. This kind of thing is helpless. After all, as a 5-star detective in Los Angeles, Dean can't hang up the victim's family and torture them just because he didn't get any clues. He rolled his eyes and stopped talking about it. Instead, he asked Anna to take him around the villa. It's called a villa, but the interior really looks like a simple aristocratic castle, but it doesn't have the gloom and narrowness of a castle, just the style and architectural structure are similar. Dean noticed. Whether it's the corridor or some rooms, there are a lot of medieval-style old weapons, beast specimens, and portraits to show that the owner here is an avid medieval enthusiast. In addition, although there are many rooms here, most of them are locked. When you open them, they are all covered with white cloth and full of dust. Obviously, no one has lived there for a long time. In addition, as the owner of this villa, Mike Smith mainly lives on the 3rd floor, including the master bedroom, study, collection room, etc., but the corridor leading to those rooms is locked. This situation is very strange, because normal people basically don't set up an extra door in their own home to block a floor. Dean wanted to go in and take a look, but Una looked embarrassed. Only Mr. Mike Smith has the key here, and he doesn't like people to go to the 3rd floor privately. Dean looked into her eyes and said in a deep voice, "But Mike Smith is dead. The dead should also have privacy." Una looked at Dean without guilt, and said in a tough attitude, "Unless you can get a search warrant, I won't allow anyone to go in." The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Dean shrugged, "Okay, although I'm sorry, I respect your choice. Can we go to the 4th floor to take a look?" Seeing that he no longer insisted, Una nodded. "Okay, the 4th floor is mainly a library, with a lot of books in it. Little Mike also likes to stay there, so please don't take the initiative to approach little Mike later." Dean nodded. Childhood autism is a mental development disorder, also known as childhood autism. This disease is manifested as low attention to external things, only focusing on certain things, communication barriers, and a high probability of mental retardation. It can be understood as children with childhood autism have a certain probability of being mentally retarded. So little Mike should be lucky and not affected in mental development, otherwise it would be difficult to complete basic education and have reading ability. The corridor on the 3rd floor was blocked by a door, which did not affect their way to the 4th floor. The big villa has 5 floors, but the 5th floor belongs to some attic-like structures. So after Dean went up, he found himself directly at an open-air observation deck. Standing on it, you can clearly see the scenery in front of the villa manor. The view is very good, and the light is very good. Behind the terrace is a door similar to a library. The door was not closed, revealing rows of bookshelves and shiny glass floor-to-ceiling windows inside. A small figure sat on the cashmere carpet, leaning on the floor-to-ceiling window, concentrating on the big book in his hand. The warm sunlight sprinkled on the little boy's face, giving people a sense of holiness. He was very focused, and even the arrival of Dean and the others did not distract him at all. If it were not for the records in the file and Una's story, almost no one would think that this was a child with mental disorders. Dean stared at little Mike for more than 10 seconds, and then said with some regret, "He is a bit like my brother. Unfortunately, it should not happen to such a child." Una sighed. The doctor said that little Mike is not simply autistic, but may have emotional deficiency. The former can be guided for treatment, but the latter is difficult. "I just hope that I can live longer in the future, otherwise I am very worried that little Mike will starve himself to death." Dean could see it. What Una said was sincere. He finally glanced at little Mike bathed in the sun and whispered, "Ms. Una, thank you for your cooperation. I will not disturb you for now." Una said indifferently, "Actually, it's good to have someone come to talk to me. It would be even better if that black charcoal ball didn't follow." Dean smiled and said nothing. After going downstairs, under Anna's gaze, Dean left the villa. Outside, Harry was leaning against the SUV, smoking a cigarette out of boredom. Seeing Dean finally come out, he quickly stepped forward and said happily, "Dean, according to your suggestion, I called Holtz, and he really made a big discovery on Mike Smith. It seems that the turning point of this case has finally been found." Dean smiled faintly, and took Harry back to the forensic department. "Sorry, leaving the quarantine point today has delayed a lot of time. There's still one chapter before 12 o'clock. Chapter 152. Harry, have you ever killed anyone? Forensic Science Department. Holtz took Dean and Harry to the underground morgue. Mike Smith's body had been dismembered into parts connected only by skin and flesh, just like a pig or sheep that had been disemboweled and was about to be hung in a kill. Holtz, like a pervert, wore gloves, lifted Mike Smith's head, and pointed at the back of his neck. Mike Smith is very cunning. He used scars to cover this area. If it weren't for your reminder, Dean, I really wouldn't have been able to find this tattoo. I saw a cross-shaped tattoo of a human figure with thorns on the back of Mike Smith's neck, where the scar was originally. Tattoos can't be removed cleanly. Whether it's lasers or scars, they can't cover up the stained cells under the epidermis. Unless you cut off this piece of skin and flesh directly. Mike Smith obviously didn't do this. After hearing the reminder from Harry, Holtz directly burned the scar on the back of Mike Smith's neck with a blowtorch, and then peeled off the layer on the surface like peeling paper, revealing the tattoo underneath again. Dean glanced at the tattoo that was the same as the one on Anna's neck, and looked at Holtz with a smile. Dude, it seems that you have found the source of this tattoo. Holtz nodded. This is the symbol of an ancient European organization. It was once prosperous in the Middle Ages in Europe when religion was prevalent, and had many supporters, DN, but with the prosperity of material things, this organization also declined. As he said. He took off his gloves, took Dean and the other two to the computer, entered a long and complex password, opened a website, and entered, source of pain. A new page popped up. What caught the eyes of the three people was the human figure on the cross with thorns logo. There is not much information on it, but the core is one: all human beings are angels with sins, who are punished to suffer in the world until they wash away their sins and shed their sinful bodies, and then they can return to the temple and enjoy bliss. Therefore, human nature is evil, which is the cognition of this organization, and being abused is to purify one's own sins, which is the core of this organization. Let's talk about it now. This kind of organization is a pure cult. But in the Middle Ages, when material was scarce, this kind of statement could attract a large number of poor people who were rich in spirit but had nowhere to go. They needed a reason and belief to numb themselves and accept the confusion and pain of their current miserable situation, but being unable to change it. This is actually the same as the brainwashing of the Indian caste religion. People are divided into classes by caste. You are powerless to change it, but if you accept that nonsense, you can deceive yourself and enjoy being exploited with peace of mind, and even feel comforted by it. In the next life, I can also be a high caste and exploit others. That's roughly what it means. No wonder Mike Smith has so many old wounds on his body. It turns out that he wants to wash away his sins. Harry suddenly realized, but at the same time he was a little unbelievable, but he is obviously a highly educated psychology expert, and even a professor at many famous universities. How could such a person believe such inerrant statements? Dean shook his head. I guess this comes from Mike Smith's unfortunate childhood. The child's cognition depends on the people around him. When he grew up, he denied his own beliefs, so he destroyed the tattoo, but the habits brought by childhood are not so easy to eliminate. Una also has a tattoo on her neck. But from what Dean has seen, she is not abnormal except for her bold personality. Considering that Una and Mike Smith are distant relatives, Dean guessed that Mike Smith's family was a member and believer of the source of pain a long time ago. With the development of the times, family members scattered. Some members still follow the ancient traditions. Some members just regard tattoos as a commemoration, but have abandoned the concept of pain as to purify the sins of the body. Holtz looked at Harry with disdain. Man, you have to understand one thing. Knowledge is knowledge, and concepts are concepts. Have you ever heard of a medical professor who drinks his own urine every day? Do you think it is good for his body? There are such disgusting professors. Harry widened his eyes. Holtz shrugged. He is quite normal. I even knew a biologist who insisted on intra-family hybridization. He believed that pure-blooded offspring born in this way would be of the best quality. Reality is magical. If you confuse knowledge, authority and concepts, you may be cheated by those so-called experts and professors one day in the future. Dean interrupted their chat, took out his mobile phone and called Daisy. Daisy, do you have any clue about the information I asked you to look up? Time is too tight. On the other end of the phone, there was the sound of Daisy's rapid typing on the keyboard and her impatient roar. FK, Dean, I'm really poisoned by you. I actually listen to you so much? Don't say that, Daisy. I heard that a hot pot restaurant opened in Chinatown. It's delicious. I was going to take you to try it. These words, like cold water, instantly extinguished Daisy's irritability and resentment. Her voice regained its gentleness. Well, I'm looking forward to the food called hot pot. In addition, I found out through Mike Smith's financial account that he has frequent financial transactions with a private clinic called XX. You can go there and take a look, maybe you will gain something. Thank you, Daisy. If you have any new news, let me know as soon as possible. Got it, Detective Dean. Hang up the phone. Harry said immediately, Dean, I know that private clinic. It is a very famous underground clinic in Los Angeles. It often helps some gang members to deal with gunshot wounds and other difficult injuries. Except that the price is not cheap. It has a good reputation in the underground world. Very good, you drive and lead the way. The two said goodbye to Holtz and left again. At this time, Mike Smith's villa. Una was patiently feeding Little Mike food. Little Mike was still concentrating on the big head book in his hand, but compared with before, he would open his mouth rhythmically and wait for Una to feed him. After eating, Una was ready to go downstairs as usual. Suddenly, a familiar yet strange childish voice called her, Una. Una's eyes were full of surprise. She turned around and looked at Little Mike excitedly. Little Mike, you haven't talked to me for a long time. Little Mike didn't even turn his head and said indifferently, some meaningless exchanges are tantamount to wasting my precious life. Are the people who came today from the detective bureau? Una looked at Little Mike with some doubts and nodded hesitantly. Yes, there is a little thing. Mike Smith is dead. Plop! The plate in Una's hand fell to the ground. She looked at Little Mike stupidly, and felt that the familiar face in front of her was extremely strange at this moment. She was stunned for a long time. Una licked her lips and asked in surprise, Little Mike, you are not really autistic. Little Mike raised his head, and a strange smile appeared on his pretty face. I just think it's a waste of my life to communicate with you stupid creatures. As he said that, he rubbed his face and sighed slightly. When Mike Smith is buried, please send me a white chrysanthemum. Although he was ignorant and a little perverted and killed my dog, those people also helped him purify his sins. I hope he will be happy when he goes to heaven. After saying that, he lowered his head and started reading the book again. After a long time, Una came back to her senses. She looked at the thin and pale Little Mike, and then at the fallen plate on the ground. She almost thought she had hallucinations just now. But the plate under her feet told her clearly. The 12-year-old Little Mike told himself that he killed Mike Smith, his father. But how did he do it? And I can guarantee it. Little Mike has been under her care all the time. He has never left the villa, and he has never even gone downstairs or come into contact with people from the outside world. How did he do it? Una picked up the plate in a daze, went to the lobby of the villa, and then found the business card left by Dean. She picked up the landline and wanted to make a call, but then she seemed to think of something and put it down again. She hesitated several times. She sighed and didn't make the call after all. Little Mike must have lied to me. He is a 12-year-old child who has hardly ever come into contact with the outside world. How could he have tortured and killed Mike Smith? Impossible, absolutely impossible. For the ancient tradition of their family, purification is the most painful torture. A child can never do this. Una shook her head and lay down on the sofa, curling up her body that was stronger than that of an ordinary man. The midday sun shone through the glass window and fell on the broad back. There was no warmth from the sun. There was only a lonely middle-aged woman, helpless and terrified with nowhere to release. Twisted blood can only breed twisted offspring. Maybe they were not worthy of the right to reproduce. On the way, Harry was bored and asked Dean about what he saw in Mike Smith's villa. He was very unhappy with the female warrior, Una, and there was also the symbol of the Source of Pain organization on her neck, so he also felt that she was suspicious. After all, Una's physique, let alone using a pulley to hang Mike Smith, it would be easy to hang him up with her hands. Dean was sorting out the clues found so far. When he heard Harry's words, he smiled and said, "Do you suspect that Una killed Mike Smith?" "Yes." Harry said it in a very realistic way. First of all, Una has this ability. She is also a believer of the Source of Pain, which shows that she knows a lot about medieval torture instruments. Secondly, Una has this motive. Mike Smith only has a 12-year-old autistic son. Once he died, the remaining property fell into the hands of Una, the only guardian. Harry's words were rough, but the logic was not rough. People who are proficient in medieval torture instruments are really rare in modern society. The murder method and motive are in place. It is a normal process of solving a case. These 2 points are enough for Dean and others to focus on investigating Ina's suspicion. Dean directly rejected Ina's suspicion. She is not a murderer. The torturer will be retaliated and his soul will sink, but Ina does not have these characteristics. In fact, I suspect Mike Smith's son, little Mike. That child who is only 12 years old and suffers from autism. Harry exclaimed. Dean nodded. It's just an intuition. Eyes are windows to the soul. Although I haven't looked directly into his eyes, I have seen photos of him when he was a child. Children's eyes are either pure or full of curiosity. But little Mike's eyes are only indifferent. This may be my illusion, but I do think he is not autistic, but emotionally deficient. This is also a mental illness. People are born without empathy and cannot understand joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, but because of this, they can always maintain absolute rationality and only do what they think is right. And IQ is generally not low. Dean saw this disease in the book that Anthony gave him. Mind reading is not omnipotent. It will lose its effect on some sophisticated people or some rare situations. This includes people with emotional deficiencies. This kind of people is very rare, but because they will not be disturbed by external things, no matter what they do, they can achieve great success in the end. And because their perspectives on observing and perceiving various things in this world are not disturbed by external things, they often get to the essence directly. After long-term training, their learning efficiency is very high. In other words, the proportion of geniuses among this kind of people is very high. Harry listened to Dean's popular science and still shook his head. This is too exaggerated, Dean. If a skinny 12-year-old child can easily kill an adult, then haven't I been living like a dog for the past 20 years? Dean sneered. You have a very accurate understanding of yourself. In addition, you should be living like Teddy. Harry. The two of them were talking and laughing. Harry drove an off-road vehicle and came to an area that was a little different from the outside world. This is the slums of Los Angeles. There is actually a big difference between slums. This difference is divided by race. For example, the slums where Italians gather are relatively safe, but extremely xenophobic. The same is true for other races. After all, in a foreign country, in order to survive better, people will have the idea of grouping together for warmth. Except for black people. Because their origins are too complicated. There are localized blacks, tribal brothers from different African countries, and immigrants from the European continent who come here to make a living. So the communities where they gather are more chaotic and disorderly than ordinary slums. There are even frequent fights between juvenile gangs, adult gangs, and regional gangs that use the streets as their territory. Not to mention patrolmen. Even ordinary blacks dare not walk into such communities during the day without friends. Because you may go in the morning, and in the afternoon you will appear in an underground organ hospital, becoming a cold corpse that can be taken away for cremation at any time. Yes, the organ hospitals here are more humane. They will take the corpses to the funeral homes run by the gangs for a one-stop cremation and ash-raising service. Dean noticed. Harry has been obviously more nervous since he entered here. Harry, you make me nervous like this. Dean joked casually. He is now wearing a portable bulletproof vest, 2 guns on his waist, a gun on his shoulder, and no less than 6 magazines. As long as he is not hit by automatic rifles, it is not a big problem for the unprofessional little Karami here to kill and stage a bloody gang. Harry was very distressed. Damn it, I originally wanted to get closer to here and ask my friend to borrow a broken car before coming in, but I was so excited chatting with you that I didn't pay attention. Dean, you'd better be careful. We have been targeted. Dean glanced at the skinny, dark and thin boys and girls on the roadside, nodded, and said no more. This place gave him a feeling of living in Colombia in his previous life. The children there might ask you for candy 1 foot, then take out a pistol from the back, kill you, and then search your body directly. Fortunately, it is estimated that Dean's off-road vehicle is worth a lot of money, which shocked the greedy eyes that were about to move in the dark. Nothing happened until the off-road vehicle stopped under a dilapidated 2-story building. Arrived here. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It's very troublesome to treat the injured gang members, so everyone has a consensus that we can't cause trouble near the clinic. It should be safe before we go out. As he was talking, a skinny black girl came over. You can't park here. Harry rolled down the window and smiled at the girl. Hey, beautiful girl, I'm a friend of Big Dick. My brother was injured and it's inconvenient to move, So I want to ask a doctor to go over for surgery. The black girl saw Harry's skin color and nodded. Okay, I'll call the doctor. After that, she walked into the small shabby building in front. While waiting, Dean glanced at the rearview mirror, frowned, and took out a pistol from his waist. Harry, have you killed anyone? Harry? Question mark? Thanks to book friend Jasmine for the reward of 1,000 book coins. Thank you, boss. Thanks to book friend Red Blood Cellular 2002 for the reward. Thank you, boss. 2 chapters and 9,000 words. Good night. Chapter 153 Fierce Attack. Harry, have you ever killed anyone? Yes. Does killing people for hundreds of millions count? Harry was still grinning. The next moment. Bang, 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 a series of bullets hit the back seat of the SUV, scaring the grinning Harry so much that he was stunned. He looked at the rearview mirror stupidly and found that 8 ragged children appeared behind him at some point, holding simple semi-automatic rifles and firing at them fiercely. FK, for real. If it weren't for Dean's SUV being bulletproof, he suspected that he had been shot to death. Before he could react, screams came from all around. It turned out to be because of the recoil. The muzzles of the children's guns shook wildly, and bullets flew, knocking down a mother and daughter who heard the gunshots and wanted to escape back to their residence with their children. FK. Looking at the motionless woman lying on the ground and the child who was protected by the woman, with blood all over his face, looking around in confusion, Harry was angry. He picked up the pistol at his waist and was about to get out of the car. Dean grabbed him and said, "These kids should be just the first wave of cannon fodder. But they're blocking our way back. Then run them over." Dean grabbed the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and ran backwards. In his eyes, no matter whether they were men, women, young or old, as long as they picked up a gun, they were enemies. Enemies must die. The off-road motor roared and ran backwards. The distance of just a few dozen meters was gone in a flash. You can never expect a group of kids who can only shoot and don't know where the bullets will fly to react to a roaring off-road vehicle. There were several muffled thuds. Under the off-road vehicle weighing several tons, there was a greasy feeling of rolling over flesh and blood. Of the 8 children, except for the 4 on both sides who reacted faster and hid to the side, the remaining 4 had disappeared under the car. Dean. Harry felt a strange feeling of the car wheel slipping and rolling over, and was shocked by his decisiveness, but saw Dean slamming the steering wheel, knocking away the other 2 children, and the window of the co-pilot seat automatically rolled down. Almost at the same time, Dean raised his right hand, aimed at the gap in the car window and pulled the trigger. Bang! 2 unripe watermelons suddenly exploded, splashing watermelon juice all over the ground. Their unripe little watermelons could not withstand the impact of .45 caliber bullets. "Drive away, Dean!" Harry shouted, but saw that Dean had already opened the car door. "Kill 2 pocket-sized thugs in a row." Dean got out of the car with an expressionless face, rolled directly to hide in a bunker, and then aimed his 2 guns at the remaining 6 thugs on the ground, who were not sure whether they were dead or not, and fired again and again. For him, no matter men, women, old or young, if you dare to shoot at him, you must die. The only difference. This time, Dean mercifully put the supplementary gun on the chest and artery of the 6 people, and did not insist on shooting in the head, so as not to be accused of cold-blooded cruelty by NC afterwards. Cleared out the thugs. Dean's figure flashed and disappeared in the alley. His figure was like a monkey, constantly climbing up the surrounding buildings. He reached the highest point in the first place and scanned the surroundings. To the east, a group of rabble were rushing towards the clinic. This group of people were obviously the surrounding gangs. To the west, that was the direction where the group of scouts came from. There was a crossroads over there. When they came over, there were a group of old people and children. Now they have all disappeared, and the surrounding windows are tightly closed. To the north and south, there are low and dilapidated buildings, and the highest is no higher than the 6-story apartment building where Dean is. Am I overthinking? Dean just had this thought. Inside the clinic, the black girl who had left to call people came out of the clinic with more little puddings, holding various simple weapons, surrounded the off-road vehicle where Harry was, and concentrated fire. White marks fell on the alloy and glass of the bulletproof off-road vehicle like raindrops. From time to time, ricochets hit the unlucky ones in the group. But this group of male and female teenagers, who were no older than 15 or 16 years old, didn't care at all. They all pulled the triggers with fanatical eyes, as if they would never stop firing until the magazines were emptied. Poor Harry, feeling the intensive vibrations of the car body, was almost scared to death. Oh my God. How could this place become like this? Harry almost thought this was a Brazilian slum, not the place where he grew up. Just then, FK. This is the territory of the Crips gang. Angry shouts came from the corner of the street. It turned out that the gang members in this area heard the noise and rushed over. But when they saw everything in front of them clearly, they were stunned. They heard gunshots. They originally thought that someone was coming to grab the territory. No matter what, they didn't expect it. The shooters turned out to be a group of young black teenagers. Harry looked through the car window, showing a happy expression, and shouted loudly towards the shooting hole on the car, "Big Dick, I'm Harry, help ta ta ta." The fierce gunshots drowned out Harry's call for help. Without any hesitation, this group of pocket-sized thugs turned their guns and aimed at the dozen gang members who had just arrived, and pulled the trigger. The group was still in a daze. When they reacted, the gang's extremely strong bodies had already fallen to the ground. They were still confused as to why there were such a group of fierce children in the car. Harry's eyes widened and he covered his mouth tightly. It was hard for him to accept the result that the savior died just after arriving. This group of teenagers was too brutal. He had previously thought that Dean had driven the car directly to knock them over and then shot them repeatedly, which was a bit too cold-blooded, but at this moment Harry gritted his teeth, stuck the pistol out of the shooting hole, and finally pointed at the group of children and pulled the trigger. This group of carrots surrounded the off-road vehicle without any defense. Just one round of shooting, 4 men and 2 women, 6 thugs fell down. In addition to the members of the thugs who were knocked down by their own ricochets, nearly half of the people led by the girl had fallen down. How could I know? The girl was not afraid, but showed surprise in her eyes. She shouted to the remaining people, "Hole, there's a hole in the car, go get the gasoline barrel and kill this heretic." Harry, who had just changed the bullets of the revolver, was anxious. He stretched out his pistol again, wanting to kill the girl who gave orders, but found that this group of people had become smarter and stood in the direction of the front of the car, sneering at him. There is no shooting hole in this direction. In the face of life and death, there is no time to care about morality. Harry's eyes flashed with cruelty. He imitated Dean's appearance and stepped on the accelerator, wanting to knock them back and retreat first, but sadly found that for basic comfort, the tires of the off-road vehicle had already broken down. Boom! The engine roared. The off-road vehicle lost its stability, swaying left and right. While rushing forward, it did not hit the girl directly, but rammed over a black girl who reacted quickly and dodged to the side, and crashed directly into the wall of the clinic. Half of the front of the car sank into it before it was stuck in place. This time, it can't go forward or backward. Harry is a muggle. It would be better to just reverse and run away. Harry knew that in such a hellhole, even if he called for help, no one would come immediately. He gritted his teeth, opened the front car window, and climbed into the clinic, preparing to rely on the terrain to resist, while expecting Dean, who had left first, to bring people back to save him. As soon as he landed, it was full of mud. Harry looked down and saw that the floor of this small room, which was supposed to be a simple operating room, was full of semi-coagulated scarlet blood, like glue, sucking his shoes. As soon as his feet moved, there were large pieces of bloody lines sticking together, and the foot felt strange, which made people unable to help but get goosebumps. Bang! The sound of breaking the door broke the shock of Harry, a greenhorn. He glanced around, and without caring about leaving footprints, rushed out of the operating room, deliberately leaving a series of bloody footprints in front of him, extending all the way to a window, and then took off his shoes and hid them faster than getting into bed, and returned barefoot, and randomly found a room to hide in. The room was not big, and seemed to be a storage room, with some blood-stained bandages and dirty clothes piled up. Harry noticed that there was an inconspicuous small compartment in the room. His eyes lit up and he walked over. No mistake, 1 poem, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar. Take a look. As soon as he approached, a stronger smell of blood came than outside. Harry didn't bother to think about it and opened the closed small door. The next moment, it was like a collapsed barn. 7 or 8 bloody male and female corpses collapsed from inside, pressing Harry, who was unable to react, to the ground. Harry was terrified. Although he was born here, he had never experienced such a scene. He struggled in panic, but found that these corpses were not as heavy as he imagined. He pushed them aside with a light push. At this moment, footsteps came hurriedly from outside the door. Harry quickly stopped getting up, held his breath, and aimed the bloodshot revolver at the door of the utility room. Once discovered by those inhumane little ghosts, he would rather die together than be burned alive. Fortunately, his plan of confusing the enemy with many mistakes really worked. The footsteps hurriedly passed by and finally stopped at the window leading to the back of the clinic. "Jenny, that nigger ran out of the window. Should we chase him and kill him?" Small room. Even though Harry was extremely scared, he was still stunned when he heard the word nigger coming from outside. A black boy called another black man a nigger. Magic. Harry's brain circuit was different from that of ordinary people. He almost couldn't help but rush out to argue with him. But the boys and girls venting gunshots still calmed him down. "These kids are inhumane." Ta-ta-ta. After a burst of venting like random shooting, the footsteps moved away again. It seems that the group of crazy child soldiers gave up the pursuit. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. In less than 10 minutes, he felt that he had experienced the excitement that he would never experience again in his life. Continue to wait for a while. Harry finally confirmed that they had left, and he got up carefully from the ground and looked at the body that had been pressing on him. This sight made him feel reluctant. He saw that all the bodies were fresh remains with their hearts and lungs ripped out, their livers and kidneys taken out, and even their eyes were left with only black holes. Most of them were black men and women, and a small number were yellow-skinned Asian men. As for the bodies of white people, there was not a single one. Harry knew that these people were probably either illegal workers or residents who were injured and died on the operating table of the black clinic. They had their useful organs removed and sold to the black market. This kind of situation happens from time to time. But Harry didn't expect that this black clinic with a good reputation would be the same. In a short period of time, he experienced too many shocks. Harry didn't care about the nausea, and shook to relax. His body, which was a little short of oxygen, found a cleaner place to sit down casually, took out his mobile phone, and prepared to ask Captain Meng En for help first, and then contact Dean. Anyway, before the colleagues from the detective department came, Harry was not going to go out. He had seen a lot of movies. In some police and gangster movies, at the end, the silly male and female protagonists often run out stupidly, and then get shot, which gives the female protagonist a chance to block the bullet. Besides, he doesn't trust the people in this police station either. Harry's not stupid. This group of abnormal pocket-sized thugs are obviously not natives here, otherwise his friend Dio would not bring his brothers and grab a small pistol to rush over and kill them for nothing. Thinking about it, he and Dean were attacked as soon as they came here. Harry knew that it must be because of the Mike Smith case that caused all this. Dean was right. This case is much more troublesome than they thought. At this time, ding-ling-ling, the phone rang. Harry was almost scared to death by this sudden sound. Fortunately, no one called him just now, otherwise he would have died too unjustly. After seeing the caller clearly, he answered the phone with some dissatisfaction. "Dean, you bastard, you actually called me now. Do you know that this will kill me?" They have left. And as a veteran in the flower field, it should be a basic professional quality to mute the phone. "Man, you are very unprofessional." Harry. He had just experienced life and death, and he was in no mood to talk nonsense. "Dean, I'm not in the mood to make fun of you now. Where are you now? I was guarding you in the dark just now, and now I'm following that group of people to see who is behind the scenes. By the way, I have already talked to Captain Monin. You stay in the hiding room. Don't come out until you receive Monin's call." After speaking, Dean, who was walking through the alley, hung up the phone. After finding something wrong, he used Harry as bait. These kids were brainwashed by professional means at first glance, mentally abnormal, and there was no fear of death or of injury and bleeding on their faces. This method made Dean think of Mike Smith's source of pain at the first time. The clinic was one of their clues. But even they were attacked, so it goes without saying that the people in the clinic had probably been killed long ago. The key point is that when Dean and Harry just arrived, the enemy had already prepared a trap and was waiting for them to jump in. This is very abnormal. Dean was very curious about how the person behind the scenes knew about their actions. This time, he not only had to find the person behind the scenes, but also clean up some rats that might be hiding around him. Exclamation mark. Today is completely crazy. Chapter 154, Severe Injury, The Haunting Assassination. This group of short legs, apart from being crazy and bloodthirsty, is good for nothing. They didn't notice Dean following behind them. Led by the black girl, this group of shortlegs crossed the 2 streets around the black clinic and came to an abandoned house. They directly lifted up an inconspicuous piece of debris to reveal the hole below and went in one by one. As mentioned before, there is a dense network of pipelines underground in Los Angeles. This group of shortlegs went in and out from here. With a cover of skin color and age, the local gangs didn't notice their abnormality. Seeing this, Dean frowned. Ground tracking and underground tracking are completely different things. Fortunately, he knows how to track traces. Wait for a moment. Dean checked the ammunition on his body, calculated the time, walked to the hole that was covered again, lifted up the covering debris, and prepared to take a look at the environment inside first. How could he know? Just when he lowered his head, he felt a very strong sense of coldness, which filled his whole body and made him shudder subconsciously. Here it comes again. This familiar feeling. But the feeling this time was far beyond any previous warning. Dean didn't hesitate at all, burst out with all his strength, turned around and ran. The next moment, boom, 100 meters in radius, like a dragon turning over, the flames broke through the restrictions of the ground, surged out, and sunk down. Dean only felt a wave of hot air rushing in. Severe pain came. His increasingly heavy body soared into the air, wrapped in countless gravel and shock waves, and hit the shaking wall in the distance. After a while, he was covered in blood and staggered to his feet from the ground. Someone detonated explosives in the underground pipeline. The strong shock and impact. It caused Dean a lot of damage. There was a buzzing in his ears, and the world in front of him seemed to shake. His clothes were torn and stained with blood, especially the back, which was almost full of holes, as if someone had shot him behind with a shotgun. Relying on his strong physique, Dean staggered and wanted to hide in a safe place. The dizziness, however, was like a tide, rushing in waves. This was the body's instinctive choice, wanting to digest the adverse reactions in the body by sleeping. But Dean knew that this place was not safe. Since the enemy in the dark could detonate the explosives in the underground pipeline in the first place and kill the group of stupid short-legged people, then it is very likely that they are hiding in the dark and observing this side. This kind of madman is ruthless and reckless. If the other party notices that he is not dead, once he falls asleep, he is basically dead. Dean held the wall, 2 lines of blood spurted out of his nose, and he silently said in his heart while shaking out of control. At some points, he had upgraded once on the plane before, and he had never upgraded himself. This is a life-saving straw. As Dean silently said in his heart, a warm current appeared in all parts of his body out of thin air. Dean only felt itchy in his 5 internal organs, and at the same time a sense of stimulation surged into his nasal cavity. He sneezed violently. A stream of blood spurted out. The originally very strong dizziness slowly disappeared as the blood left. Dean shook his head, which felt much better, and stumbled to a corner. He pretended to be weak, sat down slowly, and seemed to finally be unable to bear it and fainted. 100 meters away, in an inconspicuous dim room, the man looked at the surveillance on the screen and admired it. This is a strong body. It's a pity that the investigation fell on us, otherwise it would be a perfect carrier of sin. He licked his lips, confirmed that Dean had fainted, and took out a pager. How long will it take for the police to come? You have 3 minutes to evacuate. A hoarse female voice came from the other side. Enough. The man put away the pager, grabbed the short submachine gun on the table clumsily, lit a cigarette, threw the lighter behind him, and walked towards where Dean was. After a breath, boom, the explosion and abnormal flame surged again, turning the originally noisy community into dead silence again. Explosion and chaos. This is the main theme of this sinful community today. The man knew that his gun skills were average, just like those cannon fodder, so he didn't show up until he was about 10 meters in front of Dean, and then he raised the short submachine gun in his hand. Bang, the gunfire roared out. The man was stunned. I haven't fired yet? The next moment, he felt his hands and feet numb, as if he was bitten by a mosquito, and his limbs lost control. Not only did the short submachine gun he just raised fall to the ground powerlessly, the man's body fell with him. He looked blankly at the sky with black smoke rolling above his head, until he felt a tearing pain in his limbs, and then he realized that he was shot. At this moment, his mind fell into a very strange state. Dull but clear. What happened? What should I do now? That's right. It hurts, it hurts. The man's body seemed to react, and he opened his mouth to vent the tearing pain that followed his senses. A face covered with blood appeared in front of the man. Dean looked at the man who opened his mouth to scream, grinned, and kicked him in the crotch. Ouch! The man's eyes bulged, and he finally couldn't bear the pain of the broken balls. He spit out 2 mouthfuls of white foam and fainted happily. Dean exhaled a long breath of hot air, squatted down, picked up the man, and sure enough, he saw a familiar tattoo on the back of his neck, a human figure with thorns hanging upside down on a cross. The person behind him is indeed related to the source of pain. But Dean frowned and looked at the man with a distorted face. He seemed to have seen this man before. Dean rubbed his forehead and wanted to try to activate his fragmented memory palace to see if he could remember when he had seen the man's face, but he groaned, and the dizziness that had dissipated surged into his heart again. Damn. This is a concussion. Dean didn't dare to stimulate his brain anymore and began to search the man. Under professional techniques. 10 seconds later. Several bottles of painkillers, a bottle of powder of unknown ingredients, an old pager, and a supermarket shopping list appeared in front of Dean. Painkillers are not difficult to understand. The madmen of the source of pain are all masochists. They like to torture themselves, thinking that this is to purify their sins, but it also causes them to have dense old injuries. Only by relying on drugs can they relieve the pain of old injuries and maintain normal actions. Dean's main focus is on the pager and the supermarket shopping list. This old pager is now rarely used by some patrol security guards, so the use distance is not far less than a mobile phone, but it is also safer. This means that there is another man's companion nearby. Dean picked up the pager and wanted to see if he could contact the other side, but a low female voice came from it first. The police are here, I'm leaving first. The next moment. Woo woo woo, the sirens, after everything was over, broke the silence of this chaotic place, and came at the exact time of the end, holding the supermarket list tightly in his palm. In a daze. Dean seemed to hear Harry's crying voice and the confused voices of doctors and nurses. Dude, be strong. Don't fall asleep. FK. You said you would protect me. He's lost too much blood, do a blood test quickly. Doctor, the patient's right hand is holding something, the muscles and skin are too hard, it's hard to get the needle in. Are you stupid? Don't worry about that, just squeeze the wound. Hurry up, I'm worried he's in shock. Dean was confused and remembered the voice of the female nurse. Dare to stab yourself with a needle. When you wake up, you must stab it back. With a stream of cool liquid, it entered the body. Dean's consciousness finally sank into darkness and fell asleep. Jenny, did you go to see his abdominal muscles? The curve is so perfect. If it weren't for the black detective guarding the door, I would have eaten him. Haha. A group of female nurses laughed. A much more mature female voice laughed and said, you only look at the surface, it's too superficial. The female nurse who spoke earlier asked curiously, head nurse, if you don't look at the surface, what else can you look at? He is really handsome and has a perfect figure. I heard that he is also a detective in the police department. I really want to be his wife. The head nurse chuckled, what's the use of looking good on the surface? Whether it's okay or not, you have to look at the inside. His inside is so. She gestured, which attracted a series of exclamations and swallowing sounds. Not far away. Harry looked at this group of nurses who were like tigers and wolves and did not hide their tone of voice with grievance. Not only could he watch his good brother being taken advantage of, but he also had to endure their unscrupulous talk. Harry touched the thick stack of notes in his pocket and sighed in his heart. Good brother, you can't blame me. These women gave too much? At this time. Beep beep, the call light at the nurse station sounded. The nurses who were laughing and talking, after seeing the ward number clearly, exclaimed, it's ward number 3, the detective is awake. Harry hadn't reacted yet. A group of nurses pushed him away and rushed into the ward behind him. So when Dean wanted to call a nurse to come over to find out what happened after he fell asleep, 6 nurses with fiery eyes broke in. The head nurse with a dignified face smiled at Dean and said, Detective Dean, you are finally awake. Don't worry, this is Maria Hospital, we are the nurses who take care of you. Dean was sensitive. He tucked the quilt subconsciously and asked, thank you, what time is it now? Is there any phone call? I want to contact my colleagues. Today is January 22nd, you have been in a coma for 3 days, and your companion is outside now, but your current condition. Please call him in for me, and I am in good condition. I don't know why. Dean felt that the group of nurses in front of him looked at him with wolf-like eyes, and he was eager to dote on him, so he decisively spoke up and wanted his colleagues outside to come in. Are you kidding? He could tell at a glance what was hidden in the eyes of these women. 1 sperm, 10 blood. Before he fell into coma, he didn't know how much blood he had lost. He couldn't stand it. He drove away these enthusiastic nurses. Harry rushed in with a surprised look. FK, you scared me before. I thought you couldn't wake up. Dean shook his head. It's just a concussion. Before I fell into coma, I had a supermarket list in my hand. Where is it now? What are you talking about? Harry took out a blood-stained paper from his pocket. This was given to me by the doctor after the operation. He said that your right hand was clenched very tightly, and it was only after the injection of the drug that it loosened. I felt that this thing was very important to you, so I asked the nurse to give it to me. Seeing that the list was still there, Dean breathed a sigh of relief. He touched the bandages all over his body. This is too exaggerated. I just had a concussion. Why did you wrap me like a mummy? Creak. The door of the ward was pushed open. A blonde woman with glasses and wearing a cool and professional lady's outfit walked in on high heels. The doctor found no less than 30 stones and debris in your body. In fact, you can survive to the hospital thanks to your bulletproof vest. Who are you? Harry stood in front of the woman. The timing of the other party's appearance was too coincidental. Thinking of the source of pain organization that attacked them and killed and injured dozens of innocent residents, Harry had to be cautious. The woman took out a certificate expressionlessly. FBI, for the sake of public stability, the community bombing case 3 days ago has been thrown to a small gang, but secretly, the source of pain has been defined as a terrorist organization by us. Now this case is taken over by us. So I woke up and you showed up. Dean licked his chapped lips, picked up the apple beside him, and said to Harry, Dude, don't be so nervous. There are surveillance cameras here. Help me get a fruit knife. I will talk to this lady in person. Hearing this, Harry's pupils shrank, and he instinctively wanted to reach for his gun, but he was worried that he had misunderstood what he meant, so he pretended to complain and walked up to Dean and snatched the apple from his hand. You are a patient. I am here to help you. Impatience flashed in the woman's eyes. That group of people are crazy. Handing the case over to us is a protection for you. If you don't want to be retaliated against, please cooperate with my inquiries and eat that damn apple later. FK, what did you say, bitch? Harry's face flashed with anger, and he was about to turn around and argue with her, but was pulled by Dean. Okay, Harry, she's right. You go out first. I really don't want to touch that case anymore. Harry's nostrils dilated and he exhaled 2 deep breaths. When he was sure that Dean was not hinting at him, he glared at the woman fiercely and left the ward dissatisfied. The woman raised her lips, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, and showed a professional smile on her expressionless face. We are glad to have your cooperation, Inspector Dean. We want to know what you found before you fell into coma. Dean sat up from the bed with difficulty, leaning on the iron bed, as if he was recalling, but showing a painful look, shaking his head. Sorry, my brain hurts whenever I recall the past, and I can't remember clearly. Are you sure? We were at the scene, and we didn't find anything except a man's body whose identity could not be found. Dean was shocked to hear that the man was dead, and shook his head. Sorry, I really can't remember. Maybe in a few days, when my injuries are better, I will remember. That's great. The woman's face showed regret, but her professional smile turned into a grin. It's a pity that you don't have a chance, Mr. Inspector. As the voice fell, a gunshot ripped a big hole in Dean's quilt, with countless velvet and the smell of gunpowder filling the entire ward. Outside the house, Harry heard the gunshot. His face changed drastically. He broke open the door, and while reaching for his gun, he yelled, You bitch, put your hands up. As a result, he didn't find the gun. He was tripped by something. Harry looked back and saw the woman who claimed to be the FBI, covering her palm and screaming, while Dean, who he was worried about, was playing with the revolver that was supposed to be on his waist. This bastard, who didn't know when, actually took away his treasure. Chapter 155 Conjecture. Harry, ask the doctor to treat her wound. I want to interrogate this woman. Dean's eyes flashed coldly. This disgusting organization is taking advantage of him. The key is that the distorted ideas and intelligence information revealed by the other party made him feel uneasy. It is immortal. I am afraid that I will have to turn a blind eye to it when I sleep in the future. Harry shrugged. Okay, I will watch her, but I am curious, Dean, When did you take away my little baby revolver and find out that there is something wrong with this woman? When you took my apple. Dean played a trick. In addition, it is very good. You take good care of it. The gun oil is smooth, the firing is fast, and the power is also very good. In general, this revolver is very good. As for why he knew that there was something wrong with the woman, it was because the real FBI could find out that he was also a special agent of the FBI, but from the woman's performance, she didn't know this. For safety reasons, Dean secretly touched Harry's revolver, just in case. Of course, he was too lazy to explain this to Harry. You know what you're talking about. Harry gave Dean a thumbs up and pointed to the drawer next to him. Your treasures are actually in the drawer, as well as your clothes, cell phone, etc. Also, I sent a message to your mother saying that you're going to close training and will be out of contact for a few days. Dean nodded and returned the revolver to Harry. Very thoughtful, Harry, thank you. Harry put away the gun, dragged the screaming woman, and with the help of the hospital security who came after hearing the noise, sent her to the operating room. Everyone left the ward. Dean changed his clothes and opened the panel. Character, Dean level 14, 300/2600, Spirit. 13 Strength. 14 Speed. 15, Limit, Endurance. 12 Skills, Pistol Mastery, Ancient Muay Thai Mastery, Trace Tracking L2, HS School Mind Reading L2, Omitted, Clicked. Attribute Points. 0 Skill Points. 1 Completed Cases. 14, Details Omitted. Compared to before, his endurance attribute has increased from 11 to 12. It was this improvement that allowed Dean to resist for a little longer when his body reached its limit, and he found an opportunity to fight back. But Dean was not very happy. Human power is limited. Even if he worked very hard and crushed the people who had just crossed over, he still almost died when facing the bomb. This is the shackles of flesh and blood. Speaking of which, the main reason I was lucky enough to survive this time was the sixth sense that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't work. Dean focused on his mental attributes. Since the mental attribute was raised to 13 points, not only has his memory, thinking speed, etc. been greatly improved, but he also has an inexplicable sixth sense for life-threatening dangers, like a beast's perception. It's just that this sixth sense is sometimes working and sometimes not. This sixth sense is too important for people who live in a place where guns are free and may face shooting at any time. Next, give priority to raising the mental attribute to the limit to see if you can stabilize that magical sixth sense. Dean's eyes flashed with thought. But the most urgent task is to deal with the crazy organization of the source of pain first. Dean checked the 3 pistols in the drawer one by one, hid them on his body, checked the magazines again, and made sure that the bullets were not lost and no one had messed with his guns. Then he picked up his phone and called Daisy. He asked Harry. Before he passed out, the man with crippled limbs actually leaned against the ground, rubbed his face, and then used gravel to cut his throat and committed suicide. This is much more cruel than those so-called assassins. What a pity. The man's death was worthless. Because Dean has remembered where he had seen him. At the same time, he also had a basic guess about this case in his mind. Now, Dean wants Daisy to help look up some information to verify his guess. The call was connected. Dean. Daisy was undoubtedly very happy about Dean's call. Are you awake? Yes, I'm glad you care about me so much. I'm just worried that you'll die and the hot pot I promised me won't be delivered. Let me ask Robert to help with the shift and come to see you now. Daisy was soft-hearted and wanted to come and see Dean's situation. But Dean stopped her. No, how is the progress of Mike Smith's case now? She was in the 4th Squadron and was always well informed about the case. Daisy hesitated and said, Dean, you should take good care of your injuries now. In addition, this case has been handed over to the FBI by the captain. The noise made by that group of people was too loud, which is beyond the authority of our murder division to handle. But I was attacked again just now. Dean briefly explained the situation just now, and tentatively said, Harry and I were ambushed when we just went to the Black Clinic. Now that the FBI has taken over, they can know about this at the first time. I suspect that the source of pain has a special source of intelligence in the Detective Bureau. Daisy, can I trust you now? Daisy said as a matter of course, you are my snack gift bag, I won't cheat you. And while you were unconscious, the Internal Affairs Investigation Department has investigated me, Harry and Holtz, and they already know where the problem lies. Dean played with a bullet in his hand and guessed the source of the query from the bank where Mike Smith is located. Yes. Daisy sighed. Someone left a Trojan horse in Mike Smith's bank account. As long as someone queries the information, it will trigger a Trojan horse warning. This result is actually similar to what Dean guessed. It is not easy to break into the banking system, but with the cooperation of users, setting up a warning Trojan is not as difficult as imagined. The pain source organization where Mike Smith is located should know where they may be exposed, so they directly cleaned up the black clinic after receiving the Trojan warning. But they were too ruthless. First they dealt with the black clinic, and then ambushed Dean and the other two. They even placed explosives on the way of retreat to silence the group of short-legged people, turning a small matter into a terrorist attack. It is really unreasonable. This is just like a person who blew up the detective bureau to avoid being detained. Normal people can't do such a brain-congesting thing. Dean could only sigh that as a senior pervert, he couldn't understand the thoughts of a madman. Seeing Dean silent, the carefree Daisy became anxious. Dean, what I said is true. The Internal Affairs Investigation Department went to check the scene of the black clinic. The time when that group of people took action was about the same time when I checked the flow of funds in Mike Smith's account. I didn't tell you about the black clinic at that time. She was afraid that Dean would be alienated from this matter and would not buy her delicious food in the future. Dean quickly explained, I was just thinking, they knew we would go to the black clinic through the Trojan horse, so how did they know that the FBI took over the case, and then used this identity to trap me? Don't think about it, Dean, this may be a coincidence. Daisy changed the subject and said, by the way, did you want me to help you before? Well, I want you to help me find out the detailed information of Mike Smith's students. Students. Daisy's voice was weak. Mike Smith has too many students. Dean, you don't know. According to the investigation of the deputy team, this person is a pervert. Mike Smith promoted in school that without pain, life cannot be balanced, human nature is evil, and human beings live in shackles. Only by stimulating the original character can we truly have freedom. Using these excuses, his teaching method is very extreme: humiliation, forcing people to kneel, slapping each other, and even showing some bloody videos that can only appear on the dark web to students. But even so, those students still think it's cool and it's a good topic to talk about. So Mike Smith's classes are always full. Hearing this, Dean added, Daisy, you misunderstood. I mean, I want the information of those students who are studying for graduate and doctoral degrees under Mike Smith, whether they have graduated or not. Let me see. Daisy paused for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, well, this number is not that large. I will sort out the information of these people as soon as possible, and let Harry bring it to you when the time comes. By the way, if the Internal Affairs Investigation Department knows that you have woken up, they should come to you to understand the situation, and their attitude will probably not be very good, and they may even ask you to undergo a mental state diagnosis. Remember to bear it. The captain will help you deal with these. In the previous battle, Dean hit a group of 10-year-old kids with a car, and shot them in the head. In short, no one was left alive, and the means were too cruel. Now he is not only famous in the Los Angeles Police Detective Department and major branches, but also has the title of Butcher Inspector, and has also registered in the Internal Affairs Investigation Department. The group of people now doubted Dean's mental state. Upon hearing this news, Dean was speechless. He admitted that he did act a little too ruthlessly, but as a cultured pervert, every time he fired a gun, it was absolutely in line with the detective code of conduct and within the scope allowed by the rules. Dean shook his head. That's all. Anyway, he is not afraid of ordinary psychologists now. Hang up the phone. Dean picked up the fruit beside him to fill his stomach, and at the same time thought about his guess. After the explosion, a man wanted to shoot him again. After Dean crippled the man's limbs, he vaguely felt that he had seen the other person's appearance, but because of the impact of the explosion, his own condition was too bad, and he couldn't remember where he had seen the man's face. Until he woke up in the hospital. Dean used his powerful memory to remember, he had seen a photo of the man in Mike Smith's villa. That photo, gathered in a group of stud photos with Mike Smith, was not conspicuous at all. But Dean was sure that he was not wrong. He now extremely doubted whether the current source of pain was created by Mike Smith and his students. The emergence of the source of pain organization is actually very strange. Because this organization almost disappeared after the material abundance, until Mike Smith's death, It reappeared. Dean has reason to doubt, this organization, will it actually be reorganized and expanded by Mike Smith for some purpose and perverted ideas? Daisy's additional information on Mike Smith's teaching method has undoubtedly strengthened Dean's guess. School is a very suitable place to absorb new blood. Moreover, some of Mike Smith's views are in line with reality, which can easily resonate with these students whose three views are not yet completely stable but self-righteous. For example, human beings live in shackles, and only by stimulating the original character can they truly have freedom. In principle, this sentence is not wrong. Most people do live under shackles. For example, morality, conscience, law, ethics, and the views of others are actually shackles. But these shackles, to a certain extent, protect them. Because the original character of human beings is actually the animal instinct. If there is no restraint of courtesy, integrity, and emotional rationality, most people will definitely live a more miserable life than now. But for those students who are not well versed in the world, these ideas of Mike Smith are a good attraction. Because at their age, they like things that are unique. This leaves a good foundation for Mike Smith to spread his deformed ideas. And Mike Smith's teaching method is also problematic. In the American university of this world, honorary professors generally teach courses that are electives, and they also have the power to not teach directly. This means that students can come or not. This makes it convenient for Mike Smith to do things. His alternative teaching method seems abnormal, but in fact it is more like purifying students, breaking through their psychological defenses step by step, and screening out those who can be brainwashed. This process is called masochism in psychology, and of course it is also called the sinking ship effect. When your psychological defenses are broken step by step on a matter for some reason, until it accumulates to valve, you will unconditionally and without limit support this matter in order to show your correctness. This is the same as emotional fan abuse, purification, etc. So Dean suspected that Mike Smith, through layer by layer of purification of students, finally selected the appropriate new blood, baptized them, and carried out the real source of pain teaching. And the most suitable for this identity is undoubtedly the graduate students and doctoral students under Mike Smith. Regardless of whether this guess is right or not, Dean now has a living person in his hand, which can be regarded as making two preparations for solving the case. In the evening, Harry and Robert, who came over, were guarding the woman who had just finished the operation. In order to prevent the only living person from committing suicide, the two needed to pay attention to the time and keep injecting sedatives into the woman until Dean's body recovered further. As for why they didn't take her back to the detective bureau, it was to prevent the FBI from intercepting her. So much blood was left. Dean doesn't allow anyone to intercept his experience points. Ward. After enjoying the enthusiastic cleaning of the nurse, Dean watched TV boredly. His injury this time was not light or serious. It was not serious because there was no injury to the bones. It was not light because the injury was too large and the bleeding was too much, which made him a little weak now. He needed to rest for a few days before he could be lively again. Because he was very popular, the nurses sent a lot of fruits. In order to avoid hurting their feelings, Dean had to accept all the requests. At the same time, through the mouths of these nurses, he learned the information of the female nurse who stabbed him with a needle when he was unconscious. She was an intern nurse named Anna, 19 years old, which was the most beautiful and easiest age for a woman. I was thinking about it. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door outside the ward. Dean immediately changed his sitting position to make sure he could draw his gun at the first time, and then he said weakly, "Come in." Creak, the door opened. Led by the head nurse, a man and a woman walked into the room. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Have you seen American-style AI? Sophia, who are they? Dean coughed weakly twice, wondering. Sophia was the head nurse of the VIP ward on this floor. Inspector Dean, these two are your colleagues. We have confirmed their identities. If there are any problems, your colleagues and we will come here as soon as possible. The head nurse looked at Dean with a pair of eyes, hoping that Dean could feel her hint and get some feedback. Because of her rich nursing experience, she was the first nurse to know Dean's inner thoughts, and she was eager to communicate with Dean in this regard. However, Dean declined the offer from this lady who was about the same age as his mother. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Sophia. Your thoughtfulness is as sweet as the banana you gave me. I will call you if I need anything. Can you help us close the door now?" The head nurse turned and left with resentment. At her age, she always longed for something more practical and substantial to fill the void, rather than empty rhetoric, unless that rhetoric was not a noun but a verb to close the door. The man among the two people came forward and introduced himself in a friendly manner. "Inspector Dean, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. I am Agent Detron from the Internal Affairs Investigation Division. I have some questions I want to ask you. Is it convenient?" "Of course, no problem," Dean said, looking at the woman next to Detron who looked average but had a good temperament. "Madam, won't you introduce yourself?" He felt the scrutiny from the woman's eyes. The woman smiled but said nothing. Detron came to the rescue. "Her identity is a bit special and does not involve communication with you. If possible, I hope to start the questioning as soon as possible." "Okay." Dean nodded. Detron took out the recorder, and after confirming that there was no problem, he began to ask, "Detective Dean, what did you see when you were in the XX community and faced the attack?" "I don't know how to describe it. I was already confused at the time. Most people don't have the opportunity to enjoy the treatment of a group of thugs suddenly pulling out weapons and shooting at you. The same is true for me. In fact, if it weren't for the special off-road vehicle my girlfriend gave me, you would only see my photo at the memorial service for the martyrs." Dean neither directly answered Detron's question, but also defined the group of shortlegs as thugs, not 11 or 12-year-old children. In just a short paragraph, Detron felt that Dean was difficult to deal with. He frowned and continued, "Excuse me, do you like target shooting?" "No, I prefer to enjoy the deciphering of cases. I hate violence," Dean said helplessly. "If it's not for self-protection, I don't like using guns at all." Detron, a butcher inspector who has been in office for more than 3 months and has a record of more than 20 shootings, said innocently that he doesn't like violence. "Do I look like a fool?" Detron knew that Dean was lying, and Dean also knew that he was lying. But under the rules, Detron had nothing to say. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and looked directly into Dean's eyes. "Inspector Dean, I hope you can look directly at my question." Dean coughed twice, weak and powerless, and his handsome and masculine face showed innocence. "But these are all my true feelings, Agent Detron. Do you want me to say something else?" Detron's face changed slightly. "Don't get me wrong, I'm just reminding you because of my duty." The third question, "Inspector Dean, how do you feel now?" Dean sighed. "Feelings? Angry. A group of people with ulterior motives took advantage of those children and made them into thugs who killed without blinking an eye, ruining their lives and the families of countless innocent people. I'm very angry at the cruelty of the people behind the scenes." Feeling the emotional fluctuations in Dean's tone, Detron's eyes flashed with joy, and he quickly asked, "Then do you regret shooting during the attack?" "Little black man, I caught you by the chicken feet." This question is an obvious trap. Dean said yes. "Well, you need psychological counseling." Dean said no. "You killed so many little idiots, and you don't have any regrets?" "I have reason to suspect that you have an antisocial personality, and you need psychological counseling. There are traps on both sides. It depends on which side this young Inspector Dean jumps to." It's not that Detron has a problem with Dean. He admitted that he was indeed jealous of Dean's achievement of being promoted to inspector at this age, but more importantly, it was because his duty was to find police officers with problems. This was his performance. The two sides are naturally hostile. Dean felt Detron's malice. He smiled faintly and said without any hesitation, "No regrets. Because my duty is to solve the case, uphold the justice of the law, ensure that the deceased will not die unjustly, and protect the safety of the citizens. Facing a group of inhumane gun-wielding thugs. If I don't even dare to fire a gun, then first of all, I am sorry for the police badge on my body. Secondly, I am sorry for the taxpayers' money. Thirdly, I am sorry for my mother who raised me up with great effort and my family who loves me. And fourthly, I am sorry for my father who died in the line of duty." Dean paused, his tone serious and resolute. "At that moment, I have no right to regret, and I will not regret firing the gun." Detron took a breath. "Dedication, diligence, filial piety, loyalty. You are putting a buff here. How can you let me question it? How dare you let me question it? I can't afford to provoke it." Detron finally realized that he and Dean were not at the same level at all and could not beat him. He stood up quickly, with admiration on his face. "Detective Dean, Thank you for your cooperation, I won't disturb you to rest." As he said that, he picked up the recorder and looked at the woman beside him who had been silent. The woman nodded and finally spoke the first sentence. "Detective Dean has a very strong psychological quality. I have read the report. After he suffered the impact of the explosion, he endured the discomfort caused by the concussion and shot the mastermind behind the scenes. This shows that his willpower is far beyond that of ordinary people. Based on his professional qualities and knowledge, I personally think that he does not need psychological counseling." Detrin nodded, then turned off the employment pen, and then smiled at Dean and explained, "Daniel is our specially hired criminal psychology expert. According to convention, when we inquire, we also need experts to evaluate you. Very young expert." Dean turned his eyes to the woman who had been examining him, and said inexplicably, "But you are wrong about one thing." "What?" Daniel asked curiously. Dean coughed twice, took 2 breaths, and then said weakly, "After I was hit by the explosion, I didn't actually kill the attacker, but only broke his limbs. Because we often encounter some criminals who are taking drugs. When they are in a state of high, they are slow to perceive the negative state and pain of the body. When facing non-mandatory injury limitation wounds, even if they are shot more than a dozen times, they may fight back. So I often like to use .45 caliber bullets." 4 bullets came down. He almost became a pile of mud on the ground. In this case, I thought I could get useful information from him. But his next move was beyond my imagination. "What did he do?" Daniel licked his red lips, as if he was aroused by Dean. Detrin, who had put away the recorder on the side, also pricked up his ears curiously. In order to keep the secret, he was almost unable to move, and he grinded his face hard, and then used a sharp stone to cut his throat bit by bit. Because of the special nature of the case, Detrin and the others didn't know the details. Hearing Dean say it in such detail, Detrin smacked his lips and said with some emotion, "I guess the organization that guy belongs to must be very cruel. If he is caught, his family may be implicated, which makes him do such a crazy thing." Daniel obviously disagreed with his words and directly denied, "I think it is faith. Strong faith can allow a person to exert power beyond the limit and even block the pain of the flesh. For example, you." Dean slowly took out his gun and pointed it at Daniel. "Come, let me see the back of your neck." This sudden change of face caught Detrin off guard. He was still discussing the case the moment before, and why did he suddenly pull out a gun the next moment? "It seems that I need to revise my evaluation of your status, Detective Dean." Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Daniel turned around calmly, lifted his long hair, and revealed the smooth back of his neck covered by his hair. There was no iconic tattoo of source of pain on it. Dean grinned, "Ms. Daniel, thank you for your cooperation. Please take away the clothes too. You." Daniel finally lost his composure and glared at Dean angrily, "If you have combat sequelae and need to vent, go find a prostitute. I am a decent person." "I am not." Bang, a gunshot. The hot bullet slid across Daniel's cheek, burning her hair. This shot that almost hid her head not only scared Daniel silly, but also Detrin, who thought Dean was too much and wanted to persuade her with courage, was frightened and shrank his neck and continued to be his own wooden man. Detrin had a very positive mentality. Whatever happens, it's up to him. His own life is important. As for the unlucky Daniel and the cruel Dean, it's none of his business what the outcome will be. Boom, the door of the ward was knocked open. Harry, with a fierce look on his face, and the sturdy Robert, holding a pistol, broke into the room. They were in the ward next door, guarding the female prisoner. When they heard the gunshot, they rushed over immediately. Seeing the scene in front of them, the two were stunned. Harry obviously knew these two people. He looked at Dean with a gun hesitantly. "Hey, men, what's going on?" Pulling a gun at someone from the Internal Affairs Investigation Department is not a trivial matter. Another self-righteous member of the Source of Pain has come. "Okay, Robert, you go back and continue to watch the female suspect. Harry, you go outside and keep those nurses quiet. Don't let the hospital security enter." Dean didn't plan to let Detrin go out. He needed a witness. Out of trust, Harry and Robert put away their guns and went out. Detrin wanted to follow him out, but was stopped by Dean. "Agent Detrin, you brought this woman here. If you leave without seeing her true face, it will easily cause misunderstandings." Detrin said with a bitter face, "I am just a small character. I have only been married for 2 years and I have 2 hungry children at home. I don't know the grudges between you. Please let me go." Daniel also bit his lip. There may be some misunderstandings between us, but you speak logically and should have self-control. I hope you can let Agent Detrin leave. I will stay here with you. Detrin looked at Daniel with tears in his eyes. I didn't expect that this specially hired criminal psychology expert, who has always been aloof, would be so nice. Dean shook his head. Once he left, some things can't be explained clearly. In addition, you don't have to pretend. When the XX Black community exploded, you were also at the scene. When you talked to the man, although you lowered your voice, it was too amateurish. You used your own voice. That's right. Daniel was the companion of the tragic suicide man. The suicidal man was responsible for detonating the bomb and eliminating the trouble. She was responsible for monitoring the police's movements outside and providing information support. When Daniel heard what Dean said next, his body stiffened, knowing that he had been exposed. She sighed. If I had known, I would have put Mike Smith in another jurisdiction. I didn't expect that the 4th Squadron, which was established less than a year ago, would have such a powerful detective like you. As she said. Daniel showed his watch and opened his loose coat, revealing a yellow column with the thickness of an ordinary thumb. This is 1 kilogram of high-purity TNT detonator explosives, which can be remotely detonated and connected to my pulse watch. Once I take the initiative to detonate or my heart stops beating, boom, she showed a crazy smile. Imagine the power of 200 grenades exploding at the same time. The upper and lower floors here will be turned into rubble, the building will collapse, and the countless patients, medical staff, and accompanying family members in the entire inpatient department will become a string of cold numbers because of you. Do you want to try it? They may not be professional in committing crimes. But as a top student, purification and configuration of high-concentration high explosives, and the design of an ingenious detonation device are no longer a problem. Detrin was already scared. He sniffed and collapsed directly on the ground. He looked at Dean in despair and trembled. It's real TNT explosives. Dean turned the gun head around, turned off the safety, and threw it in front of Daniel. Okay, you win. I admit defeat. As the winner, can you satisfy one of my doubts? Daniel picked up Dean's pistol, and his slightly trembling body regained its composure. Haha. So you are afraid of death too? She said generously. Sure. Was the source of pain you are in created by Mike Smith? Daniel nodded happily. He was a bastard. He brainwashed us when we were young and led us to depravity step by step. The funny thing is that when it was his son's turn, he tried to deceive us. In the end, we gave him a carefully crafted purification. Got it? Dean nodded with satisfaction and smiled. In return, I will also tell you something. What? Daniel looked at the time on his watch and was still very generous. She didn't think she would be exposed when she came here this time. She originally wanted to secretly leave explosives to silence her companions who were caught, but she didn't expect that she would be recognized by Dean. But now she has controlled the situation. The gun and explosives are in her hands. She can't think of any reason for her to lose. Seeing this woman so stupid, Dean lowered his head and said in a low voice, have you seen American IAI? Around 10 o'clock in the evening, there will be another chapter to make up the integer of 20,000. Chapter 157 Stanford Experiment, The Truth. Daniel felt vaguely uneasy. A fierce look flashed in her eyes, and she pulled the trigger of the pistol in her hand, but was surprised to find that the pistol she got from Dean, for some reason, could not be pulled. Sorry, it may not cooperate with others. Dean slowly raised his head. As soon as the voice fell, it seemed that there was a residual image passing by. Detrin on the side saw the gunfire flashing continuously, and 4 shots were fired in a row, roaring in the ward. With a click, Daniel fell to the ground with his gun, and there were burst wounds on the joints of his limbs. He became a rotten meat that could only crawl on the ground, enjoying the treatment of his companions 3 days ago. Detrin looked at Daniel, who also did not react, in a daze, and then looked at Dean, who was holding an apple in both hands and preparing to peel it. For a moment, he wondered if there was a synchronization problem between his ears and eyes. I vaguely saw 4 gunshots, but only heard 1 gunshot. I saw the 4 gunshot wounds on Daniel's limbs, but I didn't see where Dean's gun was hidden. How could someone in the world shit so fast? Crunch. Dean ate the apple in his hand in a few bites, threw it accurately into the trash can in the distance, and then said, Agent Detrin, why don't you call the bomb disposal team and stand here to make a sculpture? Oh. Detrin woke up as if from a dream, and touched his waist, but because he was shaking all the time, He couldn't put it into his pocket. He finally took out his mobile phone. Because his hands were shaking like Parkinson's disease, he hesitated to make a call. Fortunately, he didn't stutter when he spoke. Explain the situation and hang up the phone. Detron squeezed out an unprecedented warm smile, and walked to Dean's bed a little embarrassedly. Detective Dean, what do you think I should write this report? Just write it truthfully. Now please evacuate the patients and doctors here, and ask the doctor to stop the bleeding. Dean didn't pretend anymore. He sat up from the bed, stretched his waist, revealing the white bandages all over his body, and walked to Daniel and squatted down. This woman was almost in shock from the gunshot wound. Dean checked the explosive pack on her body and let out a sigh of frustration. This woman is not scary. This is really TNT explosives. And there are sophisticated electronic devices connecting the explosive packs. There is an inconspicuous flash of traffic lights. It seems that the explosive pack is still very safe without reaching the triggering conditions. It can be seen that this group of highly educated people, although they are brainless in committing crimes and doing things with loopholes, have strong hands-on ability and no problem with IQ. Perhaps if it weren't for their experiences when they were young, this group of people should have a very good future, enjoying a warm family and an enviable career. Unfortunately, there is no going back. They have become the shape of Mike Smith. Curious about this psychological change. After the doctor trembled and helped Daniel stop the bleeding and bandage, Dean drove away Harry and Robert, who wanted to accompany him, took out a cigarette and lit it for Daniel, who had stopped the pain, and sat next to her like a friend, and took out a cigarette and smoked it himself. Daniel lost all feeling in her limbs. She puffed on the cigarette in her mouth blankly. Her eyes were red from the smoke, but she was reluctant to spit out the cigarette in her mouth. She knew that this might be her last cigarette before going to prison. Let's chat? Dean shook off the ash for Daniel and refilled her cigarette. He sighed and said, "You are actually very intellectual. If I met you when I was studying, I would definitely want to pursue you." The mastery of level 1 intercourse and level 2 mind reading made him know that the psychological defense of the woman in front of him was very fragile and could collapse at any time. These words touched Daniel. Memories flashed in her eyes. Before she met Mike Smith, she was indeed very knowledgeable, liked to read, and even had a nerdy boyfriend. Unfortunately, all this ended after she listened to Mike Smith's course. A doctor cannot cure himself. After Daniel had a certain attainment in psychology, she knew that there was something wrong with her mind, but at that time, she could not go back except to continue to adhere to the concept of mental illness. Because denying the concept is to completely deny the meaning of one's existence. This is a bit idealistic, but it is the truth. There was a long silence. She spit out the cigarette in her mouth and said hoarsely, "What do you want to talk about?" "Talk about you, a group of people who are equally unfortunate, or talk about how you killed Mike Smith. It's all fine. Maybe you can try to confide in them. Anyway, it's like this now, and the result won't be worse." Dean knew that the prey had fallen into the trap. The memories of such people are often painful, and confession is like candy, which allows her to vent the pain that cannot be vented in her heart. This is the same as training a dog. Daniel, who is also a psychology expert, is not in a good mental state. Hearing Dean's words, she did not refuse, but thought about it. "Wait for a moment." She nodded. "Then tell me how we killed Mike Smith." Mike Smith is very knowledgeable. Many of his theories are actually very twisted, but when he said them, people were convinced, and step by step, we, the prisoners of thought, became his slaves. We later learned that Mike Smith used us as subjects of the Stanford experiment. Is it the prison experiment that explores human nature? Dean's eyes flashed with a strange look. The Stanford experiment existed in both his previous life and this life. It mainly tests the psychological changes between the ruler's prison guards and the ruled prisoners through the prison environment. The Stanford experiment in this world is more bloody, and the results are also cruel. The results of the experiment often led to the collapse of order in the end. When you can do whatever you want. Those who originally played the role of prison guards with high education, kindness and high self-control finally fail step by step under this false pleasure of controlling the fate of others, and even fail into meaningless play, humiliation, and even some more excessive things physically and mentally, which are more disgusting than some real villains. After the experiment, most of the prison guards became thugs and criminals, and could no longer escape the bottom-line collapse caused by the short-term experiment. Unfortunately, no one in the real world spoiled them. So this group of people were either shot or imprisoned. And those prisoners who played the role of prison guards had a mental breakdown after experiencing differentiation. Some of them directly suffered from mental illness. Some chose to surrender and took the initiative to become puppets of those prison guards. From the initial unwillingness, they developed into self-comforting brainwashing, and got satisfaction from being exploited, humiliated and abused. Even after terminating this round of experiments, they still could not get rid of this morbid psychology. In the end, they committed suicide under the pressure of the outside world's views. Because it was too bloody and violent, and it also brought about adverse consequences. In short, this experiment was urgently stopped in 1979, and it successfully became an experimental model in psychology textbooks that can never be ignored. Since then, the front page of every entry-level psychology book in this world will have such a paragraph: when you condense the abyss, you are also becoming the abyss. To put it in human terms, those who play with people's hearts will eventually become slaves of people's hearts and suffer backlash. Daniel's short words made Dean understand Mike Smith's mentality. This bastard didn't want to revive the source of pain organization that was gradually dying out. He was just satisfying his twisted desires. Daniel's subsequent words also confirmed Dean's guess. We didn't know it at the beginning, but when we had our own attainments in psychology, we understood what tricks Mike Smith was playing. But at that time, we were already the same as Mike Smith. We knew that we were not normal, but that kind of psychology was like a drug, forcing us to choose to continue to follow the script. We often tortured each other in a secret place, healed each other, or indulged in sex, and used ourselves to conduct various extreme human experiments, and some people even contracted AIDS. But no one cared. We accepted Mike Smith's brainwashing and sank step by step. In the end, we really thought that the skin was only used to carry sins and should be destroyed. Until Mike Smith's son grew up. Speaking of this, Daniel paused. I want to smoke another cigarette. No problem. Dean generously took out a cigarette and put it in her mouth and lit it. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1619, one book, one bar, one look. After taking a deep breath, Daniel continued, that was 20 days ago. At this time, we, the old members of the source of pain, have gone our separate ways and secretly done what Mike Smith did before in different places. The only difference is that we put the experimental subjects on those homeless black children. In addition, every January, we will return to the previous secret place to share our gains in the past year. We are like a group of deformed perverts. It seems that only in this way can we keep each other warm. But this year's party has a problem. What's the problem? Little Mike has grown up. Daniel laughed at himself. We are very unhappy that Mike Smith has distorted our lives, but his son can escape because of autism. When children grow up, they will have a sense of resistance. Daniel and his group are the same. They became what Mike Smith wanted, but now they were gradually out of his control. Under the coercion of Daniel and his group, Mike Smith was forced to go back and bring his son and the dog to the secret society where they were, and then tortured and killed the dog little by little in front of the 12-year-old child with autism. Daniel exhaled a puff of smoke. Because of our respective work, we only let Mike Smith do this, and did not monitor the whole process, which gave Mike Smith some luck. This bastard put a mask and earplugs on his son, pretended to torture and kill the Akita dog, and then sent the video to us, and rarely apologized to us. He was scared and didn't want to continue this game. At this point, Daniel laughed nervously, letting the cigarette butt in his mouth fall on the mountain peak, and he didn't care about the roasted flesh and meat. He laughed and said, this idiot doesn't know that we have placed dense cameras in the society. His deception, in our view, is clown behavior. Laughing and laughing. Her tears came out. That feeling is actually very desperate. This bastard took us to play a game with no turning back, but halfway through, because of an autistic son, he wanted to jump out of the car, which made us very angry. So you tortured and killed him. Dean picked up the cigarette butt that burned Daniel's flesh and put it aside. Daniel's eyes flashed with tenderness, and he nodded, yes. It's not only about killing Mike Smith, but also a kind of self-destruction. After Mike Smith's death, our hearts were very empty. So after discussing it, we decided to leave it all to God to choose. If the police can find us, we will use ourselves as an experiment to warn the world. Otherwise, we will maintain our previous lives and become new Mike Smiths, transferring our misfortunes to new innocent people, so as to gain a little abnormal satisfaction. Daniel said calmly. But Dean felt a little numb. If Daniel and his group blossomed everywhere, and even formed a force like academic cliques, it would really be a disaster for those innocent people. After all, this magical federal country allows cults to exist. Of course. They don't call these cults, but say, religious freedom, freedom of belief. Anyway, as long as you bring the word freedom, there are no taboos. After listening to the story, Dean stood up, picked up the cigarette butt that Daniel had dropped on his chest, threw it on the bedsheet, and then lit the bedsheet with a lighter. The flame spread. Daniel's eyes flashed with panic and confusion. Dean smiled faintly. It's a very good story. In return, before you die, I will also teach you two things. First, don't make things like explosive packs so safe, because the reason why it is deterrent is that it is unstable, otherwise it is meaningless. After that, Dean pulled hard, and in Daniel's shocked eyes, he easily removed the explosive pack in her hand. Her eyes widened. You know how to dismantle it, but you asked Detrin to call the bomb disposal team. If not, how can I be alone with you and eat the bait you threw to me? Dean asked back, then picked up Daniel and threw him on the bedsheet where the flames spread. You're crazy. Daniel struggled hard, no longer with the calmness of the previous barbecue, but unfortunately her limbs were all broken. At this moment, she was like a termite, struggling hard, but it was difficult to escape. She could only listen to the crackling sound of her hair burning and watch the flames approach her. Dean ignored Daniel's struggle and continued, Second, you said that playing with people's hearts will backfire, but from the beginning of the story, you have been guiding my thinking and even thought of a way out. You deliberately let the cigarette butts fall on your body, leaving scars, and aroused my sympathy, so that I took the cigarette butts and left fingerprints. You let me know that a dog will always eat shit. I am too lazy to waste time. You like to play with fire, so I will give you a passionate flame, just to help you purify your sins. If I die, you will never know that the members of the Source of Pain will face a lifetime of assassination. Don't make it so scary. How many students are close to Mike Smith? And you all have photos on the wall of his house. At worst, I will kill them one by one. After saying that, Dean turned around and left without even looking at Daniel, who was already howling with pain because of the flames, and closed the door considerately while he was still howling and cursing. The sparse red light warning sounded. This is a fire alarm warning device. Unfortunately, this inpatient building has been cleared. Now there are only Dean at the door and the fireman Daniel inside. Water dripped down inside the house. Daniel's screams not only did not lessen, but became even more miserable. Not long after, they died. Dean pushed open the door and confirmed that the other party was covered with the burns. After he died, he took the explosive pack and pretended to run downstairs in panic. The flames would devour the traces on Daniel's body. And he would use bullets to clean up those potential threats. No murderer can survive this case. Sorry, I just typed it out. Around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock should also be considered around. In short, today's update of 21,000 words has been successfully completed. Thanks to the book friend 20221109001109169 feed for the reward of 500 book coins, and thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend all in the world practicing for the reward, and thanks to the boss. Good night. Chapter 158, FBI Involvement. When your future is bright, you will find that this world is full of kindness. One person died. Dean didn't even need to explain too much. The city bomb disposal team took away the explosives. Detrin from the Internal Affairs Investigation Department chose to play dead. Not to mention Harry and Robert. As for the people from the forensic department such as Holtz who came later, after a hasty inspection of Daniel's body, they gave a conclusion of self-immolation. As long as the process is completed, they can directly determine the nature. This made Dean feel very happy. Until a person who is not very pleasant appeared in front of him. Inspector Dean, long time no see, your promotion speed is amazing. A white man in a suit, with a kind smile on his face, and a female companion, stretched out his right hand to Dean. But I don't know why. His outstretched hand was shaking inconspicuously, as if he was very afraid of Dean. Dean laughed in his heart and shrugged. Cheston, you look much more mature. Are you here for the members of the Source of Pain? The man was the FBI trainee Cheston, who Dean met for the first time after killing Bill. At first, this guy was astute following Anthony. He was ambitious but fragile. He looked down on Dean for his mixed-race background and spoke rudely. He was slapped twice by the redneck hunk Lawrence. Later, When the students led by Anthony captured a small leader of the Dagger gang and wanted to find out more information about the Lucifer game organization, they were attacked by the third killer in North America, and everyone in the safe house was killed. Because of this, Anthony was on an indefinite leave. Cheston was lucky and did not die in that attack. But after that, Dean never saw him again. Dean didn't like this guy. But to be honest, Cheston looked much better after he became a regular employee. It is estimated that he suffered a lot in the 2 months after he became a regular employee. He matured a lot and knew that FBI agents were not as high-end as imagined. Cheston didn't want to contact Dean. He knew that he had left a bad impression on Dean. So when he accepted the mission to investigate the source of pain and saw Dean's detailed information, he prayed in his heart that he would not come into contact with Dean. The butcher detective who had been in the job for more than 3 months and had killed more than 20 people. Every time Cheston thought of these materials these days, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He was glad that when he first came into contact with Dean, the other party was lying on the hospital bed instead of jumping around. Otherwise, he doubted whether he could survive until now. But what you fear will come true. Because of the internship experience during the trainee period, the head of the FBI Los Angeles branch directly asked him and another senior to be responsible for the connection of this case, and placed great hopes on it. Seeing that Dean had no obvious malice towards him, Cheston breathed a sigh of relief, took back his right hand, and introduced Dean to the female companion next to him. "This is my female partner and guide, Agent Ruth. Dean, would you like to go to the coffee shop next door to chat?" Dean glanced at the middle-aged woman who had not spoken beside Cheston, and nodded. "I just need your help with something, let's go." The corner of the coffee shop against the wall. Dean and Ruth sat facing each other. Cheston sat at the front table wisely to ensure that no one would approach to talk. "Detective Dean, to be honest, I was surprised to see that you are a special FBI employee." Ruth looked at the handsome man in front of her with surprise. Dean chuckled. "I shouldn't be conspicuous in your recruitment team. I have something to do later. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." Ruth nodded. "We want that person alive." The person alive she mentioned refers to the woman who pretended to be an FBI agent and wanted to assassinate Dean. She is also the most direct clue to the source of pain organization involved after Mike Smith's death. Dean thought for a moment and nodded. "No problem, we are all colleagues, this is just a small matter." Ruth breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and was about to say something nice. Dean continued, "In fact, I already know the identities of the members of the Source of Pain organization and some discoveries that will make you stand out. If you can do me a small favor, I can help you deal with it directly. You can just come and take over when the time comes." "What?" Hearing this, Ruth's pupils shrank slightly. "What small favor?" Dean leaned forward and smiled without any warmth. "The members of this organization have strong malice towards me. I hope they will not see the sun the next day. You speak too directly, I am not used to it. And," Ruth stroked her long hair, "our branch director is very interested in the research of that group of people. They seem to be training and brainwashing some innocent children. You seem to have misunderstood what I said." Dean sat down again. "I am just informing you, not asking for your help. In my opinion, you are a bunch of garbage, not worthy of being put on the table, and you can't see your own shortcomings." Click. A cigarette was lit. Dean blew out a stream of white mist, took out his phone and checked the time, and said calmly, "I have to go to the airport to pick someone up tonight. Think carefully, do you want to accept my kindness and help me clean up the mess when the time comes, or just get out of here, solve the case yourself, and finally take the blame for me?" He left a business card. Without waiting for the female agent to reply, Dean turned and left. He seemed to be speaking arrogantly, but in fact it was just a negotiation technique, not really arrogant. Dean is no longer the small shrimp he used to be. The FBI has many methods that can be used on ordinary people. Once used on him, it is to actively give him handles to blackmail. On the surface, Dean follows Mon and is a henchman of the Aston family in Los Angeles. Secretly, he is a special employee of the FBI and NSA, and his authority is very different. In addition, he has complicated relationships with Oman and Anthony. By the way, Dean also knows the second-generation sucker Ross, whose identity is not simple, and is supported by a rich woman Neil whose background is unknown. Whether it is a conspiracy or an open conspiracy, as long as Dean is not shot directly, the subsequent handling will be very troublesome and complicated. When a smart person does things, he will prioritize gains and losses. Dean believed that his rude words would only make Ruth in front of him feel cautious, instead of being angry and ashamed, and would rather not have the credit but disgust himself. Of course, if Cheston was in charge of this matter, Dean would change a more suitable set of words, instead of being so sharp. After leaving the cafe, Dean called the captain, Mon En, as soon as possible. You can be arrogant when speaking. You must be cautious when doing things. He was determined to kill people this time. In this case, he needs to find a big boss who is willing to take the blame and to stand in front, so that he can not only help himself do things, but also gain the appreciation of the big boss and reduce risks. The call was connected. Mon En seemed to be in a special place, and his voice was low and restrained. Dean, I received Harry's message. Are you okay? The FBI found me. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in this matter, but there are some hidden secrets about Mike Smith's death. I don't know if it will involve the Aston family. Mon En's voice was full of surprise. You just woke up from a coma. How come you have gained something? In fact, he is depressed now. Originally, he was the first to take over the case of Mike Smith, and Dean also made some gains soon, digging out the organization of Source of Pain. The people behind him were very curious about Mike Smith's hidden identity. After all, the big family was not peaceful. If he could get some evidence, it might become a killer at any time. But that group of people was too crazy. They actually set explosives in the underground pipes in the city, which made too much noise, so the FBI found an excuse to intervene. No mistake, the case was taken away. Dean was not in good condition again. Meng En was thinking about how to explain this to the people behind him, but he didn't expect that Dean, who had just woken up from a coma, actually called and said that there was a turn of events. It can only be said that Dean is worthy of being his lucky general. While Mun was brainstorming, Dean briefly explained the situation and bewitched him. Captain, Mike Smith recruited new blood from the students. Those new blood turned their attention to those homeless children. Now no one knows how many people are involved, and no one knows what Mike Smith wants to do by using the name of the Aston family consultant. The people in the FBI are complicated. Do you really trust the people behind you? There was a moment of silence. Mun hesitated and said, Dean, in fact, the reason why Mike Smith can become the consultant of the Aston family is because the youngest son of the current head of the Aston family likes him very much. This matter is very complicated. I will get back to you later. Hang up the phone. Dean lit a cigarette and thought about the information of the person behind Mun. There is little information about the members of the Aston family on the surface, but Mun once revealed that the person behind him will become the mayor of Los Angeles this year. There are only a few people who are qualified to compete for this position. And there is only one person with the surname Aston who participates in politics, Sol Aston. Dean has checked the information of this person. This person is very interesting. Because he, like Dean, has Chinese blood. Sol Aston's mother is the daughter of a political party family on Xiaoan Island in China. It was a marriage of interest in the early years of politics, and it was also a kind of layout. However, with the visible strength of China's national strength, the significance of this marriage is getting less and less. Sol Aston, this unlucky guy, was doing well before the age of 30, and his news could often be seen in some media. In the past 10 years, because of the decline in value and the loss of the support of his family, Sol Aston was unable to withstand the suppression of the Carmen family and fell into depression. However, because of his mother, Sol Aston likes to recruit smart Chinese subordinates, and after losing the support of family resources, he formed his own interest group with this group of people, and at the same time attracted a large number of wealthy Chinese. But his luck is really bad. When the Carmen family was there, he was not very outstanding among the congressmen. He was a bit like Dean before he came to the 4th Squadron. He was a salted middle-aged man. It can be said. Dean and Anby Pifu were furious and destroyed the Carmen family, which not only saved Mun's political career, but also indirectly brought Sol Aston back to life. He seized the opportunity and used the resources of the wealthy Chinese tycoons under his command to regain his foothold in the family. He also obtained a lot of political resources and support, becoming the Aston family's open political figure in Los Angeles, and his future is promising. Dean knew that Sol Aston, who had experienced ups and downs and lows, would burst out with pent-up ambitions once he seized the opportunity again. He would no longer have warmth in his heart and only talk about interests, not family affection. So, the other party asked Mun to keep an eye on the Mike Smith case. Do you have any ideas about the head of the Aston family? Dean shook his head. The people of these big families are deceitful. Even if they are members of the family, they still wear masks when they get along, and there is no warmth on their smiling faces, and there is no meaning at all. But even if the Aston family is extinct, it has nothing to do with him. He now wants to find someone to help him clean up his ass, as a backup after the FBI intervenes. In this case, even if that Ruth didn't want to cooperate with him, he could just ignore them and act according to his own ideas. In addition, he also prepared a way out. Dean didn't dare to look down on the source of pain, a group of high IQ lunatics who were proficient in criminal psychology and had twisted thinking. He made up his mind to kill them all and destroy them humanely. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Mon called back, "Dean, this matter has made too much trouble, and the FBI has intervened. Its truth is no longer meaningful to the people behind us." Okay. Dean was a little disappointed with the result and couldn't help but complain, "Captain, isn't it Mr. Saul Aston? You don't have to be so mysterious." Ahem. Mon said awkwardly, "Sorry, Mr. Saul has been silent for too long, which made me develop the habit of keeping a secret. Okay, you take good care of your injuries. Mr. Saul wants to see you at the end of the month." "Got it." Hang up the phone. Dean looked at the time, called Harry, and asked him to drive him to Mike Smith's villa. After knowing the real cause of Mike Smith's death, he was sure that Mike Smith's villa must have information about the secret base of the source of pain. Dean only wanted to do one thing now: find those highly intelligent perverts and use bullets to tell them that in the next life, they should not try to provoke a reckless man who likes to solve problems with physical means. A battle of wits and courage? Sorry. For perverts, Dean prefers to empty the magazine directly. Chapter 159: Mike Smith's Backup Plan. "I think you should lie in the ward and take good care of your body." Harry looked at the injured Dean with some worry, trying to persuade him not to work so hard. "Just a few thousand yuan a month. What's the point of risking your life?" Harry was afraid of death, and he didn't want Dean, who was almost killed by the explosion, to continue to take risks to investigate this case. "Do you dare to bet that group of lunatics will not continue to attack us and our families?" Dean raised his head, smiled coldly, and clenched his fists. "Harry, remember, your life must be in your own hands, and you must rely on yourself." "What a bullshit, FBI. Dean can guarantee that as long as that group of high IQ perverts show their value, then the FBI will choose to recruit them without hesitation and use them for their own purposes. He will never allow such a thing to happen." Harry looked at the murderous Dean, licked his lips, and hesitated, "But we don't even know how many of them there are and where they are hiding." "Someone knows." After that, Dean put away his gun, closed his eyes, and took the time to rest. Mike Smith's villa estate. A few days later, Dean and his friend met the sturdy Nanny Anna again. In just a few days, she looked much older and a little dull, as if she had been greatly stimulated. She was completely different from the cheerfulness when they first met. Dean noticed. Anna showed obvious resistance to their arrival this time. "I told you everything I know last time. What else do you want?" "I want to go to Mike Smith's room." Dean said straight to the point. "No." Anna refused without thinking. Dean nodded. "Then I want to talk to little Mike alone." No. As soon as Anna opened her mouth, the black, straight and hard gun barrel filled her mouth, blocking her words of refusal. Dean looked at the female warrior coldly. "The Pain Source organization founded by Mike Smith has caused the direct or indirect deaths of more than 100 people. That group of perverts found many underage children to brainwash and trained them into tools without bottom line. We must find them as soon as possible. We don't have time to waste time with you. Understand?" Una licked the cold barrel of the gun in her mouth, took a step back, and spit out the barrel. There was no fear on her face, and her tone was still decisive. "No, unless you can get the prosecutor or the Chief Justice to issue documents, I have the power to refuse your request. Who are you trying to scare?" She didn't believe that Dean dared to really shoot. The next moment, bang bang bang, 7 bullets poured out, pushing Una's huge body back and shaking. She looked at Dean and the pistol in his hand that was still steaming, and without saying a word, she slammed heavily on the floor, causing the whole hall to tremble slightly. Looking at her dead body, Dean replaced the new magazine expressionlessly. "Give you face. Power? You have the right to refuse. I also have the right to kill you. All beings are equal in front of my gun. Harry, you stay outside." Dean gave a simple order and walked towards the stairs. "No problem." Harry raised his middle finger to Una's body. This woman actually discriminated against him last time. If he didn't think he couldn't win, he would have let Una suffer last time. Dean helped him vent his anger this time. Harry hummed rap and walked towards the door of the villa. He was used to Dean's wild style of doing things. Give him a chance but don't. The next time he opens his mouth, Dean will shoot directly. No dragging and wasting time. Mike Smith's villa has 4 floors. The 3rd floor is Mike Smith's residence, and the 4th floor is the library. Mike Smith's son with autism often stays there. After thinking about it, Dean went to the 3rd floor first. The door on the 3rd floor was locked. But this thing can only protect against gentlemen, not Dean's size 44 big feet. There was a loud bang. The door popped open. Dean patted his trouser legs and walked in. It was different from what he expected. Mike Smith's residence had no furniture, no books, and nothing that Dean guessed. It was empty, except for a very conspicuous wooden table in the middle of the corridor. Dean walked to the table and found that it was a map of Los Angeles. Next to the map, there was a stack of letter paper with scribbled words. Wow, did Mike Smith predict his own death before? Dean licked his lips that were a little dehydrated and picked up the stack of letter paper. Hello, stranger. I'm Mike Smith. When you see this letter, I should be dead. I have done a lot of wrong things. But these sins should not be left to my son to bear, so I asked Anna to contact the police immediately after I disappeared and report it. Of course, I didn't believe her, so I just lied to her. I buried a lot of trap bombs on the 3rd floor. If those crazy people show up, I will threaten them with this and then call the police. If this has caused you trouble, I'm sorry. Dean frowned when he saw this. Una, who was beaten to pieces by him, obviously did not listen to Mike Smith's words, but stopped himself from going in to check after Mike Smith disappeared. This woman, there is something wrong. Dean guessed that Una might also be a member of the Source of Pain, but because the energy of that group of people was attracted by himself and Harry, they did not deal with the villa. It was also because of Mike Smith's deception. Una did not dare to come to the 3rd floor, so that the things left by Mike Smith remained intact. But there is one thing that does not make sense. Because Mike Smith's son, little Mike, is a sickly child who can't take care of himself, why would those lunatics keep him? With doubts, Dean turned the page and continued to read. The misfortune of childhood caused my twisted desires. My lover died. Little Mike also suffers from congenital emotional deficiency. I lost my emotional support. So I couldn't help but do some wrong things to release my distortion and tyranny that had nowhere to go, making myself a master of a group of innocent children. I enjoyed the abnormal joy of controlling the bodies and minds of those children. But something unfortunate happened. My son, little Mike, has talents that I have never seen before: absolute calmness, photographic memory, and super fast learning and understanding ability. Can you imagine that a child who is only 6 years old can easily complete the basic subject education from enlightenment to university? If these talents appear in a normal child, it must be a gift from God. But for a child with emotional deficiency and an underdeveloped brain, it is equivalent to letting a pony be your locomotive, which is tantamount to suicide. I tried my best, but I could only maintain little Mike's basic survival. He had needles inserted all over his body to maintain the consumption of his brain. I was in pain. This situation was not relieved until I taught little Mike to build his own memory palace to reduce the pressure on his brain. But as he grew older, he was like a robot. Apart from being interested in knowledge, he communicated less and less with me. In the end, we didn't say a word for several days. I knew he wanted to regain his missing emotional perception ability, so I started to help him more wholeheartedly, collecting all kinds of knowledge, helping him build a laboratory, and even taking him to conduct some basic biological experiments. I could see it. My baby son just lacked emotional perception, not a real machine. He also had his own desires and cravings. Just like a blind person. He couldn't see the colorful world, but by groping, he would know the general shape of objects. It was just that he had no concept of the scenery described by others. This made me very happy. Because through my careful teaching, if little Mike wanted to, he could pretend to be a normal person, but he thought it was a waste of time to communicate with people with low IQ. So many times, he was like an autistic child, living only in his own world. The second page of the letter stopped here. Dean touched his chin. It seems that Mike Smith likes this son very much? And is there really such a wicked child in the world? Dean, whose spiritual attribute is as high as 13 points, is very smart and expressed some disbelief. He turned to the next page of the letter with anticipation. All this is beautiful. When little Mike was 8 years old, it ended. I discovered something very fatal. Out of control. Those children I tamed lost control when they grew up. They had their own ideas. Damn it. Those who play with people's hearts will be bitten back by their hearts. I just wanted to satisfy my twisted and ugly desires by reviving the slogan of Source of Pain, but those bastards took it seriously. They began to secretly bring some black homeless children back to the base to train, brainwash, and train them, and even talked about forming a school clique in the future and letting these children join the army when they grow up. It will take at most 10 years. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one forum. The Source of Pain will rise again, and put on a skin, becoming a legal evil organization. I was very scared and a little excited. At that moment, I had the opportunity to end the next nightmare. But greed made me completely lose the opportunity. My fate was doomed on that day 4 years ago. On January 1st, 2001, I received their notice. My son, little Mike, is 12 years old and can be baptized by the organization. This group of lunatics actually wants little Mike to follow the same path as me. I will never allow this to happen. Of course. I dare not go. In order to win their trust, I took little Mike and Baga to the secret base. Baga is a Japanese Akita dog. I originally used it to entertain little Mike, but he was obviously not interested in creatures with low IQ. This dog became a Oz little pet to entertain him. In order to protect little Mike, I asked him to cooperate with me and put on a play, and then did some cruel things to Baga, leaving behind those bloody torture instruments. Everything went well. I buried Baga under a big tree. After returning, Anal was still sad for a few days because of Baga's disappearance. Until today, January 16th, I received their invitation. They discovered my little trick. I knew that I would most likely die. So I left these things. If I didn't come back, please make sure to remove the Source of Pain and protect my son little Mike. He is really smart and simple-minded. As long as you promise to help him regain his lost emotional perception ability for guidance, he will help you. If you are a member of the Source of Pain, it is probably because of an Oz problem. Promise me. Don't hurt the child. He won't mind if you kill me as his father. For guidance, little Mike is your best helper. Don't hurt him. So far, the third piece of letter paper has also come to an end. It can be seen. When Mike Smith wrote these contents, his emotions were in an unstable state, so that the 3 pieces of letter paper were tattered and often had scratches. But the content is still coherent. To sum up, there are 2 points. First, the Source of Pain is a toy made by Mike Smith because of some abnormal desires, and it was finally backfired. This is similar to what the female member who was burned to death by Dean said before. Second, little Mike is a genius with emotional deficiency. Dean twisted his stiff neck. He was somewhat interested in little Mike. But the most urgent thing was to destroy the people of the Source of Pain without giving them time to react. Dean put the letter in his arms and looked at the map beside him. This was a map of a town in the suburbs of Los Angeles. On the map, the town church was circled with a red pen, and a familiar human figure on the cross was drawn on it. Obviously, this place was the secret base of Mike Smith and others. Next to the map, there was also a photo album. Dean picked up the album and opened it. He found that in addition to the photo of the church, there was also a topographic map of the interior, including the outer room, the underground secret room unknown to outsiders, and the prison. In addition to these, the rest were photos of men and women. On the back of the photo, the detailed information of the corresponding person and the time of joining the Source of Pain were written. There were a total of 37 people here, including the man who detonated the explosives before, the woman who pretended to be the FBI, and the woman who was burned to death by herself in the hospital. In other words, there were 34 remaining members of the Source of Pain. Very good. We have the map and the target. Dean put these things away, looked up at the ceiling, and turned to leave. As for little Mike, he was somewhat interested. But destroying the Source of Pain organization was the top priority. Outside the house, Harry and a group of community security guards were confronting each other with guns drawn. 4 unfamiliar patrolmen stood between them and tried to appease them, but it didn't work very well. As soon as Dean came out, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, ran to Dean, and muttered, "Man, These security guards don't care that I'm a detective. If the brothers from the branch hadn't come, I would have been arrested. Dean nodded. It's not Harry's fault, but the security guards in many high-end communities really don't care about the police. He clapped his hands and said, I am Inspector Dean from the Detective Bureau. The nanny of this house is suspected of killing the owner. During the interrogation, she tried to attack the police and was shot dead by me on the spot. Guys, keep watch here. Don't let anyone in before the forensic department arrives. Several patrolmen from the precinct, who had obviously heard of Dean's name, came forward to greet him warmly and then stood guard outside the gate. Obviously, they were also unhappy with these Harry security guards. Seeing this, the security guard stepped forward and wanted to negotiate, but were immediately locked in Dean's cold eyes. Dude, you are only wearing a security uniform, not a police uniform. I have already given you a reason to shirk it. Don't ask for trouble. The security chief's scalp was slightly numb when he was looked at by Dean's eyes. This unscrupulous look made him almost think that he had returned to the gray era when the police and criminals were indistinguishable and colluded with each other. He exhaled, waved to the brothers behind him, and turned to leave. He drove away the community security. Dean whispered in Harry's ear, you stay here, take the brothers from the branch to guard, wait for Holds to come and take over here, and also keep an eye on the children upstairs. No problem, what about you? Dean took the car keys from Harry's hand and smiled. Go to the airport to pick up some friends from New York and take them to clean up some garbage. The original text was 2,400 words. After the major revision, it is 4,400 words. The price does not increase with the increase in quantity. It is still charged at 2,400 words. Thanks to the book friend. For the reward of 666 book coins, and thanks to the boss. Chapter 160, Destruction. 3 levels in a row. On the way to the airport, Dean received a call from Ruth from the FBI. This woman, maybe she took the wrong medicine, changed her previous cautious attitude and said in a bad tone, Detective Dean, we received news that you went to Mike Smith's house. This case has been taken over by us. You are destroying your future. Dean frowned slightly. Ruth's change of face was a bit strange. After thinking about it, he tentatively said, Agent Ruth, you forgot one thing. I am also a special employee of the FBI. It is not a violation to intervene in this matter. Besides, wouldn't you feel comfortable just lying down and taking the credit? Why? Shut up. Ruth said coldly, Dean, this is an order issued by the branch director himself. Since you are also a special employee of the FBI, you should abide by the rules of the game. Otherwise, do you think you can do whatever you want by holding on to L. Aston's thigh? Hearing this, Dean suddenly realized, I understand. Mike Smith is the psychological counselor of the youngest son of the Aston family. It is estimated that the youngest son of the patriarch is worried that he will be implicated in the Mike Smith incident, so he asked the FBI of the Los Angeles branch to take over the matter. He and Mon are Saul Aston's men. Although Saul Aston is also a member of the Aston family, he may not be of the same mind as the youngest son of the patriarch. This should be the reason. This is why Ruth, a small character, gave up the idea of taking credit for nothing and wanted to stop him from continuing to investigate the matter. Unfortunately, he is not only a special employee of the FBI but also a special employee of the NSA. He has already prepared a backup plan. If Ruth is ignorant of life and death and continues to follow, he will let her know what it means to really shut up. Hang up the phone. Dean speeded up the car regardless of the pain from his injuries. Airport. Dean waited for about half an hour. A familiar figure, accompanied by more than a dozen burly men, walked towards Dean. Dean came forward, opened his arms, and gave him a warm hug. Welcome to Los Angeles, Dick. That's right, the person who came was Dick Lucchese, Dean's cousin and the only heir of the Lucchese family in New York. He asked Amin to help solve the troubles of the Lucchese family. Now it's time for them to repay themselves. Dick was about to share his happy events in the past few days, but suddenly his nose twitched and he said worriedly, Cousin Dean, are you injured? It's a small problem, let's go, we have a lot of things to do today. Dick brought 15 good players from the family. With so many people, it was naturally impossible to take Dean's broken car. Instead, they directly spent money to rent a few taxis, and then, led by Dean, they rushed to town in Los Angeles. His action was not small. Ruth of the FBI immediately received Dean's information. Asshole. Ruth hung up the phone in annoyance and yelled at Cheston, who was lying flat on the side, "Get up. Dean must have found the hiding place of the Source of Pain organization. Now I'm going to chase him. You quickly coordinate the people from the local branch to come and help." After saying that, she left in a hurry. Cheston looked at the back of this woman who was intoxicated by the promise of her supervisor with pity. He had a hunch that this was the last time he would see Ruth alive. Dean was not a man who followed the rules. But these were none of his business. Cheston picked up the phone and called the nearest branch. After politely asking some patrolmen for help, he slowly waited at the intersection for those patrolmen to join him. After he became a regular employee, he only made more than $3,000 a month before tax. This attitude was already worthy of the salary. Los Town is a rural town that almost disappeared from the map of Los Angeles. In its heyday, there were more than 100 residents here. But by 2001, only some old people were still living here. They are self-sufficient and almost live in harmony with the world. That afternoon, the arrival of 4 or 5 taxis and a shabby second-hand car broke the peace here. Dean got out of the car and asked Dick's people to surround several secret tunnels near the town church. Dick already knew what they were doing on the way, and said excitedly, "Cousin, are we going in now?" Dean shook his head. "There are still people coming. Besides, this place looks shabby, but there are actually many mechanisms and underground secret rooms dug out. We need more professional equipment. There are secret rooms under the church and underground prisons left behind in ancient times." After the members of the Source of Pain discovered this place, they transformed it into a base, just like a mole, hiding underground, with several exits. But with a detailed map. For Dean, this is a game of whack-a-mole. More than 10 minutes later, 3 or 4 trucks that transport cattle and sheep on farms came here together. "Hey, Dean." Dean's older brother Baker jumped out of one of the cars and gave Dean a hug. "You've been in closed training for the past few days." Baker couldn't continue, because he saw the blood-stained bandage under Dean's coat. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "Dean, who hurt you?" "It's just a minor injury." Dean smiled and patted Baker's shoulder and introduced Dick to him. Considering that there might be children to take away later, he asked Baker to borrow a few cars from his grandfather to take people away. At the same time, he also took this opportunity to open the eyes of those cowboys and use their words to intimidate the other farmers. Amid the noise, a black armed escort vehicle that looked very intimidating arrived here. As soon as the car stopped, a group of fully armed soldiers, led by a leader, quickly lined up in 2 rows. The leader glanced at the crowd, walked up to Dean and saluted. "Hello, Special Agent Dean. I am Doug, the leader of the 5th Special Service Group of NSA. Director Amon asked us to follow your command for this operation." Dean glanced around and saw that it was an elite special service group. He nodded with satisfaction. Amon was really nice. This was his trump card. The Source of Pain organization took in children for brainwashing training and also tried to train those people into the army, which involved threatening the national security of the United States. Such a perfect excuse, the FBI would have nothing to say if they knew about it. Of course, the reason why Amon helped Dean was mainly because Dean agreed to give all the credit to him. It was a free credit. He couldn't refuse. The personnel were already in place. Dean walked up to Baker, muttered a few words, and asked him to take his companions away from here. Cleared the scene. Dean took out the map provided by Mike Smith, pointed to several exits and said, "The enemy is a brutal terrorist. They have just planned a big explosion in the city, causing more than dozens of casualties, and detained many children for brainwashing training. Now our goal is to kill them." Doug glanced at the simple map and frowned. "If they have explosives, it will be very dangerous for us to go in. Use poisonous smoke." Dean's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "This group of people are so crazy that they may use those children as human bombs. For safety reasons, we must force them out first, and leave the rest to my people. You are responsible for stopping the FBI." Thinking of the group of little carrots who shot innocent people without hesitation, Dean had no mercy. Doug glanced at the group of strong men with obvious gangster style behind Dean, nodded, and said nothing more. Not long after, Dean saw what a professional is. The armed transport vehicle not only has the function of transportation, but also has professional equipment to deal with such scenes. 7 or 8 plastic hoses similar to water pipes were connected to a large machine and then stuffed into the entrances of the underground passages. Some pungent white pills were thrown into the machine and water was added. The next moment, the water seemed to boil, and large streams of yellow smoke came out, flowing into the passage along the pipes. When it was almost done, 2 more members of the special service team took special tubular fans, stuffed them into the passage, turned on the mechanism, and helped the poisonous smoke to flow back into the church's underground at a faster speed. Less than 3 minutes later, the seemingly empty rural church was coughing violently, and a figure rushed out from inside. No need to tell them. Bang, bang, bang! The group of strong men brought by Dick raised their guns and shot. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Those who rushed out retreated screaming again. But not long after, accompanied by yellow smoke coming out directly from the building inside the church, the group of underground rats tried to rush out again. This time, the first to attack was a group of little radishes, about a dozen people in total, rushing out of the church like a hive and running towards Dean and others, coughing and weakly shouting for help. After seeing the group of people clearly, everyone shouted in unison, "Stop, everyone, put your hands on your heads and lie down." After several times, not only did the group of little radishes not do it, but they accelerated their approach. Without saying a word, everyone continued to shoot. In the blink of an eye, dead bodies were everywhere. Stop. At this time, a female voice came from the hidden darkness. FBI agent Ruth rushed out with an angry face, holding a filming equipment, and said viciously, "You bastards, do you still have humanity? They are still a group of children." Bang! A bullet hit Ruth's open mouth, making her completely quiet, until the darkness completely swallowed her consciousness. Ruth never thought that Dean would dare to kill her, an FBI agent, in front of so many people. "Kill this annoying fly." Dean gestured to Dick. Dick nodded, brought 2 people, dragged Ruth, who looked like a dead dog, to the front, stripped her naked, then picked up gasoline and set her body on fire. In the distance, Doug from the NSA Special Service Team saw this scene, and his cheeks twitched twice. This kid is too unscrupulous, and he simply doesn't treat him as an outsider. Doug glanced around and saw that the members of his team were guarding the entrances of those passages seriously, so he hurried over. "Dean, this is an FBI agent, how are you going to deal with it?" He is Amon's confidant, so he has good intentions towards Dean. Dean shrugged, pointed to the body of Ruth on the ground, which had been changed into civilian clothes, and said sadly, "Team leader Doug, an unfortunate thing just happened. FBI agent Ruth disobeyed the advice and wanted to sneak into the terrorist base to find out the truth. In the end, her whereabouts were exposed and she died in the line of duty." Doug's mouth twitched twice, and he nodded, "Yes, brothers have seen it. This matter is indeed very unfortunate." As he spoke, Dick ran over, showing a look of fear. "Dean, you guessed right, some of those little carrots really carried explosives." "Only a few." "Yes." Dean nodded, "Very good. It seems that they have no explosives in stock and are almost desperate, otherwise they would just use explosives to open the way, and there is no need to play such tricks. Dick, change the equipment now and go in to clean up. This is undoubtedly using the few remaining elites of the Lucchese family as cannon fodder." But thinking about the current situation of the Lucchese family and the ruthlessness shown by Dean today, Dick nodded, gritted his teeth and led more than a dozen men, changed into the equipment provided by the special service team, and walked into the church. Seeing this, Dean silently lit a cigarette. He didn't plan to take risks himself at the beginning, but called Dick and others. This is both a risk transfer and a test for Dick and the Lucchese family. So far, Dean is basically satisfied, and has made up his mind that after this incident, he will support Dick to control the Lucchese family and become his ally. After Dick and others went in, continuous gunfire rang out. Dean was not worried at all. Under the poisonous smoke, there must not be many people in the Source of Pain organization who are still capable of fighting. His orders were also very clear. Unless it is a child who is definitely detained. Otherwise, even if you see an unconscious adult, you must shoot twice first to prevent them from playing dirty tricks. 7 or 8 minutes later. The special service team members guarding the exit passage also heard the sound of rifles. Hearing this movement, Dean breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Knowing that the underground passage is a dead end, they still run here. It's obvious that they are forced into a corner. The battle is about to end. High IQ. Need to hide behind the scenes and use various tools and information gaps. Once exposed, It's too powerless in the face of violence. When the gunshots faded, 3 pieces of information flashed through Dean's mind. Shot dead all the murderers in the brutal murder case of Mike Smith, EXP plus 1,200, destroyed the terrorist organization's source of pain, killed all core members, EXP plus 4,000, L14 L16, attribute points plus 2, skill points plus 2, shot dead all the murderers in the missing children case in the black community in California, EXP plus 3,200, L16 L17, attribute points plus 1, skill points plus 1, fuck. 3 levels in a row. After reading it several times, Dean still called out the panel in disbelief. Panel data, character, Dean level 17, 300/3200, spirit 13 strength, 14 speed, 15 limit, stamina, 12 skills, pistol mastery, ancient Muay Thai mastery, trace tracking L2, chess school, mind reading L2, omitted, click to open. Attribute points 3 skill points, 4 completed cases, 15 details omitted. Really? I really leveled up 3 times in a row. Dean clenched his fists and suppressed his excitement. It's worth it. The harvest this time even exceeded the harvest from the previous siege of Lincoln Manor and the capture of Bay. But among the 3 notifications, the number of cases only showed an increase in the number of cases. Dean suspected that he was just brushing an experienced copy. If he guessed correctly, there are still some innocent children who have not been brainwashed under the church. Only in this way can the case of missing children be triggered by chance. The tool panel is very beautiful. The gunshots gradually stopped. Corpses were dragged out one by one. Dean obviously destroyed the source of pain organization, and he should be happy, but at this moment he was leaning on the car alone, looking at the sky with yellow smoke scattered with the melancholy eyes. Men can't be too successful. So many attribute points and skill points. How can I spend them all? I don't know how to spend them at all. Chapter 161, it's over, at some points, little Mike. Let's put aside the extra things for now. The most urgent task is to take inventory of the scene. This massacre was much easier than imagined. Except for Agent Ruth, who ignored the advice and forcibly sneaked into the underground base, which led to her death by the mob and her mouth shut forever. No one was injured. Reality is not a movie. Under the attack of the poisonous fog without any preparation, there are still people who can maintain their ability to move and try to escape. They reacted quickly. It is the so-called murder and arson. Dean and others are public servants of the people of Los Angeles, guardians of order, and the embodiment of justice. Naturally, they will not be so vulgar. Dick and other enthusiastic citizens helped the soldiers of the NSA Special Forces to drag the bodies out of the church. Verify the identity, take pictures, collect the belongings on the body, and then throw them into the car driven by Baker like dead dogs, just like a corpse processing assembly line. Except for Dean's eldest brother Baker and a few cowboys he brought with him, who hid in the corner and vomited, the rest of the people looked as if they were used to it. Dean noticed. It may be because of the previous attack on himself and Harry, this group of people no longer have many weapons in their hands, which is also the main reason why Dick and others were safe and sound. In addition, in the prison under the church, everyone also carried out 17 young children. They were captured not long ago and have not been tamed yet, but because of this, they escaped with their lives, but were fainted by the poisonous smoke. Not long after, a man with a scar on his face ran to Dean and reported, "Boss Dean, we compared the album you gave us and found 23 men and women who meet the requirements. There are 11 people who were not found in the body. This man is the leader of the Lucchese family scavenger team brought by Dick. As an ancient mafia family, there is a strict hierarchy within it, with clear upper and lower levels, and at the same time, it follows the ancient mafia precepts. For this group of bloodthirsty members, Dean is undoubtedly more charismatic, which makes these mafia scavengers recognize and admire him." Dean was a little confused when he heard the report. The panel has given rewards. Why does the number of people not match? He was relieved when he saw the people who were not on the pile of corpses. Those people were all students of Mike Smith, but they were all working outside California and did not stay in various places in California. Obviously, not all of them were completely corrupted. Considering that these people, like Mike Smith, were potential dangerous elements, Dean took the photos and information of these 11 people and came to Doug, who had just reported the situation to lawman. Team leader Doug, These 11 people did not participate, but were seriously affected. How to deal with them is up to you. Doug took the photos and information and nodded, "No problem, and Director Amen has something to talk to you about." Dean nodded and picked up his phone, only to find that there was a missed call from Amen on it. He roughly guessed what it was. It was fun. Now we need to deal with the beginning and the end. The trouble on the FBI side will be handled by Amen. It's nothing more than the issue of credit distribution. As for the dead Ruth, you have been compensated for your death in the line of duty. What else do you want? The biggest trouble is the youngest son of the head of the Aston family. This guy probably knows what happened here and puts pressure on Amen. Dean clenched his fists, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. I hope this kid will be more sensible. He is much stronger now than when he destroyed the Carmen family. Pick up the phone. Dean called Amen. Amen, someone from the Aston family came to you. Yes, a little kid, thinking he is threatening me. Haha, Dean, since you can guess it, it seems that you have guessed it a long time ago. Well, you also said that it's just a child, and it's okay to offend him. I can't let the crazy people of the source of pain live, otherwise my family's safety will not be guaranteed. Okay. Amen on the other end of the phone said in a relaxed tone, you don't have to think too much. I helped you take the matter down, and the other party just didn't want this case to be involved with Mike Smith. This is the advantage of the NSA. We are much more violent than those soft eggs in the FBI. There is a big difference between the two. The FBI can be responsible for all cases within the jurisdiction of federal law across the country. Most homicides are minor, like traffic violations. As long as they are willing to take care of it, they have the power to intervene. They are a panacea, a troublemaker, and the unit that takes the blame and has the most identities impersonated by other departments. The NSA is different. They are only responsible for major crises and incidents that threaten national security within the territory of the United States, and have extremely high authority. In an emergency, the NSA has the right to mobilize the National Guard. Just for this reason, the FBI can only admit defeat. Dean expressed his gratitude for Amen's show of goodwill. Hang up the phone. Dean walked to the corner where his eldest brother Baker was hiding, and said in a teasing tone, Baker, can you still stand up and walk now? Baker wiped his mouth, his eyes full of resentment. Dean, you bastard, you actually asked me to bring people to drag the body. Let's see how you will explain to Grandpa when you go back. He dared to speak. The other cowboys were already shaking with fear when they saw Dean coming over. For them, killing people is not scary. What is scary is that he ordered the massacre of so many people without changing his expression. In their eyes, Dean has become a person who cannot be provoked. Dean saw the cowboy's reaction and a smile flashed in his eyes. His grandfather's farm has not been peaceful recently. This time, he can use this incident to show off his power and use the cowboy's words to persuade the farmers to behave themselves. Dean handed Baker a cigarette. What is there to explain? Grandpa is not as stupid as you. He knows my intention. In addition, the NSA will compensate you according to the depreciation of the vehicle, the depreciation of the whole vehicle. Take this money and take them to relax. Hearing the word relax, Baker's eyes lit up. He nodded and patted his chest. No problem. The church matter is over. The NSA Special Service Team will stay to clean up the beginning and end of this place. Dean and Dick and others were about to leave when they saw several police cars slowly coming to the outside of the town. Dean saw the people in the leading vehicle and whistled. Wow, FBI backup has finally arrived. The person who came was Ruth's partner, Rookie Agent Cheston. He brought 5 or 6 patrolmen from the precincts and finally arrived here when Ruth's body was completely cold. Cheston also saw Dean, who was about to leave. He stuck his head out and smiled warmly. Inspector Dean, what a coincidence. Have you seen Agent Ruth? Dean walked up and handed Cheston a cigarette, sighed and said, you may need to change your partner, Cheston. Dead. Although Cheston vaguely felt that Ruth would not end well if she provoked Dean, this was too quick a death. He felt a chill in his heart, and quickly took out his lighter, lit a cigarette for Dean, and said in a flattering manner, Inspector Dean, I have a foul mouth and have offended many people in the past. Every time I think of the mistakes I made when I was young and ignorant, I often wake up from my sleep with red eyes, but I never know why. Today, when I saw you, Inspector Dean, I realized that I owed you an apology. Dean suspected that this kid had the blood of a little Japanese fool. If the car was not low, he would have bowed to him. As the saying goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. Cheston has indeed grown a lot in the past 2 months. The cigarette is good. Dean smiled, waved gently to the frightened Cheston, and took Dick and others away in the car. On the way back, Dick, who was killing for the first time in his life, not only did not feel uncomfortable, but seemed very excited. This shows that violence is the dominant gene of the Lucchese family. People in this family are born bloodthirsty. Dick, what do you think? Dick exhaled a comfortable puff of smoke and murmured, Cousin Dean, today I feel that I am a real mafia, not those low-class gangsters on the street. The Lucchese family in New York has been in decline for a long time. Most of the industries under its name are some singing and dancing troupes, bars and alike. If Dean hadn't killed Dick's eldest brother, Des, Dick would probably become a manager and worker in a certain industry in 2 years, shining for the family. Where is such a passionate scene? Dean pinched the cigarette in his hand and threw it out of the window. In the other party's surprised eyes, he shook his head and said, Dick, you must remember that you can only rely on violence to solve problems. You will never be a qualified head of the family. The core of this matter is the exchange of interests, not violence. Otherwise, why do you kill people with guns in broad daylight? Dick thought for a while. He had heard Dean's words from his grandfather. Listening is listening. If you don't experience it yourself, your understanding will be shallow. He nodded, straightened his mind, and said seriously, Got it, Cousin Dean. Dean nodded and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't say anything else. When violence reaches a certain level, physical destruction is more direct and effective than any exchange of interests. So, add points. Character, Dean level. 17, 300/3200, Spirit. 13 Strength. 14 Speed. 15, Limit, Endurance. 12 Skills, Pistol Mastery, Ancient Muay Thai Mastery, Trace Tracking L2, HS School Mind Reading L2, Omit, Click to open. Attribute points. 3 Skill points. 4 Completed cases. 15, Details omitted. 3 Attribute points. Dean maxed out the mental attribute first. Attribute points. 31. Spirit. 1315. The panel values changed, and a constant sense of coldness surged into the subtle nerves in Dean's mind, constantly activating and becoming active. Countless dormant memory fragments surged into his heart. The books I had read before were digested, transformed, and deepened during the strengthening process. The skills I had learned before were strengthened again, and I had a deeper understanding. It seemed that the level had not changed, but the depth was already very different. Comprehension skills, Taming Beasts L1, Spiritual Attributes, has reached the current limit. After a long time, Dean opened his eyes. He was still the same person, but everything in his eyes was completely different. He felt that he could control many subtle parts of his body at this moment, and even made his big brother turn around in circles. In addition, his thinking, logical analysis, and other aspects have all risen to a higher level. In theory, as long as he does not encounter a genetically mutated monster, his brain is now the upper limit of the hardware of an ordinary human brain. And Dean tried to close his eyes and open them, and found that the external senses such as sound, smell, vibration, etc. were easily summarized into a strange alternative sense in his mind. For example, he could easily calculate the speed of the vehicle as long as he thought about it. However, this extraordinary information collection and calculation consumes a lot of brain power. It lasted for 4 or 5 minutes. Dean felt weak. There was no hesitation. He added the last attribute point to endurance, and also increased the endurance to 13 points. No mistake, a poem, a post, a content, a 6 to 9 book, a bar, a look. A warm current surged. Wait until the upgrade is over. Because in the car, Dean did not try to change his body, but put his consciousness into skill points. He now has 4 skill points. There are 2 main skills suitable for upgrading, Trace Tracking L2, HS School Mind Reading L2. But these 2. Both are big users of skill points. Dean thought for a moment and chose to upgrade HS School Mind Reading L2. According to previous experience, 4 skill points are just enough to upgrade 1 level. Unexpected things happened. Skill points. 41. HS School Mind Reading, L2 L3. The next moment, a huge amount of memories came surging. After seeing those memories clearly, Dean was not only unhappy, but panicked. He wanted to resist this upgrade, but it was too late and he sank into it. I don't know how long it took. Dean opened his eyes blankly, looked at the scenery in the suburbs, lit a cigarette tiredly, and looked at the scenery outside in a daze. Aka's school, mind reading L3, you have been substituting human thinking in various mental states for a long time, and have a deep understanding and perception of human nature. Even through some subtle body language, you can judge a person's mental state more accurately. Bullshit mind substitution. In memory. Dean has lived nearly 100 strange lives as a madman with confused consciousness, a copper-smelting pervert, a cowardly and wretched voyeur, and a transvestite. If he hadn't improved his mental attributes first, and the mysterious effect of the panel, Dean suspected that he would almost have schizophrenia. This skill must not be improved anymore. The only consolation. Because of his own efforts, the investment in skill points was reduced a little. The skill points saved are not many. But it shows one thing, for Dean, whose mental attribute is 15 points, many skills are no longer worth investing skill points. Because even if he studies by himself, it won't take long. Now he is a genius. Panel. Character, Dean level. 17, 300/3200, Spirit. 15, Limit, Strength. 14 Speed. 15, Limit, Endurance. 13 Skills, Pistol Mastery, Ancient Muay Thai Mastery, Chess School Mind Reading L3, Trace Tracking L2, Taming L1, Omitted, Click. Attribute Points. 0 Skill Points. 1 Completed Cases. 15, Details are omitted. If I level up 3 more times, I can raise all my attributes to 15 points. I wonder if something magical will happen at that time. Dean rubbed his forehead and really fell asleep. When Dean woke up again, he was already at the airport. After seeing off Dick and others, he bought some high-energy food, replenished his energy, and drove to the villa estate of Mike Smith's family. Harry and Mike Smith's son, little Mike, was still there. Villa estate. Harry and Holt squatted in the garden, watching the small figure on the 4th floor and chatting. Harry, do you think Dean is getting more and more perverted? Holt looked left and right while speaking, fearing that Dean would suddenly appear behind him. Harry rolled his eyes. Dude, Dean was a little cruel, but he never hurt innocent people. You should trust your partners. You're right, but this is my first time to commit perjury, Holt said with a bitter face. He received a call from Harry today and thought he had done something good again. He only found out after he arrived. Dean shot and killed a member of an evil organization. But he was not at the scene to find any traces of resistance from the female warrior. What's even more outrageous is that the surveillance in the lobby of the villa showed that Dean had said less than 2 words to the woman before the woman jumped. Just based on this point, Dean would be suspended or even prosecuted. So Holtz was very distressed. Dean asked him to come, which means he trusted him, but no matter how much he trusted him, you should have dealt with the surveillance first, and then pretended to leave some traces. This is clearly forcing him to take a stand. While the two were talking, Dean drove Harry's shabby car to the outside of the manor. Harry came up to him happily. Dean, it seems that you have handled your affairs smoothly. Yes, very smoothly. Dean threw the car keys to Harry. There are some food in the car, you can give them to the brothers who are helping to stand guard. Okay. Harry took a few large and small bags in the car, called the patrolman aside, and left room for Dean and Holtz to talk. Dean only glanced at Holtz and knew that Holtz was very entangled now. This is good. Because of the entanglement, it means that Holtz has considered directly perjury. For 2 people who have only known each other for 3 months. This is already exaggerated. Dean smiled. Man, I know what you are struggling with, but do you know what I went through before? Dozens of homeless children were trained to be killing tools. Because of my decisiveness, I saved 17 people in time. But if I knew that the woman had a problem, but I was worried about punishment and violations, and I hesitated, then there would be 17 more children who would be brainwashed and harm more people. They would create more orphans. The orphans would be taken away and become accomplices. Over and over again. This country will collapse. Dean patted Holtz on the shoulder. Man, that woman actually stopped me from saving America. Do you think she should die? Holtz, although Buddy exhaled. Okay, although Dean you are talking nonsense, I actually think it is right. I must be crazy. I will deal with the woman's affairs, but there is a child on the 4th floor, and I can't deal with this. Leave it to me. Dean smiled happily and walked into the villa hall in a good mood. Don't say it. Although the skill of taming animals is only level 1, It is quite useful for acquaintances, especially those who are in awe of oneself, combined with psychological induction. If it weren't for Mike Smith, who said in the letter that his son was a genius, Dean would have had little Mike sent to an orphanage long ago. A perverted son. He really couldn't feel sympathy. But if it was a genius, Dean became interested. He planned to take a look first, and then consider how to deal with this child. Of course, if little Mike had a slightly abnormal mind, then Holtz wouldn't mind wasting an extra body bag. On the 4th floor of the villa, little Mike was still looking down at the book, just like the last time Dean saw him, and seemed not to be affected by what was happening downstairs at all. Or, little Mike heard it, but he didn't care. Dean looked at him for a moment, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mind reading told him. Little Mike was not as calm as he imagined. This little guy was acting. Dean thought for a while and walked over. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Dean, this is what your father left for you." Little Mike didn't move. Dean silently took out his pistol and said helplessly, "I felt sorry for you and wanted to take care of you. I didn't expect that the emotional deficiency that Mike Smith talked about would not respond to the outside world. Forget it, the world is too tiring, I'll send you to accompany him." Click. The gun was loaded. Little Mike. He raised his head and said lightly, "You want to kill me?" Dean's heart moved. He seemed to have discovered the cognitive method of this little guy. "So," Dean deliberately said, "your father is a pervert. I don't know if you are affected. To be on the safe side, there is no need for your family's bloodline to continue to reproduce. Then you can castrate me. If you don't know how, I can teach you." Little Mike's tone was flat, as if he was not talking about castration. "Dean. Is this the magical brain circuit of patients with emotional deficiency?" Sure enough, the angle is clear. This child speaks so bluntly that Dean is a little confused. Little Mike glanced at him and lowered his head. "The way you look at me has not changed, which means you still want to kill me, but this is not worth it. There is no grudge between us. I am not interested in some low-level emotions. You don't need to be afraid of me." Hearing this, Dean grinned. He was sure. The key point, eyes. Little Mac couldn't understand the sincerity and reactions of others when communicating because he couldn't empathize. He could only analyze micro-expressions and movements to make rigid self-judgments. "Are you afraid of death?" Little Mac shook his head. "There is no fear in my world, and I don't know what fear is. It's like I know you killed Anna, but I can't feel the urge to avenge her. The book says, the desire to kill originates from interests, jealousy, resentment and other emotions. But I'm only 12 years old and have never done anything bad, nor have I done bad things to others. But my father's students, you, and Anna have all had bad thoughts about me." Little Mac raised his head. "I compared the descriptions in many books with the psychological reactions of real people, and I know that this is actually an emotional factor and an added variable. So I would rather live and study these things that I can't understand. What you said makes sense, but what does this have to do with me? Then what benefits can I bring?" Little Mike changed his words to be more straightforward. "If you kill me, you will only waste a bullet, but if you let me go, I can give you some gadgets." He stood up, and with his skinny legs like bamboo poles, he staggered to the small table that Dean had just approached, and tapped twice at a certain position. With a click, a large number of photos fell from the top of the head like raindrops. "Thanks to the book friend, username is under review for the reward of 5,000 book coins. Thanks to the boss, and congratulations on your promotion to deacon. Thanks to the book friend, timely strong luck for the reward of 1,500 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend, dream orange for the reward of 500 book coins. Thanks to the boss." Chapter 162, First Contact, Getting Rich. A large number of photos were raining down from the top of his head. Dean grabbed one and found that it was a picture of a blue test tube. He grabbed another one and found that it was a picture of an inconspicuous gun barrel. These photos seemed to be some medicines, gun modifications, and traps. "I'll learn things quickly. I am proficient in pharmaceuticals, biology, mechanical modification, gunpowder configuration, and network technology. Many things in the source of pain are actually my father's direct use of my achievements. If you let me go, these are all yours." Little Mike explained. Dean was surprised, but as far as I know, many things, without conditions, it is difficult for you to make progress based on theory alone. "Yes." Little Mike nodded, "but if you want to replicate, you don't need to study. The achievements I refer to are replication, not invention and creation. These are two concepts. Dean nodded. He was sure that little Mike was guiding him and deliberately showing his value. This is actually easy to understand. This sickly person, if no one helps, will probably starve to death. Dean was just curious and came over to get in touch, but he didn't expect that little Mac would arouse his interest. After thinking for a while, Dean stretched out his hand and said, "Okay, I'm curious about what you said. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Dean. I just helped your father to get revenge. Also, what I said just now was just a joke. Because I want to test your way of cognition of emotions. It's more direct in the face of life and death. Listen, is this human language? If someone else heard this, even if they didn't dare to do it, they would definitely roll their eyes and curse in their heart." Little Mac looked at Dean with a brighter look. He stretched out his thin palm and placed it on Dean's hand. "My name is Little Mac. Dean, your IQ is higher than that of the people of the same kind I know. I like to communicate with you. Do you know what like is? I don't understand, but my father told me that like is what I am willing to do. There are not many things I am willing to do. Finding a less stupid person of the same kind to communicate is one of them. I have seen it in books and movies. This is called a partner. If you can keep up with my thinking, maybe we can become partners. You should be able to see that my sense of external emotions depends entirely on text logic and micro-expressions and movements, and I make rigid judgments, which makes it easy to be deceived. Having an auxiliary partner will help me survive." "Good guy." Dean was fooled again. He had completely figured out little Mac's thinking logic. There are only two things: 1, what you want to do. 2, things that are beneficial to you. In vulgar terms, little Mac is an animal without emotional constraints of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, only primitive instincts, doing what he wants to do, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, without other distractions. In elegant terms, it is simple, a pure heart. All in all, little Mike's first impression on Dean was not bad. Because it's easy to deceive. As long as you can control your facial expressions and movements. In little Mike's opinion, what you say is the truth. The key is, little Mike's words and actions are too logical and regular. Even if it is a disguised emotional expression, it may lead to disguise for ordinary people, but for Dean, it is seen through at a glance. It is easier than observing ordinary people. For people who can be controlled. Dean has always been tolerant and patient. Facing the silent Dean, little Mike took the initiative and said, "So can we be partners? He needs someone to help survive." Dean looked strong. "Sorry, little Mike, partners refer to opposite sexes. I only like women, but I know a girl who is equally smart. I can introduce her to you if there is a chance. But I saw in the news that homosexuality has been legalized. In fact, I agree with this mode of communication more, because..." Stop. Dean felt that he couldn't explain himself if he continued to discuss. He changed the subject and said, "What are you going to do next?" Little Mac lowered his head. "I don't know. I originally thought that after my father died, the people from the source of pain took the initiative to find me. Because I knew that Anna had been bribed by them. In the end, it was you who came, and you had no idea about the value I deliberately showed. Except for the laboratory under the villa. I don't know what I can give you to help me." He was still trying to lure Dean to help him. This is little Mac's thinking logic, lure to communicate. If it were a normal person, at this time, he would have acted pitiful and asked for a hug, instead of trying to lure an adult. Dean's eyes flashed with a smile. He had long been curious about the things little Mac said. Poor little guy, his IQ may not be low, but you can't force a child who has never left his residence and cannot empathize to understand what is playing hard to get. "Well, since you are so pitiful, I will accompany you to see your laboratory. If there is something suitable, I can help you sell it for money, and then hire someone to take care of your life." Little Mike stretched out his hand. "My laboratory is located in the basement. This distance is a challenge for me." Dean held him in his arms. Little Mike's body was really weak. It was estimated that he only weighed 30 or 40 kilograms. He was skinny and looked really bad. Under the guidance of little Mike, Dean held him and came to the basement of the villa. This is a large basement, about half the size of a football field. What you see is rows of heavy oak shelves and tables covered with dust. It is filled with various blood-stained torture instruments. Little Mike introduced, "This is the place where my father and his few students at that time dug and transformed it with modern tools when it was first renovated. It was also the place they used for baptism at the beginning. It looks like no one has touched this place for a long time. Yes, to be precise, it has been 11 years and 7 months. Little Mike said indifferently. Every time my father brought people in, he would bring me with him to educate them, so I remember it very clearly. But you are only a little over 12 years old. Dean noticed the loophole in Little Mike's words. This is normal. Little Mike rubbed his forehead tiredly and said indifferently, I have remembered everything since I was born, and I have a photographic memory. This has also caused my health to be bad. Normal S. Dean has 15 points of spirit value, but he can't really have a photographic memory. He must consciously remember some things in order for his brain to remember them. What I have worked hard for, others have at birth. MV. Passing through this area of torture instruments, the two came to the glass room area at the back. These glass houses are filled with a lot of stuff, and there are many crude tools like mechanical arms inside, which look like cyberpunk. These are the laboratories that my father secretly built for me after I was 6 years old. After seeing my talent, I would have a hard time doing experiments if it weren't for him. Besides, because of my physical condition, I study biology and mechanics more. These laboratories are labeled gunpowder modification, firearm modification and research, biological observation. There are about 10 crude laboratories in total. Biology subjects are the most, followed by explosives and mechanical modification categories. It looks like Frankenstein's residence. It may be because of Little Mike's size and physical strength. The things here look a bit small. Little Mike pointed to the shelf near the edge of the glass room in front of the two and said, those tubes of red and blue reagents are liquid bombs I made. They are about 10 times more powerful than TNT of the same volume, but they are too sensitive. So I transformed them into trigger-type detonators, which are more commercially valuable. There are mechanisms between the test tubes, and they must be taken down in a fixed order, otherwise these tubes of reagents can blow up the stress points of this underground space and bury the people alive. Dean looked at the test tubes that looked like models, and his pupils shrank slightly. There were very subtle thin lines connecting the test tubes. Moreover, the information revealed in Little Mike's words showed that he had also studied mechanics in depth. The two continued to go deeper. Next, Dean saw clay explosives that were only the size of cigarettes but could blow up a car, black plant extract powder with aphrodisiac effects, tobacco with calming effects, and simple but versatile silencer barrels. From mechanics to biology to chemistry, Little Mike dabbled in everything and gained a lot. Dean was shocked again and again, and his hands around Little Mike tightened subconsciously, as if this was not a thin boy, but a life-size doll made of diamonds. He couldn't help but wonder, I'm afraid Mike Smith doesn't have a way to obtain a lot of knowledge involved here. How did you get it? Little Mike pointed to the last laboratory. Thanks to the internet, I used a small invention to exchange for a lot of resources, which is also the main reason for my rapid growth. Dean quickened his pace and came to the laboratory at the end. This laboratory is obviously different from the other laboratories. It is not only covered by completely sealed black tempered glass, but also has an independent ventilation duct designed with a top for exhaust and ventilation. Dean wanted to go in, but was stopped by Little Mike. This laboratory must be unlocked with fingerprint plus iris. Otherwise, if you push the door directly, it will trigger another self-exposure device and destroy this underground space. Dean glanced at it and asked in confusion, but I didn't see the scanning device. Little Mike explained, this is the latest model of equipment available. I simply made some disguises on inconspicuous glass and black cloth, so that it has enough confidentiality. Otherwise, a simple fingerprint iris lock will only bring me security risks, not warnings. Sorry, I haven't touched this thing before. Unlock it and see. Little Mike nodded, stretched out his finger, and randomly tapped on the seemingly ordinary black tempered glass. A green electronic screen actually appeared on it. The left side of the screen is a fingerprint reflection, and the right side is a red light spot. It looks magical and sci-fi. Little Mike did not put his finger on the fingerprint directly, but asked Dean for help. Can you take off my left foot shoes and socks? I set it to unlock with a print of my little toe. Dean. Goo. In his heart, he has put Little Mike on the same level. If this guy didn't have a physical defect, he would probably live a much better life than he is now. Dean did as he was told and put Little Mac's little toe on the left side of the glass electronic screen. In this weird posture, Little Mac put his right eye to the right. There was a sound of dripping. The glass door popped open. At the same time, an emotionless female voice came from inside. "Welcome home, little Mac. It is now January 24th, 2001, 11 hours, 27 minutes, and 35 seconds am." At the same time, a small mechanical wheelchair appeared at the door. This is my mother's voice, which I synthesized based on my memory. I hope to stimulate the body to secrete some unknown substances related to emotions through the sound. Unfortunately, this method doesn't work. Little Mac looked indifferent, without disappointment or reluctance, just calmly explaining something. Dean glanced at him and put him on the electric wheelchair. This thing is well made, it should be bought now and different from what he imagined. What he saw was a very warm small room with a bed, a chair and a fireplace. It looked like a tool room where people could live. There was a large table against the wall. There were stairs under the table, which seemed to be convenient for little Mac to walk up directly. On the wooden table, there is a very small but sophisticated assembly line model, with electric brakes and many material input ports. If it weren't so small, one would almost think it was a real processing assembly line. In addition, on the wall above the wooden table, there is a photo of a family of 3. In it, Mike Smith and another strange woman are holding a baby who is only a month old, smiling sweetly at the camera, which is very warm. Dean was attracted by the model on the table at first sight. This familiar shape. He forced himself to suppress the shock and suspicion in his heart, pretending to be casual. "Where's the invention you're talking about?" Little Mike didn't notice Dean's inner turmoil at the moment, pointing to the model on the table. "This is a set of extraction equipment. As long as the corresponding materials are put in, you can get a very strange additive. I call it intoxication." He rarely showed a look of disappointment. "Research is a difficult and luck-dependent thing. This is the only thing in my research that can trigger my simulated perception of emotions, and the side effects are not great. Unfortunately, with use, it will continue to damage the brain. So I sold this thing to a Mexican group through the dark web in exchange for a lot of knowledge. This thing is actually similar to some neurological drugs. The only advantage is that it is cheap. I don't know why those people wanted to find me like crazy. For safety reasons, I never made this kind of transaction again. Fuck. Intoxication was actually invented by the little guy in front of him. Dean could no longer suppress the emotional fluctuations caused by shock. He directly lifted little Mike up high, looked up at him, and said gently, "Mr. Little Mike, I think you need a good partner. From now on, little Mike is his little baby. Whoever is greedy will die." Little Mac looked down at Dean, who looked like the copper-smelting pervert at the moment, with a calm expression. "Partner? Can't it be a partner? All the books and movies I've read show that partners are closer than partners." "Dean, sorry, I said that I only like women, and people's hearts will change, but interests will not change. In my opinion, you help me, I help you, and the relationship of equal exchange will last long." Little Mac looked at Dean and blinked. "This is consistent with my thoughts. I seem to like you more." Dean rolled his eyes. "Thank you for your love. Can I ask, how many things do you have that you invented and have patents?" "Patents?" Little Mac shook his head. "I can't understand this kind of thing that uses nothingness to restrict people's behavior, so I don't care about those laws. But in addition to the simple version of the formula of intoxication that was sold, there are 2 other things that were invented. One can make the place of nio congested, but eating too much will make the heart beat very fast. It may be a good poison for some older people. The other is a plant extract, which has a more obvious anesthetic effect and can also produce hallucinations. I often use it to enter a deep sleep. I guess you can exchange it for a lot of money." After listening, Dean said righteously, "Little Mike, taking good things away is tempting people to commit crimes, which is not safe. How about this? Show me the formula of the weak poison that makes people's vagina congested. Maybe if you improve it, you can use it to make some rat poison or something." "Okay, then I need a suitable nanny to take care of my life. It would be best if it's you, because I don't like talking to people who are dumber than me." "No problem." Dean agreed. Although he didn't understand why a child would research tiger and wolf medicine. But Dean knew that he had made a fortune. This chapter is 10% off. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Short Life, Separation. Dean wanted to take little Mike away, but he didn't want to. It wasn't because he was reluctant to leave. It was just that little Mike was familiar with every plant and tree in this place. He could crawl around with his eyes closed, which made it easier for him to study and research synthetic hormones. Dean didn't force it. He contacted a team to take care of little Mike. Here is the formula. Little Mike handed his most precious thing to Dean. Dean, there are very few people who can make me want to communicate. Come to see me more often. It would be even better if you could read more books. I have only talked to people about research on the internet, but they are not as simple as you and like to find my location. Dean carefully hid the formula and smiled. Excellent people are always feared by others. You are like this, and so am I, so we are the same kind. In short, little Mike, I will do my best to help you find your lost emotional empathy. If you have any needs, just tell me directly. Little Mike nodded. In fact, I hope you can stay and live with me. I have the ability to make money to support you. You don't have to waste time with those low IQ people. Except for the lack of knowledge, Dean can keep up with his own thinking in many aspects. He is a very suitable communication partner. The key is that he can take care of his own life, whether from the perspective of self-interest or the need for communication. Dean is the most suitable partner for him. Little Mike even considered knocking Dean unconscious and imprisoning him to raise him. But after careful calculations in his brain, he wisely gave up the idea. There is a long way to go. Little Mike was generally satisfied with his partner. Dean didn't know what strange thoughts little Mike, who lacked emotions, was thinking, but he felt a little cold on the back of his head. He looked at the time and thought it was because the weather was getting colder, so he said, I have borrowed a professional medical team and conditioning experts from my friends to come here. They will take care of you temporarily. When your body is almost recovered, we can consider research again. Little Mike's health was too poor. Dean ventured to contact Ross for help. Ross didn't know what he was busy with recently. He hadn't appeared in front of Dean for some days, but he agreed to Dean's request very happily and directly handed over his health management team to Dean. To be honest, if Ross didn't have bad things when he appeared in front of him, Dean would still like Ross as a generous friend. Waiting process. Under Dean's guidance, the two talked about some of little Mike's discoveries on the internet. Little Mike's most powerful ability is not the study and research of biology and mechanics, but the understanding and improvement of network technology. Because this is his only way to understand the outside world and secretly obtain some secret knowledge. Through little Mike, Dean learned that the United States has secretly built biological laboratories in many places to conduct some horrifying biological experiments, and even some research that makes people's scalps numb. In addition, there are many private laboratories that have also conducted in-depth research on organ transplantation, cell science, genetics, etc., and the level is far beyond the medical discoveries on the surface. For example, the deadly AIDS and some cancers in the outside world. In these laboratories, there are clear treatment methods and means. In addition to the terrifyingly high prices, ordinary people can't even get in touch with these means. They don't even have the qualifications to know. In short, Dean gained a lot from chatting with little Mike. Just when the two were chatting happily, Dean's phone rang. The people sent by Ross have arrived. Little Mike glanced at the cars outside the villa and said calmly, do you need me to pretend to be a normal person and communicate with him? Through his father's teachings and learning and simulation from movies and TV series, he can pretend to have emotional fluctuations in life, but because he can't understand, it will seem a little weird. Dean shook his head directly. Just think of yourself as a child who just lost his relatives and doesn't like to talk. These people are just for temporary use. When I make money with your formula, I will build a special base for you and find suitable assistance. Like the source of pain. No, it's better, because in my imagination, it's a trump card for self-protection. In short, it's a very important thing, and you are the core, so I need you to have a good body before that. Well, in the long run, that seems to be more beneficial to me. I will try my best to keep myself in standby mode, but I need an accurate time because I am worried that I will not live to adulthood. Little Mike lowered his head. I hope that before I die, I can truly feel happy, sad, missing, and like, instead of relying on guesses and fake simulations. Dean, yes. Open the door of the villa. Several cars and 2 medical vehicles were parked outside the manor. The medical team and conditioning experts sent by Ross, A total of more than 20 people, most of whom will leave after formulating the plan, and a few will stay to take care of little Mike. After a brief introduction and identity verification, little Mike was taken to the medical vehicle by them and began a detailed physical examination. I don't know why. While Dean was waiting for the results, he kept thinking of what little Mike had just said, and he couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Damn, I just met a good subordinate, and the other party is going to die. He took out the formula that little Mike gave him, and he couldn't help but feel more annoyed. Because he only asked for man's lucky star, but little Mike added the remaining 2 chemical synthesis formulas to the back of the formula. Dean knew that this was a means for little Mike to get closer to him, without any emotional factors. But he likes to be tempted. Let's talk about it. Little Mike is a partner who only talks about interests and doesn't understand emotions. He has an unclear understanding of the value of his own things, knows that he will suffer a loss, and will not have messy thoughts and emotions, and communicates very rationally. Normal men will like it. After all, no one can refuse a weak, non-clingy, low-demanding little boy who takes advantage of you. So Dean sincerely hopes that little Mike has no hidden dangers. What you fear will come. Little Mike went in for only 10 minutes. A middle-aged woman with a serious expression came to Dean with a paper report and said with an ugly face, "Mr. Dean, may I ask if this child has any congenital hormone defects? His endocrine system seems to be collapsing." Dean's face froze, and he nodded without bothering to hide it. He suffers from congenital affective disorder. How do you know? The female expert shook her head directly. Normal congenital affective disorder tends to be a mental illness. He completely lacks the secretion of emotional hormones. This is a very fatal thing. I think it's amazing that he can live until now. Why? Dean was a little puzzled. In his opinion, little Mike didn't seem to have any big problems except for his dead fish face, strange tone of voice and cognition, and weak body. This is a very complicated question. How should I put it? In view of Dean's good looks and the requirements of Mr. Ross, the female expert leaned on her hand, tapped her head, and explained, emotions are the product of various hormones and chemical reactions in our body. For example, joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, and shock. In addition to these mainstream cognitions. In fact, hunger, tiredness, and body pain are all survival emotions and cognitions fed back to us after these hormone reactions. But that child has none of these. He doesn't know that he is hungry, and he doesn't know that it hurts when he looks at the wound. All his senses and cognition can only be formed through acquired learning. But if there is a special person to take care of it and be careful at ordinary times, these are not fatal. Dean understood and became more confused. The female expert nodded. No mistake. 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 look. That's true. But you forget that the human body is a big factory, and each part has various magical effects on each other. If it lacks a lot of hormones, it is equivalent to missing some parts. These will have an impact on the body as a whole. For example, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys will all be affected. Let me give you an example and you will understand. When encountering danger, the human body will secrete a large amount of adrenaline to stimulate people to burst out their potential for survival. The premise is that your kidneys have these hormones. In short, the final result depends on the test results. I am just making a simple guess. The female expert said it more tactfully. But Dean knew that the final result might not be optimistic. Seeing Dean didn't speak, the female expert took out a cigarette from her pocket and lit it, saying, "Is this your brother?" "Almost." Dean pinched the formula in his pocket and said in annoyance, "If he is really the same as you guessed, is there any way to solve it with the current medical technology? If there is enough money, you can find whatever you want to treat. After all, there are many synthetic hormones now. Some other injuries can also be metabolized in other ways, and the human body also has compensatory functions. But no matter what method is used, there is a limit. And synthetic hormones themselves have a great impact on the overall person. In my experience, your brother is safe and sound now, as long as his body has not started to explode and grow, so he relies on compensation to barely support it. Wait until next, you can spend more time with him." Dean nodded silently. In fact, the formula has been obtained. He has not lost anything. But the living little Mike is more valuable. Dean exhaled a puff of smoke, stopped talking, and waited quietly for the results. These experts are very familiar with each other and work together. Some are responsible for various inspections, and some are responsible for summarizing and analyzing. After more than an hour, the inspection was over. A report was handed to Dean. Looking at the report, with dozens of red annotations of varying lengths, Dean said in a low voice, "Is there a suitable treatment plan?" The expert in charge of communication shook his head. He has varying degrees of failure in almost every part of his body. It is only because the child has no reaction that he seems fine even with careful care. The older he gets, the more his body is overwhelmed. He can only support it for 2 or 3 years at most. Unless you take great risks and replace his organs and blood, you may be able to get some relief, but basically no organization can do this. Dean let out more breath of frustration. "I know, don't let him know the result, and try not to communicate with him, just do your job." The expert nodded and left. They are paid to do things. They are still very professional. On the other side, little Mike didn't care about the results of his examination at all. He sat on his electric wheelchair and let several female nurses walk around the living room of the villa to familiarize themselves with the environment, set up cameras, etc., for the owner to check later. Dean walked up to little Mac with a relaxed expression. "Dude, the result is okay. You are a little malnourished. Just don't lie to me, Dean." Little Mac said calmly, "Although I can't tell whether what you said is true or not, my understanding of my own body and its defects is no worse than those people, so I don't want to waste time, because I don't have enough time." Dean opened his mouth to say something, but finally gave up comforting. "Okay, the situation is really not good. I will find a way to satisfy your wish before you leave." Little Mac doesn't need such false comfort. He will only think that this is a meaningless behavior of low IQ. "It doesn't matter, I just give myself a reason to live. Well, I will come to see you after I finish my work. If you have anything, please contact me by phone." Dean ran away from here like running away. I don't know why. He rarely feels guilty, and he feels a little uneasy. He reflects on whether it is a bit unreasonable for him to take advantage of such a child. He needs to calm down now. When his conscience is blackened after a while, come here again. The courtyard with falling leaves. Dean left in a hurry. Little Mike sat in an electric wheelchair, his eyes without any emotion, silently watching Dean's back leave, until he disappeared in front of him for a long time. Then he controlled the electric wheelchair and disappeared into the living room. Don't worry about it. This is the last chapter of this plot. Then it returns to the ordinary case solving and development. I will also organize the subsequent outline and main line, and try to extend the main plot to make it less obvious. In addition, this book will not take a commercial route. At most, I will write a chapter to pave the way for the next few years, so that the plot at that time will be more reasonable. This part of the plot happens to be the mental state of Guzei after his yang turned to yin. Sorry. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 18,000 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Chapter 164, Harry, the winning bidder, has a weird request. Money is a man's courage. But in the United States, a capital consortium disguised as a country, if you only have money on the books, you are not very confident in speaking. The difference here lies in whether you have a real industry, whether you can affect the livelihood of the people, and whether you can bring votes to those congressmen thanks to little Mike. Dean now has such an opportunity. In order to treat his congenital disease, little Mike has put most of his research energy on chemically synthesized hormones, and happened to have 3 gains: intoxication, some unknown aphrodisiac powder, and some unknown anesthetic chemical powder. Dean is not going to touch the former. There are too many substitutes for the latter, and Dean feels that the profit effect may not be very high. The aphrodisiac in the middle is different. Although Dean doesn't know what the global market value of this thing is, a man is a teenager until he dies. It's not just about mentality, but also some things that everyone who understands will understand. As the saying goes, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is damaged by plowing. Not every man is like Dean and the readers. Brothers are strong, hold their heads high, and fight vigorously. Especially as they get older, they are prone to become listless and dejected under the baptism of time and hands. At this time, we need good news. What is the most profitable thing these days? It's just a necessity. This thing is much more attractive than drug trafficking. Dean only hopes that what little Mike has discovered is effective and unique, and can be put on the market normally and mass-produced. Back to the city. Dean came to the safe house he rented, turned on the computer, and checked the materials in the formula. The result is gratifying. Perhaps it is because little Mike is limited by the environment and resources. These materials are not only very common, but also not restricted. Except for some chemical materials that need to be replaced, the rest of the materials are all normal circulation. And the configuration is simple. Little Mike has a specially designed extraction line that allows people to operate it in a foolproof way and produce the real thing accurately. Dean simply checked the conditions and qualifications required to produce special health products, and found them cumbersome and troublesome, especially the requirements in time of clinical trials, which made his scalp numb. Forget it. Let's make a sample first to see the situation, so as not to be happy in vain. Dean shook his head. Apart from killing and picking up girls, he didn't know anything else, but it was almost the same, not to mention business matters. Even if the product is fine. In dealing with this matter, he must find a trustworthy and capable person to cooperate. Thinking of this, two faces immediately emerged in Dean's mind. One is Neil. Neil is a top management student trained by her mother. She is knowledgeable and has a wide range of experience. There is also a family company that allows her to intern and learn. At the same time, she has a good vision and is waiting to inherit her mother's business in the future. The ability and vision should not be bad, but it is still relatively immature and lacks experience. The key is that Neil is a woman. Dean has strong self-confidence and confidence to ensure that the other party will not betray him. A capable, competent and obedient female partner. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The other person is Ross. To be honest, this second-generation rich man is a little bit stupid, but he is very nice to the people around him. He's from the wealthy Duke Campbell family in the Commonwealth, so he has a lot of connections. If he cooperates with Ross, Dean can get a lot of conveniences with what he has. As long as there are no major problems, it is estimated that he can make a profit and spread it all over the world soon, allowing Dean to immediately transform from an inconspicuous detective into a newly promoted billionaire. And Ross's identity can also protect this wealth. But after careful consideration, Dean directly denied the idea of cooperating with Ross. Ross is a weirdo. Although he is a member of the main vein, he has no say at home because of his personality. Otherwise, it is impossible that he would be left in America at such an old age, and even allowed to be cheated by green tea and bullied by small scoundrels. Dean cooperates with Ross. It's okay to make a little money. On a large scale, it is estimated that the first enemy he will face is Ross's family. He can't afford to offend. Considering a certain day in the future, I want Neil to work like a cow and a horse to earn some money and status. Dean, the old scumbag, took out his mobile phone very pragmatically and called Neil. Neil was undoubtedly very excited about his call. Dean, are you free recently? Yes, actually, I'm in the hospital now. Cough cough. Dean, who is strong enough to carry a cow, coughed weakly twice. Sorry, I was injured. I hope I don't bother you. Cough cough. Oh my God. Neil exclaimed on the other end of the phone, and even cried in her tone. Dean, what's wrong with you? Hang in there, I'll come over to accompany you now. It's okay. Dean quickly stopped him. Good guy. When Neil came to Los Angeles, it is estimated that all the injuries on his body would have scarred. He brewed up his emotions and said, Don't be nervous, baby. If I knew that this call would make you uncomfortable, I would like to go back to myself a minute ago and throw the phone. I'm really fine, cough cough. But this is the first time I've seen you like this. Neil sniffed. Dean, I'm so afraid that one day I'll receive the news that you died in the line of duty. Although I know that speaking like this is an insult to you, I still want to say, Dean, resign, I'll support you. No. But you're like this, I'm really worried, and I even have nightmares. Neil couldn't hold back her emotions and sobbed, Dean, you are my first man and the last man. I can't imagine what kind of despair the world would be without you, but I know that I absolutely don't want to go back to the time before I met you. You were a bad person. Dean. It seems that I used too much force. Speaking of which, Neil is a good wife. As soon as this thought came up, Dean immediately slapped himself in the face. What are you thinking about? You don't have much money, you haven't even stood firm, and you haven't completely dealt with the death of your old man in this life, and you dare to think about getting married. After things are settled, it's better to consider marrying Neil. By then, Neil will probably have inherited her mother's hand, and it's just right to take her to Lally's house as a dowry. Dean, are you angry because you don't speak? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say such willful words, and I shouldn't restrict your freedom as a detective. I'm sorry, don't be angry. No, I'm not angry. Dean still softened his heart. Neil, you don't understand. I used to be a detective because I wanted to find out about my father's death. Now it's because of you. I don't want the girl I like to be an insignificant little detective as her final husband, nor do I want others to look at you with pity and contempt because of me when you take me to a party with your bestie after we get married. I just want to be worthy of you. Husband. Neil didn't hear a word, and the word husband was the only thing left in her mind. Dean said he wanted to be my husband. She wiped her tears, untied herself, and gasped for air to prevent herself from fainting. God, I must be dreaming. Dean couldn't help laughing when he heard Neil's murmur on the other end of the phone. He hadn't made a move yet. She was so excited. This silly woman is so easy to fool. She's good. She's suitable to be a daughter-in-law. After a long time, Neil calmed down and realized her own loss of composure. She walked to her lounge, threw herself on the bed, rolled shyly for a few times, and then pretended to be reserved to change the subject. Dean, are you sure your injury is okay? She didn't even dare to ask Dean if he had just said that he wanted to be her husband, for fear that she had hallucinations and broke her dream. First love is always humble. Neil was particularly unlucky to meet Dean, a scumbag. Yes, it's all right. I called you just because when I was lying on the hospital bed, I was thinking, what would I regret if I died? My answer is that I don't want to die. Because if I die, I will never see you again, baby. Dean. The call ended only when Dean's phone ran out of battery. He hung up the phone. Dean thought of Neil's sweet laughter and couldn't help but smile. Neil had promised him that she would try to go to Los Angeles to accompany him before June, after she dealt with her surroundings. It's the end of January now. That means Dean has 4 months to complete the drug testing in advance before Neil arrives to determine whether it is worth developing. Enough. After dealing with these chores, Dean returned to the hospital. Although he now has a better recovery ability than ordinary people, he has wounds of all sizes on his body, and he can't remove the bandages for a week or so. He is not suitable to go home in this state. The hospital is also good. The nurses speak nicely and gently, and the key is that the government reimburses the hospitalization expenses. Dean likes it here. But he was not happy for a few days. Harry, the bastard, came. Harry, you are willing to come and see me. Dean opened his mouth and ate the apple handed to him by the nurse, with a sarcastic tone. After the case was over, this bastard took the money he gave and spent several days with holds on wine and women. He was visibly thinner, and I don't know how many girls he helped. Harry looked at the 2 girls on Dean's left and right with envy, and yawned. Man, I also want to come and see you, but I am a philanthropist. I can't sleep well unless I spend the last cent in my pocket. Dean gave him a middle finger, then patted the cushioning layer of the 2 nurses. Okay, babies, the chat is over. Come back in the evening, my bedtime story is good. Then after listening to the bedtime story, can we have the Chinese fried dough sticks you mentioned? Of course, you can eat until you are full. The 2 nurses laughed and left the ward and closed the door. Hera grabbed the apple from the table and sat down. Hey, men, what's Chinese fried dough sticks? A new thing to pick up girls? Tell me, how are the nurses in this hospital? Are they easy to get along with? Experienced, well coordinated, and the uniforms are tempting. What do you think? Dean shrugged. Harry, tell me, what's the matter? Okay. Harry raised his hands in surrender, looked up at 45 degrees, with a look of despair. Dean, save me. Your bad words hit the mark. A woman came to me with a child. While Dean whistled and said with a smile, Hey, men, did you come here specially to tell me that you are going to be on a paternity test show? Tell me, what time is it in the evening? I am willing to sit in front of the TV and admire the demeanor of Detective Harry. Don't be kidding. Harry bit the apple viciously. The child is indeed mine. It was an impulse more than 2 years ago. I didn't expect her to be pregnant and didn't abort it. If that's the case, I would have endured it. But she actually wanted to use this to blackmail me and let me solve the case. As he said that, his kidney-deficient face was full of grievance. Dean, can you believe it? I have endured the child support, but she forced me to solve the case. FK. What's the difference between this and asking people to do those damn math problems? Dean. You are worthy of it, Harry. It's okay that you are not serious, but the temporary sleeping partner you find is so weird. This made him interested in the case Harry mentioned. Good morning. This book will not have any messy plots such as business wars and active involvement in gangs. These are all smooth preparations for the middle and late stages, and the core is still various interesting cases. Chapter 165 Missing Case. What case? Dean looked at Harry, who was in great distress, and asked curiously. Harry spread his hands. A missing case. Her brother has been missing for 2 days. After the local police officer learned about the situation, he didn't take it seriously. This is actually normal. Dean, you know, most black children are rebellious, smoking, drinking, smoking marijuana, and staying out all night, which is the adolescence of many black children. So the local patrol didn't pay much attention to this matter. But that crazy woman kept saying that her brother was murdered. At this point, Harry didn't care that this was a ward. He took out a cigarette and threw it to Dean. After taking 2 puffs in distress, he continued, if it was just a missing case, I would be willing to help for the sake of the child, but she held a small note and insisted that it was a murder case. What should I do? The key is that this case is not in our jurisdiction. I can't intervene even if I want to. Dean could see it. Harry was just confused because he suddenly had a child, so he behaved like this now. Any scumbag who knows he has won the bid will probably be like him, confused, scared, at a loss. In short, his mind is a mess. Dude, you are not entangled in the case at all, but the problem of a child. Dean pierced through Harry's disguise. Harry stared at Dean blankly, smoke coming out of his nostrils uncontrollably to show his affirmation of Dean's guess. Seeing this, Dean grinned. It seems that I was right. L3's mind reading is so cool. For ordinary small characters, lying in front of him is courting death. Ahem. Harry came back to his senses and threw away the cigarette. But, dude, sometimes I really suspect that you have the ability to read minds. Although I don't want to admit it, I am indeed entangled in the matter of children. I never thought that I would have a child before the age of 30. This is a disaster. In fact, Harry's reaction is not a scumbag, but it shows that he has seriously considered taking responsibility in his heart. This is a rare thing. Normal black people don't care much about having children. In America, apart from some black families with good living conditions, there are too many black children at the bottom who don't know who their father is, or even if they know, it's useless. In addition to some inconvenient reasons, this is also related to some previous policies of the United States. If black women raise children independently, there are a lot of government subsidies, which is much easier than 2 poor guys raising children together. This also leads to the irresponsible behavior of those black men becoming a matter of course, and even becoming a tradition of the bottom black families. But these did not arouse Dean's sympathy except for making fun of him. Harry, this dead scumbag, should have been aware of falling into a pit when he got out. But as a brother, he still needs to be comforted. Dean suppressed the smile on his lips and said seriously, Harry, are you sure that woman just wants you to help solve the case, not to ask you for child support? Harry nodded. The child is 1 year old. I saw that she is very cute and well taken care of. I guess she really has no one to turn to, so she finally thought of me. By what means? By phone. Dude, don't even think about this child. No one has a one-night stand and knows the other person's phone number. You are being borrowed. Dean's cheeks twitched and he was uncomfortable holding back his laughter. Harry reacted and looked at Dean like a goose. FK, you mean that woman slept with me in order to borrow her sperm? She actually knows me very well and has been paying attention to me. Ha ha ha. Dean finally couldn't help laughing and laughed. Yes, so don't think too much, tell me about the case, I'm more interested in that. As a high-quality black man, Harry wanted to take responsibility, but found that he was just a tool and didn't even have the qualifications to take responsibility. For a moment, he felt that his self-esteem was somewhat hit. He took out his mobile phone listlessly and entered a string of numbers. You contact her yourself, I want to be quiet. Harry was left listless in the ward. Dean took his mobile phone to the corridor and made a call. Harry, are you willing to help me? As soon as the call was connected, a hurried female voice came from the other end of the phone with obvious anxiety and helplessness. In addition to the woman's voice, Dean also vaguely heard the crying of a child. He hurriedly said, I am Harry's friend and also the chief detective of the police department. I am somewhat interested in your brother's case. If you are willing, you can come to Maria Hospital XXX to find me. Chief detective. The woman was stunned at first, and then said in surprise, no problem, I'll be there right away. Half an hour later, a black woman, holding a little girl, hurried to the floor of the ward where Dean was. A group of nurses thought it was just a wife bringing a child to find her father, and they didn't care. But when a young nurse saw the woman with the child, heading straight to the ward where Dean was, the nurse station went crazy. "My God, that can't be Inspector Dean's child!" a young nurse exclaimed. "Let's go and have a look." A group of idle nurses in the nurse station followed with gossip. As soon as they reached the door, they heard the woman who had just entered angrily scolding, "Get out of here, don't touch my child." It turned out that Harry saw his daughter's red and swollen eyes, and driven by his blood, he couldn't help but want to tease her, but he ended up getting humiliated. Seeing that the woman was emotional and about to collapse, Dean looked at Harry. "Hey, men, let me talk to her. As for the child, when this matter is over, you can all calm down and deal with it properly." Outside the door, a group of eavesdropping nurses breathed a sigh of relief. For this young, promising, handsome, and bad Inspector Dean, these unmarried and married female nurses were very envious, and more or less had some ideas. Creak. The door of the ward opened. Harry came out dejectedly, but ran into a group of eavesdropping nurses. Before he could react, "Bah, scumbag!" a young nurse gave him a middle finger and turned away. The other nurses followed closely behind, spitting and giving Harry a middle finger, which made Harry confused. Only a strong black nurse lady glanced at Harry's body, then took out her mobile phone with a smile and whispered, "Don't worry about them, I just like strong guys like you. How about going for a drink after get off work?" Harry, scared, but dare not refuse directly. In the ward, Dean stretched out his hand. "Hello, I'm the person who just called you. You can call me Dean, or Inspector Dean, it's all fine. My name is Sarah." The woman's emotions were relieved a lot in Dean's soft and rhythmic voice. Sarah took a deep breath and took out a brown note from her daughter's pocket. "Detective Dean, I really don't know what to do now. I need someone to help me." "No problem." Dean pinched the little girl's face and smiled. "Just tell me the situation first." Sarah nodded. She suppressed the helplessness in her heart, organized her words, and told Dean in detail from beginning to end what happened, the evening of the day before yesterday. Sarah woke up in the middle of the night because of her daughter's distress. After comforting her daughter, she went to the living room to drink water, but found that there was a lot less food in the refrigerator. She thought it was a thief in the house, so she picked up a gun and prepared to ask her brother to get up and search the house together. As a result, when she opened the door, she found that her brother, who was supposed to be sleeping in the room, disappeared in the room and didn't know where he went. No mistake, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. Look. What disappeared with Sarah's brother was also his school bag. She suspected that her brother had run away from home with food for some reason. After all, it was because of her daughter. She paid little attention to her brother's behavior in the past 2 years, which led to her brother getting mixed up with a group of bad boys in the community. Because the phone could not be reached, the community at night was very unsafe. After Sarah sent a text message, she locked the door and hugged her daughter to sleep again. As a result, there was no news about her brother after he disappeared. 2 days later, Sarah realized that something was wrong and called the police. As a result, the patrol officer in the area simply registered Sarah's brother's information and said that he would notify her if there was any news. As a result, there was no news at all. Sarah's face was full of anger. "These sons of bitches don't care whether my brother is dead or alive. After registering the information, I saw them sitting leisurely in the convenience store eating donuts. This is indeed disappointing, but Sarah, based on the information you have provided so far, it is really impossible to judge your brother's situation. Why did you tell Harry that he was murdered?" "Because of this." Sarah handed the note in her hand to Dean. "This is a note I found on my brother's computer desk. The information on it makes me suspect that he was targeted and seduced by some perverts." Dean took the note and checked it, and found that it seemed to be part of a topographic map. At the tier mark, there is also a line of very small font, "Burial Ground." This looks like some old atlas given in storybooks. Dean had seen something similar on his brother Thompson's bookshelf. In order to increase the reader's sense of immersion, some storybooks will bundle characters, maps, or some small gadgets for sale, which can also be regarded as peripheral development. Sarah nodded. "Yes, my brother is not very courageous, but he likes some imaginary heroic stories. He often reads the book 300 Warriors with a note. The map in the book. He cherishes it very much. When he left, He also took the book with him. I guess he was in a hurry to leave, so he clipped a corner of the map under the computer and tore it off. If Dean hadn't felt Sarah's attitude was very serious, he would almost think that this woman had a mental problem. It is indeed a bit outrageous to conclude that his brother's disappearance was due to someone trying to murder him because of a map around the book. It seems that she guessed Dean's thoughts. Sarah carefully put her daughter, who had cried herself to sleep, aside, and took out a stack of printed paper from her bag. This is the chat record I saw after the incident when I opened my brother's computer. There was a jerk in it who kept luring my brother to go out on adventures, and even said that he had a full set of Spartan warrior clothing at home. When Bolt disappeared, he took the Buck 300 warriors with him. After that netizen didn't contact my brother again. She couldn't help but cover her cheeks and sobbed. I took these chat records to the police station, hoping that they could help investigate this netizen, but the jerk was still perfunctory. I didn't know what to do at all, and finally I couldn't help but find Harry. Dean simply flipped through the chat records, and his heart sank. That netizen was indeed problematic. After thinking about it, he took out 2 pieces of paper and gave them to her. Sarah, your daughter still needs your care, so you need to calm down now. As for your brother's matter, Harry and I will handle it. Understand? Sarah wiped her tears and nodded. Anyway, she was originally helpless and confused. Now she finally has a clue. At least the man in front of him kept talking about Harry, which meant that they had a good relationship and he would not treat him perfunctorily like those bastards. Farewell to the woman. Dean took the chat record's NICQ number and was about to ask Daisy to help him check the information of that person. Harry sneaked into the ward with a sly look. Dean, how is it? Dean glanced at the large red marks on Harry's neck that were sucked, and said contemptuously, are you talking about the salad or the case, Harry, the love saint? This damn scumbag. He was still entangled before. But after the woman and the child came, he turned around and went to find someone to make love. Bah. This is no longer a scumbag, but a scumbag. Harry noticed Dean's gaze, subconsciously covered his neck with his collar, and said aggrievedly, Dean, it's not what you think, I was forced. The nurse saw that he was in a bad mood and said she would take him to the smoking room to rest, but she took him directly to the material room and locked the door. I'm not interested in your romantic affairs. Dean shook the information in his hand. I just talked to Sarah in detail. Her brother is probably in trouble now. Now I need you to collect his information and let Daisy find the information of this netizen as quickly as possible. The online world is a magical place. There is a veil between you. You never know whether the person you are chatting with is a human or a ghost. Every year in America, many people become sex slaves in the basement, auction items in the dark web, and sources of materials for organ factories because of meeting netizens. As for the wretched people who deceive little girls and boys and do illegal things, there are too many of them. Sarah's brother obviously encountered this situation. He was tricked into leaving home in the middle of the night and brought a lot of food with him, which means he was well prepared. But in the end, his phone could not be contacted. Today is the 3rd day of his disappearance. Dean suspected that Sarah's brother was probably gone now. Harry obviously thought of this and his face changed slightly. FK, this stupid woman, she just showed me that broken note before and didn't mention the chat history at all. I'm going back to the police station right away. After that, Harry left in a hurry. As a result, before he left the ward, he ran into Sarah who had returned. She collapsed, grabbed Harry, and said sadly, someone took my daughter away. Alliance leader added. 22-2 equals 20. Good night. Chapter 166. The unexpected identity of the human trafficker. The child was taken away. Sarah, who had just left, came back, holding Harry's arm, with a panic on her face. What? Harry's eyes turned red when he heard that his daughter was taken away. He pulled out the revolver from his waist and rushed to the elevator. Dean grabbed him and shouted to the nurse's station, someone's child was taken away, tell the security downstairs to block the building. The female nurses also quickly called the landline of the security downstairs. Seeing them in action, Dean looked at Sarah. What are the characteristics of the other party? Where did they run to? Sarah left not long ago. The elevators in the hospital are very slow and often stop in the middle of the journey. The person who took the child away, whether by elevator or stairs, does not have enough time. In terms of time, the other party and the child are still in the hospital building. As a woman who left her father and left her son, Sarah is very independent. She just lost her mind in a panic. Hearing Dean's question, she immediately said, it was a middle-aged woman who weighed about 150 kilograms, wearing a black headscarf, about 1.72 meters tall with shoes on, and wearing an old-fashioned black work suit. I was distracted in the elevator because of my brother's matter. She suddenly took a pack of tissues and covered my nose. My head was dizzy. When I reacted, the person who had fallen outside the elevator, and the child and the woman were gone. Dean nodded. Harry, call Hawk immediately and ask him to bring people to surround this place, and then ask the security guards about the monitoring of the elevator. Call me as soon as possible. I'm going to the first floor now. After saying that, he pulled out a bulletproof vest from the drawer, put it on his hospital gown, and ran towards the stairs. Harry heard Dean's instructions and felt more confident. He quickly took out his mobile phone to contact Hawk, the leading police officer of the branch. Sarah ran to the nurses and emphasized the physical characteristics of the woman, asking them to pass it on to the security downstairs to prevent her from faking it out. Dean thought as he hurried downstairs. Sala looked healthy, but because of a pack of tissues, she lost consciousness for a short time. This method was a bit like a kidnapper. There was an anesthetic on the tissues or handkerchiefs. Normally, many areas of the hospital are monitored, and few traffickers would choose to start a business in the hospital. This situation is more like revenge, blackmail, or risky behavior with other purposes. Dean guessed. Sala's daughter was kidnapped. It might be related to her brother's disappearance. While thinking, Dean rushed to the first floor of the inpatient department. The nurses' phone calls worked. There were 2 security guards on the first floor. One was guarding the main entrance, and the other was nowhere to be seen. I think he should have gone to guard other positions. There were 7 or 8 men and women at the door. They seemed to have just come out of the elevator and were stopped by the security guard. They were surrounding the security guard to ask for an explanation, which made the security guard a little at a loss, but he didn't dare to get angry. Because Maria Hospital is a high-end hospital with high costs. Any complaint from these people would make him very uncomfortable. Just when he didn't know how to explain, Dean came up behind him, took out his detective ID and pinned it on his chest. I am Inspector Dean from the Detective Bureau. A serious child snatching case has just occurred in this building. Please stay here for a while and wait for the police to register and inquire before leaving. With 12 points of endurance, he still had enough breath to speak these words majestically after rushing downstairs. Everyone's eyes were focused on Dean and the ID on his chest. The identity of the detective was undoubtedly more convincing than the security guard at the door. The men and women who originally surrounded the security guards became good citizens again. The young security guard also showed his gratitude to Dean, walked up to Dean, and was about to say something. Suddenly, zizzy, the sound of electricity sounded. It turned out that the intercom on the security guard's chest was calling, "Mike, the target person has been found. She hasn't appeared since she got out of the elevator on the second floor." It turned out that the security guard immediately retrieved the surveillance in the elevator. This reaction speed surprised Dean. The security guard received the news from his colleague in the monitoring room and quickly said to Dean, "Inspector, in addition to the wards, there are surveillance cameras in the corridors and elevators. The only blind spot outside is the stairwell." Dean nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly, he looked at a mother and son in the crowd with a sharp gaze. In the face of everyone's astonishment, Dean directly took out his pistol and pointed it at the teenager who was hiding behind his mother and carrying a school bag. "Dude, stay calm, be good, don't move." The security guard looked at Dean in a daze. "Inspector, aren't you here to catch the human trafficker? Why did you suddenly pull out a gun and point it at a teenager who looks harmless?" The teenager's mother stood in front of her son with an ugly face and said angrily, "Are you crazy? My husband is also a policeman, and you actually pulled out a gun and pointed it at my colleague's wife and children." Dean didn't say anything, and pulled out a baton from the waist of the security guard next to him. With a pistol and a baton in one hand, he strode towards the terrified teenager of 13 or 14. It was about to get close. The boy's mother wanted to say something, but a dagger was pressed against her throat from behind. She wanted to turn her head away in disbelief. The next moment, the sound of whistling wind passed by her ears. The boy who tried to hold his mother hostage and threatened Dean screamed, and the dagger he had just stretched out to his mother slipped out of his hand. There was a dark red impact dent on the palm of his right hand holding the dagger. He screamed and stepped back. No matter how hard he tried, He couldn't understand why this policeman could see that there was something wrong with him at first glance. Dean would not give people the opportunity to cause accidents. He took a step forward, pushed the resentful mother away, grabbed the boy's hair with his left hand, and slammed him against the wall. After the other party fainted, Dean took off the backpack behind him. As soon as he got the backpack in his hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's settled. This backpack, which doesn't seem to be big, weighs about 20 pounds in the hand, and feels soft. In all likelihood, it is Sarah and Harry's daughter. Dean threw the dizzy boy away and was about to open the backpack to check the baby girl's condition. The boy's mother finally came to her senses. She touched the tiny scratches on her throat, and looked at Dean angrily with fear. You bastard, you actually ignored my safety and suddenly attacked. I want to complain to you, and you also hurt my son. There was a crisp sound of snap. Before the woman finished speaking, she was slapped hard in the face. She fell sideways against the wall next to the elevator and fell down limply, just lying with her son, one in front and one behind. You spoiled her. Dean retracted his slap speechlessly and unzipped the backpack. In the black backpack, a baby girl, curled up in a ball, was lying quietly in the backpack, motionless. Dean noticed that the baby girl's body was almost motionless. His face changed, and he quickly took the baby girl out of the backpack. Seeing that her mouth was bulging, he stretched out his mouth and pulled out a sock from it. As soon as the socks were taken out, the baby girl coughed twice slightly, and her chest finally returned to normal. Seeing this scene, the security guard and the people around who were originally confused by Dean's actions finally reacted and were in an uproar. FK, this bastard, he almost suffocated a baby to death. The security guard picked up the baton on the ground and looked at the boy on the ground. He wanted to learn from Dean and cripple his other hand. Dean held the baby girl who was almost suffocated to death and said to everyone, please move aside to keep the air circulating. In addition, although the child has been found, please do not leave before the police arrive. Someone wanted to refute. Since the child has been found, why not let them go? But when they caught a glimpse of the woman on the ground with a swollen cheek, they finally chose to follow their heart. Delay a little time, just delay. No mistake, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar, take a look. Just cooperate with the police and be a good citizen who abides by the law. The little security guard was still eager to try. He waved his baton. Inspector, isn't there another fat middle-aged woman? Check the woman's bag on the ground and you'll know the situation. Dean said, took out his cell phone, and was about to call Harry. Harry called first. Dean, the monitoring room said that the woman got off the elevator on the second floor. I suspect she is hiding somewhere on the second floor with my daughter. I found them. Bring Sala to the first floor. I'll be down right away. Harry hung up the phone in a hurry. Here, the little security guard picked up the woman's bag on the ground and opened it under the curious gaze of the people around. Inside the small lady's bag, there was a plastic top made up of small bags. There were many holes on the plastic top. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these holes were filled with gas, and finally they were cut and deflated, so that they could be easily crumpled into a ball and stuffed into the small lady's bag. The woman must have used this tool to disguise herself as the fat woman in Sala's eyes. The little security guard realized it later, so this woman also participated in the kidnapping. Well, look at the opening of her clothes. Dean was in a good mood while holding Harry's daughter, so he explained, this kind of built-in button clothes can usually be worn on both sides, and it is difficult to find anything unusual. Of course, the reason why the other party was exposed was not only the boy's heavy school bag, but also the woman's obviously ill-fitting coat, which was one of the flaws. Hearing this, the little security guard squatted down. Under the gaze of everyone, he lifted a corner of the woman's coat. Under the leather coat, it was a common war clothes made of black cloth. These are completely two styles of clothes. No wonder the detective in front of him said that it was difficult to find anything unusual. Because normal people would never associate a leather coat with a cloth war clothes. The little security guard was amazed. This hateful human trafficker is not only a mother and son, but also deliberately got off the elevator from the second floor, and then changed his appearance and came down from another floor. If it weren't for you, the detective, I guess they would really be fooled. After all, people come and go in the inpatient building. This group of people are not criminals. Even if the police inquire, they can only ask about their purpose of coming here and verify it simply. instead of opening their backpacks to check the situation. The daughter was found. Sarah cried with joy. Harry, the inexperienced father, was also relieved, but felt weak all over and was terrified. He looked at Sarah, who was hugging his daughter and kissing her hard, and a decisive look flashed in his eyes. Propose. It is undoubtedly a difficult thing for a woman to take care of a child. The most important thing is, Harry doesn't want this to happen to his daughter next time. Something called responsibility flourished from his heart. He wants to be responsible. Dean directly broke the joy in the hearts of the two. Don't stand here. This mother and son probably drugged my little niece. You should take her for a checkup now. The security guards and the onlookers on the side also reminded. This bastard mother and son also stuffed a stinky sock into the child's mouth, almost suffocating the poor little guy. FK. Harry heard this and was furious, kicking the woman who was still in a coma. The woman was knocked unconscious by Dean's slap, and was in a light sleep. She woke up with a scream when she felt a sharp pain. She raised her head blankly. Her hair was scattered, revealing the woman's face. Harry raised his fist and was about to continue to hide her, but when he saw the woman's intact right cheek, he was stunned. How could it be her? Do you know her? Harry nodded blankly. She is the wife of a patrolman, but the guy is unlucky. When he was writing a ticket, he was shot with a shotgun by a drug-addicted guy. He is still lying in the hospital, and the murderer has not been caught yet. Hearing this, Dean was also a little confused. This mother and son are actually the police's family. But why would such a person attack Sarah's daughter? The woman woke up in pain. She quickly realized what happened, especially when she saw that her lady's bag had been opened. The woman's already pale face was even more bloodless, and she stammered, "I'm sorry, we don't want to do this either." While speaking, a few bloody teeth came out of her mouth. It's hard to believe that her mouth is so swollen. The woman could still speak clearly. Harry came back to his senses, and the anger in his eyes not only did not decrease, but became more intense. His hand even touched the revolver at his waist. "Then can you tell me why you stuffed a sock into my daughter's mouth, causing her to almost suffocate?" The woman hesitated. "We were afraid that she would wake up suddenly and expose us." "What did you feed her?" Sarah hugged her daughter with cold eyes, facing the victim. The woman did not dare to raise her head. "It's just some sleeping pills. We were really forced. We have no ill intentions. Go to Nima, you stinky bitch." Sarah kicked the woman's intact right face and kicked her to the ground again. If Harry hadn't stopped her, Sarah would have wanted to kill the mother and son. In the noise, Bald Hawk came hurriedly with a few patrolmen. They all knew the woman. It turned out that the woman's husband was a colleague of Hawk and others before, and everyone even donated money to their family. A police officer's family. Why did they suddenly appear in the hospital and snatch the child of someone they had never met? It has been confirmed that it is re-positive. The symptoms are much more severe than before. Brothers who have turned from positive to negative, don't be careless. People have their limits. Chapter 167, The Mother and Son Who Bully the Weak and Fear the Strong. In Hawk's narration, Dean had a certain understanding of the mother and son who robbed Sarah's child. The woman was called Samar, a full-time mother. The teenager who pulled out a dagger and put it on his mother Sam's neck in an attempt to intimidate Dean was called Takel, who was only 14 years old this year, about the same age as Dean's younger brother. Samar's husband was an ordinary patrolman in the Bald Hawk team. When the other party found a speeding car, he was suddenly shot and attacked. His body was sieved by countless inferior iron filings. Although he was lucky enough not to die directly, he was seriously infected and is still lying in the hospital. When Hawk spoke, he looked at Dean pleadingly. "Although I don't know why they would do such a stupid thing, their identities are somewhat special. Dean, my buddy is still lying in the hospital. If we send his wife and children to prison, the people in the branch will have opinions." Hearing this, Dean was silent for a moment and nodded. "I can ignore it, but Harry and the child's mother need you to comfort them." Hawk breathed a sigh of relief and said affirmatively, "Don't worry, Harry will understand me. I know he will understand. But the child's mother won't. What you are doing is equivalent to kidnapping Harry. I won't get involved, I will only choose to protect my buddy." Dean shrugged and said no more. He knew that the reason Hawk was so sure was because of the unspoken rules of the police force. Compared with other countries, America is not only a society of human feelings. In many cases, human feelings are higher than the law. Although this is different from the propaganda, it is true. I won't say much about other things. The PBA card, also known as the relationship card, illustrates this point. As a member of the police, their families can get a PBA card printed with the family members of the Los Angeles Police Department. The law enforcement of the police in the United States is very flexible. If a small matter such as speeding is stopped, if the family members of the police show the card, there is a high probability that it will be treated as nothing happened and let go directly. Dean's mother, Sheila, had a PBA card that Dean had sent her. On the front of the card, the word family relationship was written in bold black letters. Under the word relationship, it was written that she was a relative of a detective in the detective bureau. So if Sheila was stopped by a patrolman one day, even if it was something very troublesome, the patrolman who stopped the car would definitely be very gentle when he saw her PBA card, instead of reaching for his gun at every turn. That's how it is. Bald Hawk, as expected of a senior police officer who had worked for more than 10 years, was very efficient. After more than 10 minutes, Harry approached Dean with a depressed look on his face, lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then sighed. Sarah is not going to prosecute the mother and son. He wanted to put the mother and son in jail. But his identity determined that if he did so, he would lose many of his friends who were sources of intelligence, and would also lose the greatest value of staying in the detective bureau. So this matter was suitable for Sarah to do. Unfortunately, Sarah was persuaded by Hawk. In this case, the mother and son will not escape punishment, but as long as they can provide evidence that they were forced, the possibility of going to jail is very small. Seeing this, Dean changed the subject. How is your daughter? She is still under the effect of the drug. Fortunately, all her vital signs are normal. Now there are nurses monitoring her at all times. She should be fine. Harry's face flashed with guilt when he talked about his daughter. He hesitated and said, Dean, do you think I should propose to Sarah? He didn't have much impression of Sarah. But the one-year-old daughter, who he had only met twice, was overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, so much so that when he heard that his daughter was taken away, Harry subconsciously chose to pull out his gun. Dean nodded. Sarah should be a celibate. You had no chance originally. Now her brother is missing and her daughter was almost snatched away. Sarah should be very fragile. She will realize her powerlessness and subconsciously want someone to rely on. If you can help solve her brother's problem, even if the proposal cannot be successful, it should be no problem for you to be the father of the child. Harry rolled his eyes and cursed resignedly. FK, this damn women's protection. According to the law, a woman can freely choose whether to recognize the biological father of the child. And as the biological father who has worked hard to leave the seed, if he is not accepted by the woman, then they are not even allowed to contact and approach their children privately. Otherwise, it is illegal. Because it involves the ownership of their own children. For the first time, Harry showed the state of a model worker in solving the case. After he comforted Sarah, he immediately sent the chat records that Sarah brought to Daisy, and then stayed by the side of the mother and child who were receiving treatment from the doctor. According to the surveillance, the mother and son followed Sarah into the hospital, and they were well prepared and had a plan to escape, which was a premeditated crime. This shows that their target was Sarah's child from the beginning. This made Harry realize that the other party's actions might be related to the disappearance of Sarah's brother. But all this needs to wait until the two regain consciousness to know what secrets are hidden behind this abnormal behavior. Dean was quite ruthless. 14-year-old Tackle had a joint fracture in his right hand while holding the knife, and his brain was slightly concussed. It is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 hours to recover. Tackle's mother Sama was not feeling well either. Dean slapped her and Sarah kicked her, knocking out 4 or 5 of her teeth. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, and because both sides were swollen, she lost a lot of teeth, which caused her to speak unclearly and her emotions were not very stable. This also caused everyone to wait for them to regain a certain degree of consciousness before they could inquire. Dean took the opportunity to come to Sarah, who was guarding her daughter, and learned more about her brother. Sarah's brother was named Henry, and was raised by Sarah. Their parents died early due to an accident, and the two siblings depended on each other for survival. With the help of his parents' insurance money, Sarah completed his studies and became a dance teacher. Until 2 years ago. His younger brother Henry held a girl's hand for the first time. He excitedly told Sarah. This made Sarah realize that as his younger brother grew up, he would leave him sooner or later, so after a selection, he finally chose Harry, who looked good among black people, and planned to leave the father and keep the son, so that he would not be without company in the future. This kind of thinking is very strange. But in America, where the internet has begun to spread, it has become a niche value that many strong women use to show their uniqueness and promote. It is also because of having a daughter. In the past 2 years, Sarah has not been as familiar and knowledgeable as before about her younger brother, who she raised since childhood. Especially his younger brother Henry is just 12 years old, which is the beginning of the child's rebellion. So after some inquiries, Dean didn't know more about Henry, who was 12 years old, except that he had recently made some new friends. It was a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Harry called Dean and said that the 14-year-old boy Tycho who took out a dagger and wanted to threaten Dean had woken up, but the other party was a little excited. Dean immediately came to the ward where the other party was. At this time, the atmosphere in the ward was a little tense. Tycho was holding a piece of broken glass and was putting it on his neck, which had pierced the epidermis. Tycho's mother, Sama, whose head was swollen like a pig, was kneeling in front of him, speaking excitedly and incoherently, as if trying to persuade her son not to be impulsive. The wound on the woman's neck had stopped bleeding, and she had completely forgotten that her own son tried to hold her hostage with a dagger. Bald Hawk and several patrolmen were watching the scene nervously and did not dare to approach. Harry stood at the door unhappily and did not go in. He was worried that after he went in, the boy would really commit suicide, and he would not be able to explain himself even if he was right, and would be stained with dirt. Meet Dean. He looked helpless. After this little bastard woke up, he smashed the water cup while I was on the phone and staged this farce, making Hawk and the others regret not handcuffing this bastard. Dean glanced at the boy and sneered, "Don't worry, he is the kind of selfish person who will never have the courage to be cruel to himself." No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. After saying that, he pushed Harry away and walked to the front, attracting everyone's attention. Especially Tycho. Enemies want to see, especially jealous. When Tycho saw Dean, he felt a tingling in his right hand that had been treated again. He yelled at Dean excitedly, "You bastard, you broke my right hand, kneel down and apologize immediately, otherwise I will die here and let everyone know that you forced the son of a brave police officer to death." "Oh." Dean responded calmly, and said considerately, "You are facing your own trachea now. You won't die here, and you can be rescued easily. I suggest you move to the side. That's the aorta. If it breaks, your blood can spray several meters away. Even in the hospital, you may not be rescued." Tycho. He was stunned. "Do you want to hear what you are saying?" This bastard detective was not nervous when facing his own death threat, but he even instructed him how to end his life effectively. Not only Tycho was stunned. Hawk and several other police officers also looked at Dean. "Dude, you're asking for trouble." Dean looked puzzled. "He wants to commit suicide, what does it have to do with me? I'm kind-hearted, I just can't bear to see this kid being misled by the movie, so I'm just doing some popular science on the human body. Is this a sin?" Of course, if Tycho really committed suicide, Dean would inevitably be complained by Tycho's mother. But again, it's none of his business. It's just a complaint, it won't kill anyone. Lawrence received hundreds of complaints a year, breaking the record of the Los Angeles Police Department, but he was transferred to the 4th Squadron and continued to be a detective. Tycho's mother, Sama, who was kneeling on the ground, was shocked when she heard this. She knelt down to beg for help in front of her son who almost killed her, but she treated Dean, the benefactor who saved her, as if he were an enemy. She got up and waved her hands, shouting something unclear, while grabbing Dean's cheek. With Dean's personality, how could he indulge in this bad habit? He thrust out his right hand, grabbed Sama's neck accurately, and lifted her up with force, smashing the 100-pound Sama against the wall of the ward like a dead dog. With a dull thud, Sama slid to the ground, curled up into a C shape, and was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. Hawk and others rushed forward, checking her injuries while blocking Dean to prevent him from continuing to punch and kick her. Harry looked at Dean with admiration, as if he saw Hercules. "Man, your strength is too scary. Is this Chinese kung fu?" He lifted a person weighing more than 100 pounds with one hand and threw him out. This means that Dean's right hand can easily grab 200 pounds of things. This is really exaggerated. Dean shrugged, "I don't know any kung fu, I'm just born with supernatural power." He clenched his fist. He looked at the frightened Tycho again and said calmly, "For the sake of your father, we want to give you and your son a decent life instead of playing this kind of house game with you. Sit still now." Tell me why you took Salah's daughter away. What should I do if a naughty child is upset? Just beat him up. As long as you can't kill him, beat him to death. Tackle is obviously an overindulged older naughty child. Facing Dean, a cruel man. He honestly threw away the glass fragments in his hand and sat down with trembling legs. Don't hurt me again, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Tackle is indeed, as Dean said, selfish and indifferent by nature. He didn't even care about his mother, who fell to the ground. Dean looked into Tackle's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Do you know Henry? And why did you and your mother follow Sarah and want to snatch her son?" Tackle shook his head directly. "I don't know any Henry, and I don't know who the woman named Sarah is. In fact, the reason why my mother and I want to snatch the child of that strange woman today was forced." It turned out that Tackle's father was a patrolman, but because of his mother's doting, he was an out-and-out bastard. He was only 14 years old. Not only did he hang out with a group of neighborhood kids, but he also committed a crime not long ago. He raped a younger, 13-year-old schoolgirl. Afterwards, Tackle was very scared. He was worried that the girl's family would call the police, so he told his mother as soon as possible. I don't know how the matter was resolved, but except that Tackle never saw the schoolgirl again, his life returned to normal until his father was shot, and he and his mother received a text message. Someone used that incident to threaten them to snatch Sarah's daughter. Otherwise, Tackle would be sent to prison. Hearing his son tell the reason, Tackle's mother was still lying on the ground, with tears in her eyes. Hawk and several colleagues of Tackle's father were shocked. "FK, how come we didn't know about this?" Especially Hawk. He squatted in front of Sama with a serious face and said in a solemn tone, "Tell me, how did your husband deal with this matter?" Sama closed her eyes and was unwilling to communicate. Dean grabbed Tackle from the bed and threw him next to Sama amid screams and exclamations. He sneered, "Madam, you are afraid of threats from someone you have never met, but you are not afraid of me. You make me feel very embarrassed." Hearing Dean's voice and his son's screams, Sama, who was pretending to be dead, immediately opened his eyes and wanted to speak, but found it difficult to speak clearly. He quickly wrote with a pen to indicate that he wanted paper and pen, and was extremely obedient. Hawk was so annoyed. He pretended to be dead when I asked him, and he immediately cooperated as soon as Dean opened his mouth. He really bullies the weak and fears the strong. Thanks for the rewards these days. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the 18,000 book coins reward. Thanks, boss. I really appreciate your kindness. Thanks to the book friend username under review for the 3,500 book coins reward. Thanks, boss. Congratulations on being promoted to the helmsman. If there are more updates, I will wait until Gauza-E recovers a little. Thanks to the 5 book friends 20170126120007842 feet, Red Blood Cellular 2002, Gongai 233, Zion Iwatiao, and Sasa Sunny Day 7791 for the rewards. Thanks 5 bosses. The updates these 2 days are not very impressive, but the book friends who have been following should know that Gauza-E was still updating when he was a sheep. These 2 days, the symptoms of re-positive are too severe, and I am quite listless. I am very sorry. In addition, I saw many readers leave messages about their own situations. Hug one. No matter whether you are positive or negative now, pay attention to rest and don't be too tired. Good night. Chapter 168, Speculations about the Suspect, Case Within a Case. In order to protect her son from being beaten by the bad detective Dean, Sama endured the pain and wrote down what happened. Not long ago, after learning that her son had committed a crime, Sama's husband wanted to send his son to surrender. As a 14-year-old teenager, in fact, as long as Tackle surrendered himself, plus his father's operation, the most he would get was a monetary compensation, plus a period of restriction on freedom such as protective observation. It was probably equivalent to an extra layer of restraint. During this period, as long as he obeyed the law, went to school on time, met with protective observers regularly, moved within the community, and was not allowed to go out at night during the designated time period, he would be punished. But maternal love is sometimes great and sometimes foolish. At the request of her son, Sama threatened her husband, saying that if he sent her son to surrender, he would be separated from his family and would be alone from then on. As a middle-aged man with a wife and children, although he was very reluctant to do so, he was still kidnapped by his family. He put on the LAPD police uniform that symbolized justice and found the family of the little girl, with a pistol in one hand and cash compensation in the other. Considering the gains and losses, the family compromised. A few days later, Sama's husband was shot while on duty to generate income to make up for the loss. The murderer's firearm was a homemade shotgun, which was a large-caliber spray gun with average power, but the homemade bullets were filled with iron filings soaked in dirt, causing a serious infection in the man who was originally only disfigured in the upper body. Sama's husband is now basically unable to take care of himself and is ruined. In grief, Sama suddenly received a text message, "I know about your son. If you don't want to lose your husband and then your son, then do as I say." The unknown person provided the plan and Salah's address. He wanted Sama to kidnap Salah's daughter and threaten the other party to give up the investigation of his brother's disappearance. Sama looked at her husband lying on the hospital bed and looked like a disabled person. She was impulsive and called her son, prepared props, and then squatted outside Salah's house. In the end, because there was no suitable opportunity to take action, she followed all the way to the hospital, and what happened today happened. After reading Sama's confession, Dean fell into deep thought. From the timeline, Sama and her son received the threat yesterday and took action today. Yesterday was the second day after Sarah's brother disappeared, and the first day she called the police. This shows a problem. The man who threatened Sama and her son was very familiar with both of them, and might even be familiar with Sama's patrolman husband, so he knew about this. But one thing must be confirmed first. Dean looked at Harry, who was also lost in thought. "Hey, men, you stay with Sarah first. Hawk and I will go to the victim's home to find out the situation." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Dean, leave it to me. Go to the address." On the way, Hawk, who was driving, did not look very good. His men committed a crime and were shot immediately. This was an obvious act of revenge. But let him put himself in the shoes of the victim's family. He suspected that he would have shot the other person directly the moment Takel's father came to the door with a gun. So Hawk's heart is full of mixed emotions now. Dean was worried that this guy would drive him into the stinking ditch because of distraction, so he comforted him. "Man, everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. Takel's father chose to protect his son, and being punished is also a reward from fate. You don't have to feel that you have failed." Anyway, he didn't sympathize with Takel's family at all. If it was his sister Sinclair who was bullied like this, Takel's father didn't need to come to the door. He just put on a mask and went up to provide a one-stop service of killing and arson, and sent their family to confess in front of Satan. As for regrets and remorse, they can talk to Satan. As long as someone dares to hurt his family, no matter what the reason and status, physical elimination is the most direct response. Silence all the way. Half an hour later, the car came to a community that looked a bit shabby and historical. Hawk was an old patrolman in this area. He was familiar with every community here. He introduced, this was originally a community where illegal workers gathered, but as more and more Asian illegal workers obtained green cards and bought this place, the public security here has improved a lot. Dean felt a little unhappy when he heard this. So in Hawk's eyes, Asians are good citizens, right? In current statistics, the largest criminal group is mostly black people, followed by white immigrants from various countries, and finally Asians, to be precise, Asian Chinese. They are often exploited and bullied. In Dean's view, they are all flesh and blood, with hands and guns. Why should their own people be bullied? It's a pity. There are a lot of Chinese in Los Angeles. But every time Dean goes to the shooting range, he rarely sees Chinese people. Instead, some white people bring their young children to such places early to give them Enlightenment education. The proportion of legal gun purchases is also the lowest among all ethnic groups. This may be a habit left over from thousands of years. Find connections when there is something to do. Unless you are forced into a desperate situation, you won't think about taking a gun. But at that time, even if you take a gun, you may not be able to beat criminals who have been training for many years. However, thinking of the ancestors of this body, who would rather abandon tradition and marry the barbarians of other countries 100 years ago, and obtain the support of the woman's family, so that the bloodline can be passed down to the present. Dean sighed in his heart, speechless. Anyway, if he has offspring, he would rather they grow up to be ferocious tigers and leopards, and never allow them to be docile sheep. After getting off the car, Dean, who was in a bad mood, led Hawk, who was also in a tangled mood, to an apartment and knocked on the door. "LAPD, please open the door." After a long while, there was no movement. Dean knew that there was someone inside through the traces and the rotating electric meter, so he continued, "Man, I am Detective Dean of the Detective Bureau. Some things cannot be solved by escaping. I sympathize with your experience. If you are willing to give some trust, perhaps you will find that the world is not as dark as you think." 10 seconds later, footsteps were heard. Someone was looking at the cat's eye position. Dean took out his police badge, and then took out a photo of himself and his family from his wallet, and comforted him. "My sister is only a teenager, about the same age as your daughter. Believe me, I'm not here to cause trouble. Even if you cause trouble, I don't care." A dull male voice came. With a click, the door opened. A decadent middle-aged man with a stubble face came into view. No mistake, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar, one look. A pungent stench came from him and the messy living room. The room was full of takeout boxes, empty bottles, and cigarette butts. It can be seen that the man in front of him has not had a good time recently. Hawk was about to say something, but he saw a double-barreled shotgun about half a meter long thrown on the side of the sofa, and there was a thick bullet under the gun that was obviously homemade, which scared him. He quickly took out his pistol and pointed it at the man. "Get down on the ground with your hands behind your head, don't move." The man didn't even look at Hawk. After lying back on the sofa, he grabbed the beer bottle and took a sip, then muttered, "Liar, you are indeed in the same group, and none of you are good people. Don't be nervous, buddy." Dean pressed down Hawk's pistol pointed at the man, glanced around the room, and said to the man, "It seems that you have been living alone for a week. Because you compromised, your wife took your daughter and left you." "Yes." The man was very calm. "I don't want them to be hurt, but this is obviously not what my daughter and wife want to see, so I went to find the patrolman. Do your wife and daughter know about this?" The man shook his head. "Forget it. I have signed the divorce agreement, so as to prevent my daughter from having a father who attacks a police officer. For God's sake, let me finish this bottle of beer and then take me away." Hearing this, Hawk's tense nerves finally relaxed. He put away his gun and said hesitantly, "Dude, this matter is not your fault. As a police officer, I hate your behavior, but as a father, I understand you. This may be the feeling between middle-aged men. For the sake of his family, he chose to endure, but after being misunderstood by his family, he had to bear everything alone." After drinking, the man frankly recounted what happened. But he denied threatening Soma and his son, and said that he did not know Sala and his brother. In fact, if Soma and his son had not been threatened and went to wait for Sala, they would probably have fallen under the man's gun now. When the man was taken away by Hawk's colleague, a message flashed through Dean's mind: "Assault case solved, experience plus 200. This is probably the time he got the least experience. But it's normal. This case is not particularly complicated, and it's not very dangerous. As long as you know the hidden truth in the case, even a pig can find the man and solve the police assault case. There are still 2,700 experience points to reach level 18. Without a big case, you can only grind. Leave the community." Hawk asked in confusion, "Dean, why do I feel that you believe that guy's words so easily?" "Because he didn't lie." Dean explained, "This guy should be a diligent and honest man in real life. He was very distressed about the violation of his daughter. But in the face of threats, he compromised. It was not until his wife and daughter misunderstood and had no worries that he exploded. A person who has nothing and regrets that he didn't have the opportunity to castrate Tackle in front of us will not give up the last desire to confide because of other considerations." "Okay." Hawk walked to the front of the car, lit a cigarette, and asked the same question that Dean was puzzled about. "Since this guy is not the one who threatened Tackle's mother and son, who else is involved in the matter of Sala?" "There is too little information at present, and I don't know, but I have a rough idea." Dean didn't say it too thoroughly, because he suspected that the suspect was another police officer in the branch, or even Tackle's father, a very good and trusted colleague. Only with this identity can he contact Sala and Tackle's family at the same time. Here comes the interesting part. The purpose of the person behind the scenes is very clear. He didn't want Sala's brother's disappearance to cause too much trouble, so he would rather use a stupid move with a greater risk of exposure than let Sala continue to investigate. But this method, as long as there is a problem, simply use the investigation method. The risk of the person behind the scenes being exposed is very high. So why is he so anxious? In addition, why did Sala's brother run away from home, And what did he do after being fooled into doing something that made the person behind the scenes not even want to attract the attention of the police? Dean realized that this might be a case within a case. Have a good Saturday, brothers. After 2 days of intravenous drips, it cost almost 2,000 yuan, and finally survived. I really thank the brothers who subscribed. If you hadn't subscribed to this book, Gaza, you would not have the money to see a doctor. Thank you. But the doctor specifically reminded me. My physique is relatively weak. Within half a month, I can't be overworked and tired, and I can't catch a cold, otherwise my body hasn't recovered yet, and if I get infected with other strains, my body may not be able to withstand it. So the next update. Gaza will try to ensure that there are about 10,000 words a day, and I won't force more. If the condition is not good, I will guarantee the minimum. Chapter 169 Investigation, Gangster. Afternoon. Meeting room of the 4th Squadron. Captain Mon was away for his daily slack, and Old Hunter had also taken a leave because of the flu. Dean, as the detective, presided over the meeting on this case. Of course, there were only a few big cats and small cats in the 4th Squadron now: Harry, Robert, Daisy, the logistics staff, and Dean himself. Dean wrote the names of the 3 people on the blackboard: Ivan Carbon, Yubal Daniel, and Aisha Leia Solari. These 3 people. The first 2 were the first patrolmen to handle the disappearance of Sarah's brother. After they registered the case, they went to Henry's school and asked Henry's classmates. According to Henry's classmates, Henry recently met a group of bad-behaved gangsters outside the school, so they believed that Henry should have just run away from home, and responded to Sarah's case results based on this. The latter one is the police dispatcher of the branch. She received Sarah's second request for help. But the 2 patrolmen in charge of this case did not take the murder and danger mentioned by Sarah seriously. They just registered the case according to the routine, and handed over the chat records in Henry's computer to the forensic department for processing. These bastards are too perfunctory, Harry said unhappily. Robert rolled his eyes and bluntly exposed his double standards. Man, there's nothing wrong with their handling. This is the handling process of most cases. You are just unhappy because the case involves people around you. Dean nodded in his heart and agreed with Robert's statement. Although the 2 patrolmen were perfunctory in handling the case of Sarah's brother, they also followed the procedures. For the parties involved, it may be irresponsible. But in terms of the procedures, all of this is normal and there is no problem. Instead, it is the female police officer. Dean's intuition tells him that there is something wrong with this woman. This is not a man's sixth sense, but based on a sensitivity to the case. In fact, ordinary police officers are similar to many customer service staff. They don't know how many harassing calls they have to receive every day, encounter all kinds of weird people and things, and because of the recorded phone calls, they have to keep smiling whether they like it or not. And as the lowest level, they don't have many ways to vent these accumulated negative emotions and extra income generation like ordinary patrolmen. So this kind of people are often the group that seeks more psychological counseling. Thinking of this, Dean drew a line under the names of the 2 male patrolmen, Ivan Carbon and Yubal Daniel. Harry, are you familiar with these 2 guys? Harry shook his head. I don't know them, but give me 5 minutes and I can find out about them. After that, he walked out of the meeting room with his mobile phone. Daisy, who was eating French fries and grilled fish, wiped her greasy mouth, raised her head, and said comfortably, Dean, what about the last one, Aisha Leia? Don't you doubt her? I guess the beautiful Miss Daisy should be able to give me her detailed information. For the sake of delicious French fries and grilled fish, Dean, you are right. Daisy took a sip of coffee and rubbed her bloated belly and said, Aisha Leia is a police dispatcher in the branch. Her tasks are much more tedious than mine, so she often has emotional problems sometimes, which also leads to the unhappiness of her marriage. Is she divorced? Yes, she wants to release pressure, so her private life is a bit chaotic. It's probably the kind that if you secretly touch her butt, she will pull out a gun, but if you press her there, she will enjoy it calmly and leave you her phone number afterwards. For this reason, she secretly went to see a psychologist. The doctor said she was suffering from masochism. Simply put, she likes to be treated rudely, but her husband is too honest, so she kicked out her nerdy husband. Dean, Robert, The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Robert asked curiously, wouldn't it be more suitable for her to be a prison guard in a male prison? It's like heaven for her there. This guy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, is a little bit simmering in his heart. Daisy smiled and said, "Do you think she hasn't tried it?" Unfortunately, she didn't pass the psychological evaluation. It is said that the prison is worried that she will eventually become corrupt with the prisoners, so she rejected her application. She is still very depressed about this. She complained to me and Phoebe at a gathering with her best friends. Dean and Robert suddenly realized, no wonder Daisy knows so much about Asheria. It turns out to be a best friend. Dean thought for a moment and asked, "Daisy, do you think she could be bribed?" Daisy shook her head. "It's unlikely that she could be bribed. She comes from a police family, but if she meets a bad man, it's hard to say. In short, I can only say that she is a little strange." Although she didn't say it very directly, Dean's suspicion of Elsa Lydia in his heart increased. While talking, Harry walked in with a serious look on his face. "FK, I wonder if Hawk's bastards told people that I have a daughter, which made me make several phone calls before I got the information of the two patrolmen." Daisy Noy laughed. "Tisk tisk, Harry, it seems that your intelligence harem group will be useless in the future." "Impossible," Harry said with a tragic look. "Do you think those women care about these? They will only use this as an excuse to drain my wallet, which is not rich to begin with." Dean interrupted his complaints. "Man, Sarah's brother doesn't know what's going on yet, and now we need efficiency and time." Harry spread his hands. "Well, according to the information I got, the two patrolmen should be fine. They are not as lazy as Sarah said, but after monitoring and questioning, they found that Henry went out and joined two gangsters of similar age. The patrolmen found the gangsters and understood the situation. It turned out that they were Henry's childhood friends, and this time they came out to celebrate the birthday of one of them. Because Sarah did not allow Henry to contact this group of partners, he left secretly. But isn't Henry only 12 years old?" Robert wondered. Harry pointed at the bandage under Dean's clothes and said, "Dude, don't look down on 12-year-old hooligans. They are not mature mentally, do things without regard for the consequences, and kill people without mercy. Dean and I almost fell into the hands of such a group of brats." Hearing this, Robert shut up. "No mistake, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar, one look." Harry continued, "It's probably because of the two patrolmen, both of whom are white. Sarah naturally doesn't trust them, so she added her own subjective thoughts to it. But such behavior may cause us to seriously misjudge." Dean frowned. He really didn't see that Sarah was hiding something. The so-called mind reading is more of a psychological method, not a divine art. For people like Sarah who are emotionally unstable and subconsciously add subjective speculation to their narratives, even if you can really read minds, it is difficult to tell whether what they say is true or false. Because in their cognition, what they say is true. Harry was a little embarrassed about this. He looked at Robert and Daisy for help. Daisy had just finished her meal and was in a good mood, so she changed the subject and said, "Dean, didn't you ask me to check the netizen who chatted with Henry? The investigation results of the forensic department of the branch have come out this afternoon. What's the situation?" Sarah's suspicion is correct. That guy is indeed a pervert and has a history of online abduction. But because he only called some children to his home, took some morbid cause photos, and then sent them back safely, and gave them nice gifts. So even if a parent found out about his behavior, the judge only fined him and asked him to do community service. As for why the other party did not contact Henry after Henry disappeared, it's because, Daisy said this with a strange expression, because he can't type. Can't type. Yes, literally. A parent saw the little princess cause photos taken by his son on the internet. So the father found him with a semi-automatic rifle, and forced him to take some exciting photos, and sent them to his relatives, friends and everyone he knew. He couldn't stand the excitement and jumped off the building to commit suicide. As a result, he broke both hands and one leg, and is now lying in the hospital. That sounds satisfying. Dean rubbed his face. At least we can save one direction of investigation. It seems that the only clue to Henry's disappearance is the two childhood friends he spent time with that night. The case was sorted out. Dean began to give instructions. Harry and I will go find the two gangsters to find out the situation. As for Daisy, I will give you funding. You can ask Aisha Lydia to have a drink in the evening, and then ask her about her recent activities. As a detective, it is not a big problem for him to approve a few $100 US as activity funds. Daisy was delighted when she heard this. Dean, to be honest, You are very captain-like now. It's very comfortable to work under you. That's because you don't dare to blackmail the captain, but you dare to blackmail me." Dean gave her a middle finger, then looked at Robert. "Robert, your task is not easy. I hope you can stay with Sarah and protect her." Robert was confused. "Dean, why don't you let Harry do this? He will be jealous." Dean sighed, "Because I don't want Harry to be naked when someone takes a risk and can only use his little brother to confront the armed gangsters." Harry. Dean's words left him speechless. Henry's two childhood friends. One is 13 years old and the other is 14 years old. They dropped out of school early and wandered the streets. But at this age, they lack experience and their bodies are not fully developed. To be honest, except for fighting, they don't live a decent life. They can only use guns, hide in dark corners, and rob passers-by to maintain their basic lives. It is also because of such a group of people. Passers-by usually carry some small change. In this way, they can avoid being shot to death by drunk or marijuana-smoking hooligans when they are robbed because they have no money. This is also a normal phenomenon in Los Angeles at night. According to the intelligence, Dean and Harry found this group of hooligans in an abandoned building. They were half-dressed, in a mess, and seemed to have just finished a silver party. Even Harry, a black guy from the lower class, saw this scene and widened his eyes. "FK, these bastards are much more fun than I was back then." Dean glanced at the corner and said lightly, "I guess they are making money." In the corner, a valuable camera was still shooting. Around 12 o'clock, there should be another chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Filming Scene, Corpse. The internet era has given rise to many new industries. With the upgrading of the industrial chain and sales channels, pornography, gambling and drugs have gained many new ways of playing. The scene in front of me is obviously like this. This is the new generation of America. It really makes people feel full of hope. Harry sighed. Dean was not surprised. Abundant materials will inevitably bring spiritual emptiness. In fact, many colleges and universities in America now have these things, but it does not affect their future success in various industries. In addition to the 5 black teenagers, there are 3 white girls. This group of people looks young, probably underage, lying naked, sleeping soundly, and did not notice the arrival of Dean and the 2 outsiders. It can be seen. They are very good, and their career is probably developing well. After all, the white and black Oreo combination, at this age, plus the Group X, is really eye-catching. It is estimated that the finished products taken out for sale will be very popular. Only in this way can the lavish spending of these children be supported. While talking, the 2 searched the scene while the boys and girls were still in a coma. There was a strong smell of volatile alcohol and marijuana in the garbage on the ground. Harry found a burner in a pile of clothes. This is a tool for burning CDs. In addition, there are several finished products, 2 Lorlock 17s that look a little paint-chipped. The model of the Lorlock 17 has an almost blurred AM. This is a product of Lorlock's early years, about 10 years old, not younger than these young people, but it is well maintained and should not be a problem to use it to kill people. Call Hawk and the others. Those 3 white girls are probably still students. I don't know how they got mixed up with them. Harry suggested after packing up the guns of the group. The reason why gangs exist in America is not only because they are needed to exist, but also because of the constant flow of new blood. Harry has become numb to this. Dean nodded. "You can call him." It happens that these CD matters can also be handed over to them to handle, which can also be regarded as a meritorious achievement. Unfortunately, Dean did not receive the panel prompt, nor did he gain any experience points. In the evening, 3 white girls were taken away by their parents crying. It is estimated that their future will not be good. Because the people from the branch handed those parents a business card of the training camp. It is known for its militarization and is used to accommodate those rebellious boys and girls until they turn over a new leaf and finally graduate. In the early years, these places even had some electric shocks, sleep deprivation, and trampling on dignity and other disciplinary methods that were not easy to leave external injuries, which led to many bad incidents. But with the development of child protection organizations, these training camps have become more compliant, and they have specially absorbed some retired police officers to join, so as to obtain a steady stream of students from the police station. The same operation is also carried out by private prisons. This has almost become an industrial chain unique to the United States. As for this unspoken rule, as long as it does not infringe on his own interests, Dean never interferes. He and Harry took Henry's two childhood friends to a small single room and questioned them. The two men, who had just passed the marijuana effect, were a little listless, with their eyes drooping, and were very slow to react to the outside world. It seems that they not only smoked marijuana, but also probably took other things to help them get excited, otherwise their reactions would not be so strong. Harry imitated Dean's appearance and tried to analyze the two. Considering that he would have a daughter in the future, he was rarely more motivated. Dean rolled his eyes. Harry, they have been working all night. This state is normal. In one sentence, Harry's ambition, which had just emerged, was directly shattered. Sure enough, using my brain is not suitable for me. I am still suitable for hugging thighs. He muttered a few words, honestly took out a pen and paper, and started to record. Dean knocked on the table. There are cigarettes found on you on the table. Maybe you can have two to refresh yourself. Can I? The two people were happy when they heard this. The previous interrogation process. It made them feel suffocated. Dean nodded kindly. Of course, no problem. We are not those white policemen. Now is not the time for questioning. I asked you to come here mainly to understand some other situations. The two looked at Harry next to Dean and trusted him more. The thinner young man lit a cigarette with added ingredients for himself and his companion. After taking a few puffs, he showed satisfaction on his face and said numbly, "Men, I like you. What do you want to ask?" "Henry, I want to know Henry's current situation." Hearing this name, the faces of the two people became very ugly. Especially the thinner young man. His eyes showed impatient cruelty. It's this bastard again. Because of him, two patrolmen came to us before. Now it's because of him that you came to us again. This man's brain is obviously much smarter than his companions. He reacted immediately that their group of people would be arrested. Just by the way, Dean and the others' target is Henry. Dada. Dean tapped the table. I have to remind you. One of the white chicks you lured here is the daughter of a Las Vegas gang member. Your behavior will make him a joke among his peers. If you don't want to die in prison, you'd better not make me angry. Otherwise I promise to send you to a private training camp where they can do it. Don't do that. The two raised their hands in surrender and answered Dean's questions without reservation. According to the two, because they lived in the same community and were both black, they had known each other since childhood. However, as they grew older and Henry's sister's living conditions improved, Henry moved away from the original community with his sister. Gradually, the two sides reduced their contact. A few days ago, the reason why the two sides met was a coincidence. Yes, Henry was not invited to the birthday party by them, but they met on the road. In order to show off, they took Henry with them. But afterwards, Henry obviously had something else to do, and he simply drank a can of beer and left alone. Hearing this, no mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1619, one book, one bar, one look. Harry couldn't help but said, "Dude, don't take our kindness as your confidence to deceive us. That's not what you said to the patrolman before." According to the patrolman's inquiry record, Henry left home to attend their party and lost contact in the end. How could I know? Hearing Harry's words, the two black guys looked at him with disdain. Don't you know that keeping secrets for brothers and refusing to sell brothers' information to the police is the commandment of our group? Henry, although he is 12 years old, still has a head full of childish ideas of adventure and heroism, and can no longer talk to us, but he is our friend after all. We can't betray him. Harry threw the pen in his hand. Get out, you are talking faster than anyone else now. The guy took a puff of marijuana, smiled and shook the cigarette in his hand and said, "Since you can let us smoke this stuff in the police station, it means that you can also make us feel uncomfortable. That little bit of loyalty is not enough. Well, you are still smart." Harry seemed to see the shadow of his youth in the other party, and was speechless for a moment. Dean was observing the expressions of the two black youths while they were talking. Just as they said, these two people have loyalty, but not much. They are fence-sitters who look at people and serve them differently. They should not dare to deceive themselves who control their fate. So, is there any other reason why Henry left in the middle of the night? Thinking of this, Dean knocked on the table. Before Henry left, or when communicating, did he say what he was going to do, or show off? Henry's experience is obviously not as good as these two young but old bastards. If this kind of kid is fooled into doing a big thing, it is difficult for him to resist showing off. Big deal. The thin young man who was obviously in charge of thinking shook his head at first, and then he stood up as if he had thought of something, and said seriously, Henry didn't say what he was going to do, but he said that he was going to seek justice. Seek justice. Yes, I rolled my eyes at that time. Because I couldn't understand why he didn't care about beautiful women at the age of 12, but was still obsessed with those fake fairy tales. From then on, I knew that Henry was no longer our former partner. Dean wanted to ask the direction Henry left. Dong dong, there was a muffled sound from the iron door outside the house. Harry stood up, opened the window on the door, and found that it was Hawk. He said seriously, Harry, I just received news that a black boy's body was found in the East District. I heard the description, it seems to be the Henry you are looking for. Dean also heard what Hawk said. Okay. There is no need to search hard now. Henry is really dead. He stood up and patted Harry, who was stunned. Let's go, buddy. As for the two black mentally ill guys in the house, they were left to Hawk to deal with. All our achievements. It was around 9:30 in the evening. The night was cold. Dean and the other two came to the place where the body was found. It was a deserted, weedy open space. There was a cordon around the body. At the same time, the headlights on several police cars illuminated the place, as if it were daytime. The people from the forensic department had already come, and the leader was Holtz. This guy hadn't gotten off work yet. Dean took Harry over, greeted everyone, and casually glanced around before checking the condition of the body. The body was lying on the ground, with nothing around it. Just looking from the back, no signs of injury were found. The people from the forensic department were still preparing the equipment. Harry was anxious to see the front face. So he quietly walked over, pulled the child's body, and exposed his side face. The next moment, he was so scared that he cried out and sat down on the ground. Thanks to the Buck Friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 6,800 book coins, and thanks to the boss. Thanks to the Buck Friend Drum Ball for the reward of 1,500 book coins, and thanks to the boss. Thanks to Leo Bowen for the 500 book coins, thanks to the boss. Thanks to Red Cellular, 2002 for the 233 book coins, thanks to the boss. Dean, thanks to Knight of Splendor for the 233 book coins, thanks to the boss. Merry Christmas, good night everyone. Chapter 171, The Toy Killer Sean. Harry's exclamation attracted everyone's attention. So everyone saw an extremely weird scene. A pair of spring eyes popped out from the little boy's dark eye sockets, shaking in an arc in the air, like a horror toy. The flesh and blood under the eyeballs were sticky, and the dark red blood stains were shaking, telling everyone present, this is a real person's eyeball. Dean had seen a photo of Sarah's brother from her hand. Unfortunately, the boy on the ground who was made into a horror toy was Sarah's brother Henry. He died. Holtz had a strong psychological quality. He looked at the pair of swaying eyeballs and licked his lips. This looks like a cause of Cthulhu elements. I'm curious how the other party ensures that the eyeballs are intact and full. The eyeballs have been solidified with resin. It seems that we have encountered a perverted murderer again. Dean silently put on his gloves, squeezed the frightened Harry away, turned the boy's body over, facing the dark sky, and let his pair of spring-mounted eyeballs show everyone in a more intuitive image. There are no messy bloodstains around. This should not be the first crime scene. The body is soft. The blood is viscous. It is inferred that the time of death should be about 3 to 4 hours. In addition, there are horizontal lacerations around the eyes of the deceased. This is not caused by external force, but by muscle tearing caused by the excessive pain and intense eye movement of the deceased before his death. The murderer dug out the child's eyeballs when he was alive, and then pressed them back again after installing springs. He was also very considerate and turned his face to the ground to make him a flesh and blood toy. I guess he wanted to give us a surprise. This is a pervert who treats killing as a game. I suspect that there are similar murder records in the police files. After a brief analysis, Dean gently pinched the body of the deceased and determined the cause of death. The deceased has no obvious external injuries on the body surface, and the lower abdomen is swollen and rippling. He should have died of massive internal bleeding. This symptom is more common in falls from heights, and generally only after 12 hours of death will obvious symptoms appear on the body surface. But there is one thing I don't understand. I'm glad there are still things that can confuse you. Holtz took out a special thermometer and a long needle and walked over, saying depressedly, "I feel like you don't need us at all." The other people in the forensic department nodded at the same time. Because Dean's analysis just now was accurate and professional, it really made these professionals feel a sense of crisis that their jobs were about to be taken away. Dean ignored Holtz's complaints. He pinched the spring eyeball that kept shaking and came to Holtz. Normally, falling from a high place will cause obvious bleeding symptoms in the fragile parts of the eyeball and ear, especially when his eyeball is out of the body. The squeezed blood will use that place as a gap and pour out like a flood. But I didn't find these. This doesn't match the symptoms in his body. Falling from a high place. There may not be external injuries, but basically there will be internal injuries of varying degrees of severity. The boy had no obvious external injuries on the surface of his body, but there was blood stasis inside. It is likely that his internal organs were damaged by the impact and vibration of falling from a high place, resulting in internal bleeding. But if this is the case, the body of the deceased will also be accompanied by the symptom of bleeding from all 7 orifices. However, there is no such condition on Henry's body. It's very contradictory. Holtz heard Dean's analysis and shrugged. "Dean, your erudition surprises me, but you still lack some basic habits in autopsy. For example." Holtz showed the tools in his hand. "We are human beings. We can use professional equipment and there is no need to worry about simple physical examinations." Dean. Seeing that Holtz was about to show off, Dean silently made way. Holtz smiled and first picked up the special fine needle, touched Henry's body, and then inserted it directly. This is to measure the liver temperature. After a person dies, there is a time period for the body to cool down, before the internal temperature of the body drops to the outdoor temperature, in the absence of artificial external objects. According to the temperature difference between the inside and outside of the body, the time of death of the deceased can be accurately determined to a certain hour. For convenience, generally, liver temperature or rectal temperature is checked. Of course, there are some more rigorous forensic doctors who check both together. Harry, who had just calmed down, frowned and said, "Hey, men, this is the younger brother of my acquaintance. If you can, don't make his body more broken." Without even raising his head, Holtz complained, "Harry, I didn't expect such a stupid thing to come out of your mouth. You should know that I'm helping him." As he said that, he pulled open Henry's pants, picked up the thermometer, and prepared to insert it into the little chrysanthemum that the boy had planted and cared for 12 years to measure the boy's rectal temperature. As a result, when the pants were pulled open, Holtz was stunned. Under the pants was a diaper completely stained with dark red blood. As an experienced forensic doctor, Holtz immediately guessed what was going on in the area of the diaper wrapping. He looked at Dean. "Hey, it seems that your doubts have been answered." Dean nodded. "I roughly understand." "Understand what?" Harry, who was standing aside, looked at the two with a confused face. Dean glanced at him and explained, "Harry, have you ever eaten roast suckling pig on a skewer?" Harry's mind flashed with the image of an iron rod piercing through the piglet's back door. He looked at the bloody diaper under Henry, and his teeth couldn't help but ache. "You mean, someone stabbed him from behind with something?" "Yes." Holtz gestured. "Look at the poor kid's eyes. I guess the murderer used him as a specimen toy. He first fixed him alive on something like a steel pipe, causing him to bleed heavily, and then processed his eyeballs. In the early days, prisoners were often skewered and stuffed in the lower body to pretend to be suicide. As long as the body was not dissected, it would be difficult to find the cause of death. FK. Harry subconsciously tightened his gluteus maximus. Why are there always perverts who like to attack people there? The key is that Henry was only 12 years old. It is hard to imagine what kind of human tragedy and pain he experienced before his death. After Holtz's more detailed and professional examination, preliminary judgment, the little boy Henry died around 1 o'clock this afternoon. The cause of death was that his lower body was pierced by a sharp object similar to a steel bar, causing massive bleeding in the body. Henry's eyes were dug out alive. This time was estimated to be more than 10 hours before Henry's death. The murderer's method was skillful, and he did not hurt the eyeballs at all. After processing, he connected very fine springs and then installed them back into Henry's eye sockets. In addition, there were some details that Dean did not notice. There were some fine fluff on Henry's hair. This was due to static electricity. The fluff was absorbed into Henry's dense hair. This shows that he had been in an environment full of fluff for a long time. There was another point. There were very light blood stains between Henry's nails. This was normal. But Holtz saw at a glance that the color of these blood stains was abnormal. It should be old blood. Maybe when Henry was struggling on the toy-making table, he was too scared and got it into the nails. This is more important, because through this, it can be basically confirmed that the murderer who killed Henry is definitely not committing a crime for the first time, and is very likely a serial killer with obvious killing characteristics. So, everyone split into two groups. Holtz and the people from the forensic department took Henry's body back to the forensic department to prepare for a more detailed autopsy. Dean took Harry to a coffee shop in the city. Harry was not very interested in drinking coffee. He was still thinking about how to notify Henry's death more appropriately. Dean walked to the front desk and took out his NSA certificate. "I'll pick it up." The front desk glanced at Dean, took out a piece of paper from the side and handed it over. Dean took a look. The first line of words on it read, "Toy Killer Sean." "Dean, thank you, Shui Huaho book friend, for the reward of 20,000 book coins, and thank you, boss. Congratulations on your promotion to the Master of the Hall." Chapter 172, Lucifer Gaming Organization's Attention, Robbery of Corpses. Toy Killer Dean put the note away, nodded to the waiter to express his gratitude, and turned to leave. This is not an ordinary cafe, but an intelligence base of the NSA. As an intelligence organization supported by the U.S. Department of Security, the NSA's intelligence system has very high authority, and can even directly view non-top secret files of the FBI and CIA. After Dean transmitted the murderer's killing methods and behavioral characteristics to the NSA's query system, it took less than half an hour for him to receive a text message notifying him to come and receive intelligence information. The reason why it is so troublesome. Mainly because on the NSA side, unless it is a network security line, the flow of intelligence is not allowed to be transmitted online. The intelligence is in hand. Dean called Harry, who was still struggling, and left the cafe. When they left, a blonde woman walked up to the waiter and asked curiously, "Is this the special agent that Director Amon values? He looks really good." The waiter looked at the woman expressionlessly and forced an ugly smile. "Next time you try to trick me, I will cut off your tongue, fry it in butter and taste it slowly." As he said that, he licked his lips and his eyes flashed with anticipation. The blonde woman felt a chill in her heart. She knew that the Sima-faced waiter in front of her was not joking. This pervert really wanted to eat her tongue. The woman quickly covered her mouth, hurriedly left from the back door of the cafe, huddled in the corner of the alley, and took out her cell phone. In the organization, Dean's intelligence information is not cheap. She wants to make a small fortune. Suddenly, the woman seemed to sense something and looked up warily, but as if she saw a terrifying monster, her pupils shrank slightly, and she said unnaturally, "Hello, my name is Murphy." Dean looked at the still young beauty in front of him and grinned. "You seem to pay much attention to me. Do we know each other?" Murphy felt vaguely uneasy. She choked and said, "I know you, but you don't know me. Someone said you are a friend of Director Amon. I just happened to meet you today. I was surprised by your handsomeness. So you are also a member of the NSA?" "Yes, but I am just an ordinary field worker. You can understand me as an informant who is still receiving training. To be more specific, I cannot tell you due to confidentiality regulations," Murphy said, and quickly reached into his pocket and took out an employee certificate issued by the NSA to show that he was not lying. Dean laughed in his heart when he heard the word informant. Bullshit informant. In fact, it is a recruited intelligence dealer. Strictly speaking, these people are not considered as internal members of the NSA. They are just idle personnel who rely on the NSA to make a living. They are of complex composition and low reliability. But sometimes, these people can often provide some very secret intelligence to the NSA, and they don't need to spend money to support them, so the NSA likes to develop such members. Dean looked at the ID Murphy handed over, confirmed that it was real, and nodded. "Well, in fact, if you are curious about me, we can go to some more appropriate places and have in-depth exchanges, instead of hiding in the corner and secretly staring at me. This is easy to cause misunderstandings." "Sorry, the main reason is that NSA rarely has specially hired staff. This kind of position is generally used by those second-generation rich to gild. So not only me, but many female staff will be curious about you. Unfortunately, I am not a second-generation rich. Dean shrugged, took out his mobile phone to check the time, and said with some regret, "Nice to meet you, beautiful Murphy. Unfortunately, I have something to do now, and my companions are still waiting for me on the street. I will come to you after I am done. We can have a meal together, and I am also curious about the situation of NSA." "No problem." Murphy agreed straightforwardly. Dean nodded and turned to leave, until Dean's back disappeared from his sight. Murphy covered his American specialty milky grapefruit to suppress the heart that was about to jump out of his chest. Survived. For some reason. She knew Dean very well. He was a detective addicted to killing people and was even more brutal and cruel than some members of the organization she knew. If she was caught by the other party, she would definitely die. After calming down, Murphy made sure that there was no one around and picked up the phone again. After she quickly played a string of numbers on it, the originally simple screen on the phone automatically switched to a bloody interface, and at the same time, an image of a small speaker flashed in the lower right corner. This meant that the communication had now entered a secure channel. She quickly called her friend. A moment. The call was connected, and a charming female voice came from the inside. "Murphy, what's wrong?" Murphy lowered his voice. "I met Dean at NSA's Base 13. Dean. Dean." The woman on the other end of the phone exclaimed twice in succession, and then said excitedly, "Do you have any detailed information? You know, his information is not cheap now. I don't know, the person in charge here is a pervert. I can't afford to offend him, but according to my lip reading, I saw from Dean's mouth that he seemed to be muttering toy killer. Maybe he was investigating a case." Murphy told everything he knew. Wow, what a coincidence. The other end of the phone was stunned at first, and then said with expectation, "Murphy, there is something interesting to watch. Your information is very valuable. I can give you 5 game coins." Murphy's eyes showed joy. 1 game coin of the organization can currently be exchanged for more than $10,000 in cash, and it is the kind of laundered money. 5 coins means at least $50,000 in income. Today's luck is really good. Hang up the phone. Murphy whistled and prepared to go back to the coffee shop. In fact, she came here for business today, but she just happened to meet Dean and wanted to make some money. Murphy was still immersed in the joy of harvest. She opened the back door while whistling a cheerful tune. The next moment, the joy on Murphy's face froze. In the passage of the back door, Dean, who was thought to have left, was holding a simple radio and grinning at her. "Surprise." "What is a surprise?" "This is a surprise." Murphy was still thinking that she could buy a few more bags this month, and the next moment she seemed to fall into hell and saw Satan waving at her. FK. Murphy did not hesitate. She pushed her right knee towards the hiding place of Dean's brother quickly and accurately. Dean flashed and avoided the attack to the vital point. At the same time, he grabbed Murphy's hair and lifted her head up fiercely, revealing her snow-white neck. A sense of horror surged into Murphy's heart. She seemed to realize what was going to happen next and wanted to beg for mercy. Zizzy, accompanied by the sound of water. A circle of blood spray burst from Murphy's throat, and finally turned into a blood-red shower representing the passing of life. 10 seconds later, Murphy's originally terrified but bright beautiful eyes were completely frozen and lost their charm. Abandoning the body, Dean flipped his right hand and put the blade between his fingers back. Anyone who has ill intentions towards him, no matter whether he is a man or a woman, young or old, he has only one principle: physical destruction. The Sima-faced waiter who was originally at the front desk appeared behind Dean. "Agent Dean, you made such a bloody mess. I need to spend a lot of energy to clean it up." "Okay, this is the cleaning fee." Dean took out a stack of loose bills and put it on Murphy's still warm body. "I still have to deal with my friend's case. I'll trouble you to help deal with this woman's body." The Sima-faced front desk waiter licked his lips. "Don't worry, she is just a recruited small character. Since she wants to sell your information, she will be caught dead. I will deal with her cleanly." Dean nodded, walked to the place where Murphy had called before, took back a pigeon egg-sized receiver, and quickly left the deserted alley. Murphy thought he had left. No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. In fact, Dean went directly to the front desk and called the person in charge here, that is, the Sima-faced waiter, and listened to Murphy's phone conversation together. After all, killing on the other party's territory, it is a bit unreasonable not to say hello in advance. As for keeping the person alive, It is meaningless. For the intelligence agencies of NSA and FBI, they know everything they should know about the Lucifer game organization, and things that they cannot know are not accessible to passerby like Murphy. Killing him is the best choice. But he did not expect that the Lucifer game organization would eventually target him. He just didn't know what they wanted to do. Dean wanted to call Anthony, but the call was rarely connected. He could only prepare to go back at night to send an email to explain the situation, hoping that Anthony could give him some advice. On the side of the road, Harry lit up the third cigarette with some boredom. After Dean came out, he said he had a stomach ache and went to the toilet. This time, he was in the toilet for almost 10 minutes. Harry had reason to suspect that Dean was constipated. Just when his thoughts were scattered, Dean, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of him. "Let's go, Harry." Harry nodded and prepared to drive. Suddenly, his nose twitched and he looked at Dean in surprise. "Hey, man, you didn't fail to come, and ended up using too much force, causing local bleeding." He smelled a faint smell of blood on Dean. Dean rolled his eyes. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you bleed heavily locally." Harry shrank his head, opened the car door quickly, and drove back to the police station. In the car, Dean took out a note he got from the cafe. The above information is relatively brief. Toy killer, Sean, male, 44 years old, from Alabama. This is a surgeon who has been in prison for a serious medical accident. He has a perverted obsession with human tissue. He likes to replace a part of the victim's body with a toy after knocking people unconscious. Take one thing and leave another. Sean is obsessed with this game. At this stage, the victims are only disabled, but not dead. His playfulness became bigger, and he began to simply fix the victims on the steel pipes, and then directly transformed a part of the other party's body into a toy. Until a mistake. Sean left his blood at the crime scene. In the end, the police found him based on the blood information, and found the missing remains of many victims in the basement of his house. Although there is no complete chain of evidence to confirm that Sean is the toy killer. But special cases are handled specially. In the end, Sean's serial murder charges were established, and he was imprisoned in March 1998, and has not been released from prison to this day. Since he was imprisoned, the toy murder replacement case in Alabama has also not appeared again. Seeing the last few lines, Dean thought he had read it wrong. Henry's method of death was undoubtedly consistent with Sean's method of killing. His eyes were taken out and made into toys, his body was pierced partially to cause heavy bleeding, and the exquisite surgical techniques were all consistent with the information in the intelligence. The only problem is that Sean is still imprisoned in a prison in Alabama. The other party had no chance to commit the crime at all. Is it a copycat crime? Dean touched his chin and looked at Harry, who was driving. "Man, I asked some people in the industry, and he told me that Henry's method of death is very similar to the perverted method called toy killer. Have you heard of it?" Toy killer. Harry shook his head hesitantly. "There shouldn't be, otherwise I would be deeply impressed by Henry's strange death." "Well, then we can only hope that Daisy can get the other party's information." Dean closed his eyes and said no more. The next day, Dean came to the office early. Harry arrived earlier than him. This poor guy, with bloodshot eyes and a strong smell of cigarettes, looked like a dog trapped in love, or like a fool who found out that he had helped others raise children for more than 10 years. There was no light in his eyes. Dean covered his nose. "You didn't smoke cigarettes all night, did you?" "Almost." Harry looked up at the ceiling and said dully, "I told Sarah yesterday that his brother had met with misfortune. Sarah was very sad. I wanted to comfort her. As a result, she thanked me sadly and called a woman. My daughter even called that woman Bamba." Harry was angry and said, "This stinky bitch just treated me as a tool for giving birth. She didn't even consider letting me see the child in the future. After knowing that her brother died, she clearly told me that I couldn't see the child in the future, otherwise I would lose my job." Dean looked sympathetic. "Well, it seems that you met Lala surrogacy, man. She didn't even want to spend money to buy seeds for conception from the black market, and chose to get it for free from you, which is really too much." Harry felt more uncomfortable being comforted. He tried to raise his head. A king should not cry for a woman. Can't cry. Daisy and the others haven't come yet. Dean yawned and prepared to pour himself a cup of coffee and counsel Harry. Creak. The office door was pushed open. Holds rushed in a hurry, and was relieved to see someone inside. Seeing this, Dean asked in confusion, "Hey, men, What's the emergency that can't be told over the phone? Because it's inconvenient to call. Holtz said quickly. Early this morning, someone from Alabama came with a note from the chief of detectives and was ready to take Henry's body away. What? Dean's eyes narrowed. Why? How is Alabama related to us? And Henry died yesterday. How did they know? Because Holtz looked helpless. I checked the blood between Henry's fingers and found the genetic material on it, showing that it was a prisoner serving a sentence in Alabama. Out of curiosity, I called them. As a result, someone came over early this morning. They said that the findings on Henry's body may lead to the overturning of the charges against the criminal, so they must take the body away as part of the evidence. Fuck. Stealing my case? Dean grabbed his coat and walked towards the forensics department with a cold face. Chapter 173. Dean smiles. Life and death are uncertain. Forensic Science Department, morgue. Two white middle-aged men were pushing a body bag and preparing to leave. However, a handsome black-haired young man stopped them at the elevator entrance. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, this road is blocked. Dean looked at the two men with scrutiny. One of the two white middle-aged men was bald and wore a pair of black glasses. He looked very intelligent. The other was thin and his eyes moved subconsciously at a high frequency, giving people a cunning impression. If you judge a person by his appearance, then Dean would classify these two people as very smart. He couldn't help but wonder. Are these two people the ones who took out the signature of the chief of the detective bureau? Hey, men, we are working, can you please get out of the way? The thin white middle-aged man stepped forward and negotiated with Dean with a smile. Dean shook his head. I'm sorry, the body you are going to take away is an important physical evidence of the case I am responsible for. If you can't give a good reason, you can't take him away. But we have this. The thin middle-aged man's face sank, and he took out a note from the lining of his clothes and showed it to Dean. Case Assistance Notice assisting the Alabama and Huntsville Detective Bureaus in solving serial homicides, cooperating in the retrieval of physical evidence, and so on. At the end of the document was the seal of the chief of the Los Angeles Police Detective Bureau. Dean looked at it carefully and raised the corners of his mouth. Interesting. The thin middle-aged man had been observing Dean's expression. Seeing him smile strangely, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, and pretended to cough and said, Hey, we are in a hurry to return to Huntsville, can you get out of the way? No problem. Dean agreed happily. The two men's faces relaxed, and when they were about to press the elevator button, a black pistol was pointed at them. The thin middle-aged man stiffened. Are you crazy? The bald middle-aged man had already put his hand on his waist, ready to draw his gun. He didn't believe that this young man dared to shoot two detectives from other states in the Forensic Science Department. The next moment, there was a bang of a gunshot. The bald middle-aged man had just taken out his pistol, but he felt the world shaking, and a faint cold liquid slowly covered his eyes, flowing into his eye sockets, making his vision blurry little by little until it was completely dim. With a plop, the bald man's headshot body fell heavily to the ground, splashing a circle of bloodstains and white unknown liquid, with a fishy smell. This unlucky guy didn't know. Dean shot a senior forensic doctor in the Forensic Science Department in the head 2 months ago. Don't dare to shoot? Not possible. Kill the only threatening target. Dean then looked at the frightened thin middle-aged man calmly and said with a smile, Dude, it's not me who is crazy, but you guys. Not only did you use a fake order document to try to take away a victim's body in the forensic department, you also pretended to be a detective and tried to pull out a gun to kill a Los Angeles detective with a promising future. The seal is real, but the document is fake. And these two people have a fatal problem. Dean and his friends found the body of Henry, a little boy, yesterday. These two so-called detectives from Alabama came across the state early the next morning to take away the body, and they also prepared the so-called director's cooperation documents in advance. This is completely bullshit, treating people as sand coins. What's even more speechless is that if I hadn't arrived in time, these two people would have completed the procedures and almost succeeded. I can only say that the people in the forensic department who do things according to procedures are all sand coins. Maybe some smart people realized that something was wrong. But because of smartness. So after they confirmed that the seal of the document was fine, they chose to shut up. In short, this matter is getting more and more interesting. Facing the corpse of his companion, the thin middle-aged man's lips trembled, his teeth clashed, and his eyes turned red. It was unknown whether he was scared or angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Asshole, you pulled out a gun first, and my brother subconsciously wanted to pull out the gun for self-defense. There are surveillance cameras here, and you are in big trouble." Dean shrugged. "Sorry, the surveillance here was broken before I came. As long as you can't explain the time problem on the document, even if you are really an Alabama detective, I have a good reason to shoot." This is why Harry and Holtz didn't come. Dean guessed that he might need to take action, so he asked them to prepare some gadgets in advance to interfere with the surveillance on this level. There is no surveillance to testify. Just relying on the documents with problematic signature dates and unclear explanations in the hands of these two people. Died here. No one dared to show up to help them seek justice. When the thin middle-aged man heard Dean's words, he looked up at the surveillance in the corridor and found that the camera that was originally flashing had dimmed at some point. Facing the cold muzzle of the gun in Dean's hand, he raised his hands from the bottom of his heart. "Okay, I surrender. It's all that stupid woman's fault. She got the time of the document wrong, which made us take the risk to come here today. Go to jail or die here." The thin man chose to go to jail. The man was handcuffed. Dean called Harry and notified them to come. After the two arrived, Holtz saw the body on the ground and couldn't help but cover his forehead. "FK, Dean, you are too murderous. This is the second time you have killed someone in the forensic department." Dean shrugged. "This happens to be the morgue. I think it's convenient for you to hide." Harry was much calmer. He curled his lips at the body on the ground. "Holtz, you don't know, when Dean is doing things seriously, it means that he is in a good mood, but if the corners of his mouth are unconsciously upturned, Harry had already discovered it. Dean, this pervert, likes to chat with a dud with a smile when killing people, so that many people who died at the muzzle of Dean's gun didn't know what happened until the moment of death." Hearing this, Holtz looked at Dean in astonishment. Dean turned his head and smiled at him. "Hoyts." Dean smiled. Life or death was unpredictable. He could not look directly at Dean's warm smile. Holtz walked to the corridor and picked up the landline hanging on the wall. "Okay, you take this unlucky guy away. I will stay and ask someone to deal with the body." Interrogation room. The thin man cooperated very well. According to his confession, 1 day ago, the man and the companion who was shot in the head were still small gangsters in downtown Los Angeles. They specialized in stealing and doing some petty things. They were not presentable and lived in a very embarrassing way. In the evening, a masked woman found them with $20,000 in cash and the document with the seal of the chief of the detective bureau, and asked them to take the documents and the forged detective certificate and take away Henry's body. The two knew that this kind of thing was very risky, but the woman gave too much. $20,000 was just a deposit. After the matter was done, she would give each of them another $100,000. On the contrary, if the two did not agree, then this money could also deal with them. The two men agreed apprehensively. Yesterday, they came to the forensic department with the materials. When the receptionist looked at them strangely, the two men realized something fatal. That is, the signing date of the document was yesterday afternoon, and the time when Henry was found and brought back to the forensic department was yesterday evening. Anyone with a little brain would know that there was something wrong. But what surprised them was that the staff in charge of the forensic department agreed to the two men's application to take Henry's body away. However, because Holtz had already left work and needed his signature, the two men came again today. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. For safety reasons. This time, the thin middle-aged companion also deliberately got a gun to carry with him. Unexpectedly, this gun became the other party's life-threatening thing. The interrogation ended. Not only did the matter not become clear, but it became more confusing. Who is the masked woman? According to the Times speculation, the unknown woman knew about Henry's death earlier than the police, and it is even possible that Henry was dumped by her. Here comes the problem. She paid someone to pretend to be an Alabama detective, and even made a half-true and half-false police detective document. What was the purpose of doing this? The two smoked and pondered. Robert, who had just finished his protection mission, was puzzled and said, "Isn't the purpose very clear? The blood between Henry's fingernails is the blood of the masked killer, who is far away in Alabama. I just read the information of the serial killer. His blood appeared at the murder scene, but there is no direct evidence that he is the toy killer who made a sensation at the time. Now he is in prison in Alabama. His blood appeared again on the victim in Los Angeles, California. Once the other party knows about this, the murderer's defense lawyer, in order to become famous, will definitely defend the murderer without hesitation and demand high judicial compensation. Harry was smart for once. He looked at Robert like an idiot. Tell me, if that's the case, why did that woman go to the trouble of sending someone to the detective station with such a flawed document just to take away Henry's body? After all, even without this action, Holtz could find this out through the database after comparing the genetic material on the bloodstains. Robert choked. He looked at the complacent Harry and chuckled. Okay, Harry, you're right. I thought it was too simple, but there is one thing I need to remind you of. When I was protecting Sarah, I heard her female companion suggest that she ask you for child support so that she can support their family of 3. Harry. He squatted down, a mask of pain on his face. According to American law, there is really no room for resistance in this matter. As long as Sarah takes the child, he can only let Sarah use him and then extort child support unless he goes bankrupt or kills them directly. He can't win the lawsuit. Pure injustice. Seeing Harry like this, Robert realized that his words hit the vital point of this scumbag. He couldn't help but gloat and continued, "You'd better think about how to deal with this matter, because Sarah's female companion is not easy to mess with. She even suggested that Sarah pretend to marry you and then divorce you. This way, you can complete the process of taking over." Robert, this guy, is not outstanding in other aspects, but he is really good at peeping and eavesdropping. He even heard all these clearly. Just like the last suicide case, peeping at the suspects, 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes provided a key direction and idea for the investigation of the case. FK. Harry couldn't hold it anymore and took out the revolver from his waist. "If that bitch dares to do this, I will let them see my other gun." The two quarreled. When Dean heard pass it once, his eyes lit up. Got it. He knew why the unknown woman did this on purpose. Fuck. He was used. With 15 points of mental attributes, Dean's brain at this moment connected all the known information together, and vaguely guessed the purpose and means of the unknown woman. The unknown woman paid someone to pretend to be a detective. Taking away Henry's body was fake. Showing the document with the seal of the chief of the police department and deliberately making a big deal out of it was real. I'm afraid that even if I didn't intervene, those 2 idiots had a backup plan waiting for them after taking Henry's body away, and then expose this matter to the outside world and attract attention. Think about it. The police just found the body, but Henry's body was deceived and exposed to the public under a document full of loopholes. The reason why it was so easy was because the seal of the chief of the police department was on the document. Under power, the peace of the deceased could not be protected. The news selling point and attention point came immediately. With such a simple move, an originally insignificant case would be directly brought to the surface. At that time, arrange a so-called insider to take the initiative to expose the details of the case on the internet. For example, the bloodstains between Henry's fingernails were actually left by a murderer who was in prison. It means that the reason why the authorities did such a stupid thing was because keeping Henry's body would expose that the detectives had arrested the wrong person. That's why they made the best of a bad situation and had the body taken away and destroyed. Once a conspiracy theory appears, no matter how the detective bureau explains it later, there will be people who question it. The atmosphere is there. The lawyer of the toy killer in Alabama made such a statement, which just happened to echo the news in Los Angeles, which can be called a killer. On the contrary, if the staff of the forensic department realized the problem with the documents when the 2 men came to ask for Henry's body, and asked the security to detain the 2 men, those plans can still be carried out. It's just that the explanation and selling point have shifted to why someone would take a forged document and want to move the body of an ordinary black child. The final plot direction is the same, and the result is the same. The key is that the unknown woman not only knows Henry's death, but also can provide accurate information about the Alabama detectives and get a blank file with the seal of the chief of the detective bureau. This shows that the other party is someone inside the Los Angeles police. Thinking of this, Dean frowned. Doesn't the other party already know what happened in the forensic department? It seems to be in response to Dean's speculation. Daisy, who was watching TV, exclaimed, "Dean, come and watch the news. Isn't this Harry's overnight mother, the sperm-borrowing girl Sala?" Damn. It turned out to be her. Dean clenched his fists. Damn. He showed off his IQ. I will update more tomorrow to make up for Yang Wei's updates in the past 2 days. Thank you to the book friend Knight of Glory for the 12,000 book coins reward. Thank you boss. Owner 20 plus 4 equals 24 extra updates. Thank you to the book friend Lily who can't be happy for the 3,000 book coins reward. Thank you boss. Congratulations on your promotion to Deacon. Chapter 174 The secret is revealed. Dean heard Daisy say that Harry's one-night stand Sarah was suddenly on TV news, and he immediately reacted. It turned out that Sarah was the mysterious woman's backup. Henry was the trigger. Sarah was the spark that finally ignited the trigger. The other party's purpose was to use the blood traces on Henry's body to release the perverted toy killer Sean, who was far away in the prison in Huntsville, Alabama. This was almost an impeccable plan. Because according to American justice, when there is a problem with the chain of evidence in a case, the original trial will lose its apparent fairness and purity. 2 years ago. The toy killer case in Huntsville, Alabama. The police only found Sean's blood at the crime scene, and found many parts of the victims' bodies in the other party's residence. But apart from that, the detectives of the Huntsville Police Department did not find more direct evidence to confirm that Sean was the real toy killer. Sean has always denied that he had killed anyone, and he didn't know why there were so many dead body parts in the basement of his home. He insisted that he was framed. However, because the case was serious, Sean was eventually arrested by the Huntsville Police Detective Bureau based on reasonable speculation and prosecution based on the bloodstains found at the scene and the remains of the dead found in his home. Facts have proved that the police did not arrest the wrong person. After Sean went to prison, the toy killer incident in Huntsville, which had caused panic, completely disappeared. But this chain of evidence is actually very fragile. Because the reasonable deduction and sentencing, once there are variables, it is full of uncertainty and fairness, and it can no longer be used as a sufficient reason to detain Sean. Now this opportunity has come. Sean is still serving his sentence in Huntsville prison. But his bloodstains appeared on a 12-year-old black boy in Los Angeles who he had never met before. The key is that the boy's death method is consistent with the killing method of the toy killer 2 years ago. Just relying on this, Sean's defense lawyer will turn into a mad dog, tearing up the Huntsville Detective Bureau, helping Sean escape from prison and getting a large amount of compensation. Dean has already guessed the general development of the plot. Harry and others are very confused and surprised. Especially Harry. He rushed to the TV. On TV, Sarah faced the camera, holding her 1-year-old daughter, crying and looking helpless. There were also many passers-by standing outside the camera to watch. Robert recognized the program. Isn't this a Daily Street interview? They actually picked Sarah. Daisy nodded. Yes, this program likes to find those passers-by who look miserable, and then use words to provoke the sad past in their hearts, interview them, and provide some help. Many people like to watch these things happening around them, and they feel it is very real and relaxing. But they picked Sarah, and Sarah just found out that her brother had died. Harry said seriously, when I told her the news of her brother's death, Sarah kept scolding the police for their perfunctory and discrimination. I felt something was going to happen. He had just finished speaking. On TV, the female reporter kindly handed Sala a tissue. Madam, we noticed you on the roadside. You seem to have encountered some troubles. Sala wiped her tears and nodded. Yes, I just learned today that my brother was killed. His name is Henry, he is only 12 years old, kind and shy, and he is my only relative. I am sure he was in danger and called the police immediately, but the group of people were too perfunctory to me and delayed the precious time to find my brother. I had a chance to save him. But today a policeman told me that he was dead. My brother's body is still in the forensic department and was dismembered by those forensic doctors just to find the damn murderer and help them complete their work performance. But my brother has been missing for 3 days. During these 3 days, he had the opportunity to be rescued and continue to enjoy his youth that had not yet begun. All of this tragedy is because I am black. Hearing Sala's last words, the female reporter's nostrils expanded slightly and her breathing became much more rapid. Racial discrimination was not uncommon in America in 2001, but it was not common for a police station to kill a 12-year-old child because of discrimination. Scolding the police officers and the government in Los Angeles is the favorite of the lower-class people. They are also the treasure of the program ratings. Several hot topics flashed through the female reporter's mind. Shocked, because of racial discrimination, a poor 12-year-old child actually encountered such a thing. Black lives are not lives. When law enforcement officers wear tinted glasses, who can protect us? Reporters also have KPIs. Ratings are their KPI assessment. In this way, the program will have more advertising sponsorship, and the salaries of their employees will be generous. So if you encounter a blood-stained bun, don't take a bite. It's a blasphemy to their program. The female reporter's eyes lit up. Mom, I sympathize with your experience. But I don't understand what your brother's murder has to do with racial discrimination. The female reporter directly guided the topic to focus on racial discrimination. Sarah hugged her daughter and said helplessly, I found out my brother was missing 3 days ago. The next day, I couldn't contact him, so I called the police. But even though I confirmed again and again that someone lured my brother to his home online, the patrolman who came still thought that my brother ran away from home, just because he was a black child. 3 days. Sarah was emotional again. 3 whole days. After I provided evidence, I didn't receive any feedback from the police until they found my brother's body. My brother was killed yesterday. I provided the place where my brother might be missing at the beginning. If it weren't for the perfunctory response of those bastards, my brother would have a great chance of being found. Just because his skin is black. In excitement, Sarah burst into tears, and the baby girl in her arms was awakened from her deep sleep by her mother's excited body language and burst into tears. The black people among the onlookers became agitated. Some black women came forward to surround Sarah and comforted her. Some black youths and middle-aged people directly criticized the incident in front of the camera, saying that it was unforgivable. Black lives are also lives. If this continues, their descendants will be even less protected. In fact, Los Angeles, as a prosperous city with a large number of people of color, does not have many discrimination phenomena. But one thing cannot be denied. When facing black people, the police will be more nervous and more responsive to their actions. Here is a cold joke. If there are 3 people on the road, each carrying a gun, a white person, a black person, and an Asian person, the police approached to inquire. They would politely ask the white person, directly pull out the gun for the black person, let the other person lie down before questioning, and carefully check the Asian person to see if they can find an excuse to legally and reasonably make some money. Although it is not absolute. But this cold joke also relatively shows that the black community is indeed unwelcome in the police, and encounters discrimination more than in other industries. So what happened to Salah? Not only did it trigger the empathy of the black people watching on TV, but it also made all the black families and individuals who watched this interview in front of the TV feel angry. At the end of the interview, the female reporter asked, Madam, you seem to be a single mother? We sympathize with your situation. If necessary, we can provide you with some help in terms of economy, welfare, etc. Surrounded by a group of black people, Sarah said helplessly and pitifully, Thank you. The reason why I am so sad is not only because of my brother's experience, but also because of the injustice we have suffered. Today this is just my brother's experience, but what about tomorrow? If it continues like this, I am very worried that my daughter will encounter even more unbearable things when she grows up. I am just a single mother with no relatives, my voice is weak, and I am powerless to change all this. But I hope all black people can unite and make this matter have an explanation. Yes, those damn white pigs in the police station are unfair to us black people. We can't keep silent. That's right, I will bring my family to support this matter. Parade. Demonstration. More and more black passers-by gathered. The female reporter found that something was wrong after Sarah said the last sentence. She quickly went to the cameraman, avoiding the fanatical atmosphere of the black people, and shouted in the noise, We will provide some help to this poor lady as much as we can, and we will continue to track this matter. Thank you for watching. In front of the TV. Except for Dean, everyone was numb. What is this for? Harry's face was even more angry. FK, these words are not something a bitch who hasn't even finished her studies can say. I didn't tell her the specific time of Henry's death. Someone is making trouble. Robert also said calmly, When I was with Sarah, I also vaguely felt that she was always chatting on her mobile phone. I thought she was seeking help from her friends. Now it seems that she does have a problem. So what? Daisy shrugged calmly, This is a recorded news. I guess this matter is already brewing. Maybe we can see a demonstration tomorrow. Now it's Captain Munn and his team who have to worry. Hearing this, Harry and Robert were silent. Daisy was right. They were just a bunch of minor characters. Even if they were upset because they found out they were being used, it was too late to do anything now that the wind was blowing. The minor characters' roles were over. But the two were very unwilling. Because they were not sure what Sarah wanted to do, and they did not dare to think about what kind of chaos Los Angeles would cause because of this incident. This is a country with free guns. I am afraid that if there is a commotion, all police officers in Los Angeles must wear bulletproof vests when they go out. Robert seemed to think of that scene inside. I didn't expect that I would experience such an incident in person, and I was the one who pushed the source of the incident. I hope there will be no fierce conflict at that time. Harry irritably pulled open his collar, took out his mobile phone, and was about to ask Sarah what she wanted to do. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Dean, who was sitting behind them in surprise. "Man, you are not angry at all about Sarah, a bitch, using us, and you are even calm." Harry felt that the person he felt most guilty about was Dean. After all, it was all because of him that Dean, who was originally recovering in the hospital, was involved. What if a scapegoat is needed for this incident? What a coincidence. Dean is also a detective. Harry's brain is relatively simple. He couldn't think of anything deeper. He only knew that he had to do something to relieve the guilt and anger in his heart. Dean shrugged. It has already happened. What's the point of getting angry? It's better to give the person in the dark the most direct counterattack. Counterattack. X3. The three looked at Dean, not understanding what he meant by counterattack. In the face of the general trend, what can an individual do? I'm afraid that if I stand out, I will be regarded as a poor guy who vents his emotions by the group of black people who have been provoked. Dean pointed to the calendar in his office. 5 days later, the new government team in Los Angeles will take office. I don't know if Sarah is the mastermind or a fool being used. But the Los Angeles city government would never want a large number of black people to strike and march during the change of term, which would attract the attention of the whole United States. The people behind Sarah would not dare to do so. Their actions today are actually a pressure and notification to pave the way for what is coming next. Dean, I'm a little confused. What is it? What foreshadowing? 3 people, 3 questions. They want the Los Angeles government to help a pervert in Alabama overturn a verdict, and then let that pervert leave the prison in style, regain his innocence, and become a legend among criminals. Dean said calmly. Robert shook his head directly. Dean, those big shots care about face the most. They can't tear their faces with the top leaders of another state because of a small murderer. Under normal circumstances, of course, such a thing can't happen. Dean stretched. This is actually a negotiation method. For example, a group of people are in a closed room. You think the room is too dark and want to open a window on the wall. Everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate tearing down the roof, they will consider where to open the window. Robert shook his head again. No, I will just take out my gun and shoot him into a sieve. Dean, you are so good at arguing. Why are you a detective? Go to a construction site and be a high-income blue-collar worker. Dean rolled his eyes at Robert and looked at Harry. When I was watching the news just now, I called Holt several times, but he didn't answer. I suspect that Sarah has a backup plan. You go to the forensic department now to see the situation. If possible. He was going to let Holt directly deal with the bloodstains found on Henry. The people behind Sarah dared to use him as a plot tool. Then Dean dared to flip the table. Once the evidence was destroyed, no more fun. Harry nodded and left. Dean turned his eyes to Daisy. Daisy, did you get any information from the female receptionist Ashalaya of the branch? Ashalaya was the female receptionist of the branch who received Sarah's report. That's right. According to Daisy, this woman is divorced, has a chaotic private life, is not mentally normal, suspected of having masochism, and even considered transferring to the men's prison to be a prison guard. Daisy shook her head. I was going to ask her to come out for dinner, but Ashalaya said she resigned and is now doing a job handover and has no time. Resign. Dean said decisively. Time is tight. Daisy, please prepare a detailed information of Ashalaya for me as quickly as possible. No problem. Daisy nodded in response, turned around and started to get busy. She knew the seriousness of the matter and would not be stupid enough to blackmail Dean's wallet at this time. Robert was still thinking about Dean's eye roll just now, reflecting on whether he had said the wrong thing. Dean had already put his arm around his shoulders. Dude, you briefly protected Sarah before. Have you seen the female companion next to her? Yes, not only that, I also secretly took a photo. Robert raised his eyebrows at Dean, with a lewd look. To be honest, I think it's a waste of resources for them to be together, because that's a hot girl. As he said that, he quickly walked to his desk, took out a palm-sized video recorder, and handed it to Dean. Dean opened it and found that it was a hidden sneak shot angle, and the technique was very professional. In the video, Sarah and a blonde girl, hugging and lingering, like a couple, curled up together and whispered softly, even ignoring the crying child next to them, and there was no motherly appearance in front of outsiders. Dean memorized the appearance of the blonde white girl, put down the video recorder, and praised, "Robert, I didn't expect you to have the potential to be a paparazzi. In fact, before I joined the army, I had been taking private photos for those girls. If my father hadn't asked me to join the army, I would have become a master photographer with a high artistic component now," Robert said proudly. While talking, Daisy hurriedly took 2 sheets of paper that had just been printed and handed them to Dean. "This is the detailed information of Asha's face, including her studies, work, residence, and phone number since she was a child. Are there any photos?" Dean asked casually after taking the paper. Daisy pointed to her computer. "Look there. By the way, she looks pretty good, so I have never understood her magical brain circuit." Dean and Harry looked at it. The smiling blonde on the computer was the same blonde girl in Robert's video recorder and Sarah's eagerness. Dean scratched his head. "So, this is a sad and beautiful crime story in which a policewoman falls in love with a pervert, is crazy about love, uses her beauty to seduce Sarah, and plans all this?" Dean was puzzled. "You want to pursue love, I don't care. But why do you want to provoke me? Is it that Dean's gun is not sharp enough? Or is it that his reputation in the Los Angeles police is too good?" Dean twisted his neck and grinned. "You play an open conspiracy. Then I will tell you what is unreasonable. There's still one chapter at around 12 o'clock, it will be late. In addition, after the dog thief recovered, he lost his sense of taste. At the same time, he often stood up and sat down, or walked up the stairs, and his heart would beat very fast. I always have a bad feeling." Chapter 175 Today's Business. Facts have proved that Dean's guess was correct. Harry came back from the forensic science department soon. He still had a straight face. "Dean, you guessed right. The people from the Internal Affairs Investigation Department went to the Forensic Science Department. They seized Henry's body and the document on the grounds that the chief of the Detective Bureau had signed the document. At the same time, they also seized the body of the fake bald detective you killed. Holtz and others are being questioned now. It is estimated that they will find us tomorrow at the latest." Dean killed someone in the Forensic Science Department, so he naturally needed to write a report. But the report was just submitted. The Internal Affairs Investigation Department's reaction was so fast that it was still beyond Dean's expectation. This was obviously also the work of Asharia and Sarah. They had planned every step long ago. One step at a time. Using the numerous departments in Los Angeles, it formed a grand conspiracy. Dean was not very surprised by this. From now on, this matter is no longer as simple as the participation of Asharia and Sarah. There are people who are planning and stirring up the situation behind the scenes. In other words, there is a high probability that there is a group operating in secret. However, this method of causing riots as a threat to put pressure on the power of a region makes him feel familiar. Seeing Dean silent, Harry said weakly, "Henry's body is our only means of counterattack. Dean, what should we do next?" Dean patted Harry on the shoulder. "Since you can't resist, just lie down and enjoy it. Let's go. Get off work." "Get off work?" Harry looked at Dean in surprise, thinking that his ears were hallucinating. "Man, you weren't like this before." In his opinion, Dean is the kind of petty person. If he has a little grudge, let alone overnight, he will return it on the spot. He actually admitted it like this. Daisy, who was eating potato chips, also said vaguely, "Dean, are you sure you are okay? Otherwise, we can just get together today and have a meal together." She is still very concerned about her meal ticket and the long-term blackmail target. Dean smiled and shook his head. People need to accept reality. I guess Captain Munn has already received the news and is worried about the public opinion that the salad news may bring. Let's not cause trouble for ourselves next time. As soon as the voice fell, Munn's phone call, as if in cooperation with Dean, came to his mobile phone. Dean took out his cell phone, raised his eyebrows at the two, and answered the call with the external speaker. "Captain Munn, how was the catch of sea fishing with Deputy Hunter today?" "Not bad, but I just received a call from the director." "Are you contacting the family of a victim named Sarah?" "Yes, she is also the mother of Harry's child." But this woman took advantage of us. Don't worry about it, and don't reveal Harry's relationship with the other party. No matter what the other party needs, the higher-ups will send people to contact and deal with it. No one wants a demonstration and riot at this time. For safety reasons, you can let Harry go on vacation for a few days, and come back after the matter is over, and by the way, let him disconnect from that woman. Got it? Dean put away the phone and spread his hands to the three people. I hope there won't be a group of black people blocking outside the detective station tomorrow and throwing cheese at us. Daisy was in a good mood. Don't worry, cheese is not cheap. They can only throw some rotten fruits and rotten eggs. It may also be stinky socks wrapped in stones. Robert added. But what does the captain mean by the last sentence? Harry interrupted the three people's complaints. The captain asked him to take a vacation. He understood that this was to protect him. But what the hell was it to let him cut off contact with Sarah? His daughter was still in her hands. Seeing that he was so slow to react, Dean sneered, "Men, those who manipulate power will be bitten back." Relying on the special opportunity of the leadership change in Los Angeles, Sarah and Aisha can get what they want, but as a price, after the matter is over, he don't kill one to warn the 100. In the future, these black people will protest and threaten at every turn. Who can bear this? Hearing Dean's words, Harry's face changed. What about my daughter? Robert put his arm around Harry's shoulders. You'd better make sure that it's your daughter first. Their purpose is not pure. Who knows whether the DNA certificate you saw is true or false? Don't think too much, let's go and relax. Maybe in a few days Sarah will take the initiative to give the child to you, and then go to enjoy the world of two people with Aisha Linaya. Harry. The words are rough but the logic is not rough. In the end, he chose to go to the nightclub with Robert to vent his emotions. Daisy also had an appointment. She gave Dean a comforting hug, ate some of his tofu, and then left work. Watching Daisy's back as she left, Dean curled his lips. The world is going downhill. This woman, if she dares to eat his tofu today, she will dare to drink his soy milk tomorrow. He must sternly refuse her then. Otherwise, when he asks Daisy for help in the future, she will say, "Detective Dean, you don't want me to be passive, do you?" Who can stand this? Even with 15 points of endurance, I can't stand it. Leaving the detective station, Dean drove to the side of the road and waited leisurely. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, a tired figure appeared in front of him. "Dean, this is what you want. I guess you found the murderer who killed Henry." The person who came was Holtz. He handed Dean a CD and a folder containing the autopsy results and other things. In the CD, I recorded the surveillance footage of Aisha Linaya driving a pickup truck, pulling a set of sofas from her residence and driving towards the place where the body was dumped before Henry died. This woman did not hide anything. As long as we find the missing sofa and make sure that the material of the sofa is consistent with the fibers on Henry's head, we can apply for a search warrant to search Aisha Linaya's residence. Dean took the things and said with satisfaction, "Thank you, Holtz, you are very efficient, faster than I expected." Holtz shook his head and advised with a serious expression, "I don't understand why you are still obsessed with this case. But in the current situation, even if we accuse Aisha Linaya of using and killing Henry, the public outside and Sarah will not believe it. They will only think that this is a means of revenge and slander by us. But if it were not for one day in the morning, we would not have known that there was something wrong with Elsa Linaya. Time was too tight. The other party was very accurate and did not give us a chance." Dean waved his hand. "I was just curious about the truth. Now that I know it, it's okay. You can keep these things and take them out after the matter is over. I think you can get the appreciation from the higher-ups. The forensics department is also a victim this time. When Holtz takes out this evidence, it is estimated that the head of the forensic department will feel much more comfortable. It is also a credit." Seeing that Dean was not joking, Holtz nodded, "Okay, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Watching Holtz leave, Dean threw down the cigarette butt and stomped it out, and drove to his temporary safe shelter. Change clothes, change guns, carry tools, change to a shabby second-hand pickup truck, a complete transformation. Dean walked to the big mirror in the safe house, took out a pale gentleman mask with a weird smile, put it on his face, shrank back, and looked at his outfit. Windbreaker, big hat, mask, revolver. The style is flamboyant and evil. Dean at this moment was like a gentleman freak from a Commonwealth detective novel. Once people saw the evil smile mask on his face, they would immediately imprint it in their minds and it would be difficult to forget. Correspondingly, witnesses would subconsciously ignore his other features and focus all their attention on the flamboyant mask. Ready. Dean took out his anonymous mobile phone and called Ashalia's home. He waited for about half a minute. Just when he thought Ashalia was not at home, the call was connected. A lazy female voice came from the phone. "This is Ashalia, what's the matter?" Dean didn't say anything and hung up the phone directly. "Very good, the target is at home. Today's work. Taking advantage of the night, Dean drove a shabby second-hand car towards Ashalia's residence. At this time, Ashalia's residence. Ashalia put down the landline phone in confusion, feeling a little uneasy, but her body was surrounded by a pair of black arms from behind. "Honey, who is it?" Ashalia looked at the black arm around her waist. Disgust flashed in her eyes, but she said sweetly, "I don't know, maybe I called the wrong number. Sarah, is our daughter asleep?" The owner of the arm was Sarah. After today's news was broadcast, her phone was blown up. There were media, acquaintances she knew before, and more unknown organizations. There were also many more black people outside her residence. They gathered near her home with various purposes, hoping to make a big deal out of her experience. But this was not what Sarah wanted. She and Aisha planned all this. The purpose was just to extort more compensation from the police station, not to really make a big deal. For safety, she came to Aisha. "Asleep, Aisha, I'm worried if we've gone too far." Sarah hugged Aisha with a tone of uneasiness and regret. Aisha said she was short of money and hoped that she could use her daughter to blackmail Harry. Sarah didn't want to be so mean. In the end, she agreed to Aisha without thinking, and took advantage of her brother's death to target the police station, hoping to extort money. Sarah couldn't figure it out. There were so many black people complaining about themselves in the news. Why did it cause such a big reaction when it came to her? She was not stupid, and now she vaguely felt that something was wrong. Aisha turned around and hugged Sarah in her arms, comforting her. "Dear, don't think too much. Once the money is in hand, we will go to Sweden and live together as a threesome." As she spoke, black and white took off the outer packaging and entangled together. The clouds and rain were in full swing. In the living room, a figure wearing a mask with an evil smile walked in quietly. "Thank you for the 10,000 book coins reward from the book Friend White and Black and Oreo in the European and American regions." "Thank you, boss. Congratulations on being promoted to the helmsman." I kowtow to all the readers and apologize. I had palpitations last night, and thought about lying down to rest for a while. I woke up in the middle, replied to 2 comments, and then slept until after 8:50. Ahem. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.